10 strikes. That was the absolute limit to shatter this wooden training dummy. You see, in this virtual reality, your real-world physical prowess and combat skills directly translated to your in-game avatar. Millions of players had thrown themselves at this trial. Even elite national athletes left completely crushed. The consensus? This quest was an absolute impossible nightmare. Yet, countless challengers still lined up like moths to a flame. The prize? An exclusive gaming pod worth 50 million won, plus a god-tier bonus of 5 points to every single stat. Just as hope seemed lost, the final challenger emerged from the sea of defeated players. Hailed as the strongest man on the planet, his massive frame resembled a monster more than a human. Rumors claimed he could crush a black bear with his bare hands and annihilate 50 challengers in a row without breaking a single drop of sweat. Gathering explosive aura, he unleashed a devastating hook straight into the dummy. Bang! But the wood merely bounced back, completely unharmed. Even the game developers watching from the shadows were praying for his victory. Because, if this behemoth failed, the furious player base would riot, raining down a catastrophic storm of negative reviews. Tragically, even this titan of a man failed to leave a single scratch, roaring in absolute fury. But then, an unknown youth stepped out from the whispering crowd. He looked devastatingly ordinary. Nobody believed this kid stood a ghost of a chance, especially while holding a dirt-cheap starter village sword. Slash! With a single, godlike swing, the dummy was cleaved perfectly in two. The impossible quest was instantly cleared. The developers gasped in pure shock. Then, they noticed the terrifying truth. That sword was no ordinary beginner weapon. Massive, elongated, indestructible. It was the epic tier artifact known as Radiant Light, a legendary blade that absolutely shouldn't exist in the tutorial zone. Just who was this overpowered anomaly? And how did he acquire such a divine weapon? Well, his name is 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉. He is the absolute greatest blacksmith in the world, and he forged that magnificent blade with his own 2 hands. But our story actually begins 1 month before this legendary strike. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 arrived at a massive hospital lobby in Seoul to meet his best friend, Kim Ji-han. It was the very same hospital where his father had lain in a deep coma for years. Ji-han scoffed at his screen, finding it absolutely pathetic that millions were still desperately trying to smash that tutorial dummy. He knew perfectly well that brute physical strength would never be enough. Suddenly, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 arrived, his face practically screaming with annoyance over being summoned in the middle of the day. Ji-han quickly explained that his night shifts made evening meetups impossible. Our main character cut straight to the chase, demanding to know why he was here. Noticing 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕's absurdly thick clothing, Ji-han smirked and asked if he was trying to roast himself alive in this heat. Our hero growled a deadly threat, forcing his friend into an instant, nervous apology. Getting serious, Ji-han leaned in and asked the million-dollar question. Had 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 heard of the virtual reality game, Ares? He explained it was the absolute pinnacle of modern gaming, controlled entirely by a godlike advanced AI. His eyes gleaming, Ji-han revealed a special tutorial event that remained completely undefeated. The ultimate prize? A double VIP gaming capsule worth an eye-watering 50 million won. But 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 just scoffed. What was the point if billions had already tasted defeat? Besides, he was no gamer. Ji-han nodded, acknowledging the brutal difficulty, but his eyes burned with fierce conviction. It wasn't impossible. He firmly believed that when it came to shattering that wooden dummy, our guy was the only human alive who possessed the right skills. Without another word, Ji-han dragged him into a massive hall filled with high-tech gaming pods. With a dramatic flourish, he revealed a standard Ares capsule. He had dropped 10 million won just to buy it for his best friend. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕s jaw hit the floor at that astronomical price tag. But Ji-han fiercely defended the purchase as the ultimate investment. He passionately explained how in-game system rewards could be directly converted into cold, hard cash. He gestured eagerly toward the pod, urging him to dive in. Our main character sharply demanded to know how Ji-han afforded such a ridiculous luxury. Waving the question away, his friend begged him to focus on the mountains of gold waiting to be claimed. Yet, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 remained paralyzed by doubt. He aggressively questioned if this so-called profit was even guaranteed, calling the entire scheme absolute madness. But Ji-han stood his ground. He adamantly swore that our hero had what it takes to conquer the system. Narrowing his eyes, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 demanded to know where this blind faith came from. That was when Ji-han dropped the massive truth bomb. The noble art of blacksmithing existed within Ares. He pointed right at 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕, identifying him as the sole heir to a world-renowned master craftsman. He was absolutely certain that a mere tutorial dummy was nothing but a fragile twig against our boy's inherited mastery. Silence fell. Then, our protagonist slowly pulled back his heavy clothes, revealing a horrific, jagged scar from a past accident. He grimly reminded Jihan that he hadn't seen his true physical state since that dark tragedy struck. His voice trembled as he confessed he had zero right to challenge anything anymore. Searing memories of blazing flames crashed over his mind. That catastrophic accident had burned his entire world to ash. He had barely escaped death, while his father was trapped in an eternal, comatose nightmare. Mountainous medical bills had utterly crushed his family into dust. Forced into brutal manual labor, Hyun-soo had spent 10 agonizing years trying to walk the path of the anvil. But that dream was dead and buried. With a bitter smile, he confessed the devastating truth. Ever since that fateful day, his dominant right arm was completely useless. Even basic labor was pure agony, let alone wielding a blacksmith's heavy hammer. Steeling his heart, he told Jihan he would carry his own burdens. He ordered his friend to return the expensive capsule immediately, calling him an absolute fool for burning his savings, before turning his back to head to another grueling part-time shift. Jihan's voice echoed through the hall. He screamed that our guy was the real fool here. How long was he going to let those suffocating hospital bills crush his spine? Was he seriously going to let his broken body rot in despair forever? Jihan desperately cried out that the game's system could rewrite reality. It could fix everything. He viciously reminded Hyun-soo that the total treatment cost a staggering 3 billion won. Quitting now was not an option. Vowing on his life to take full responsibility for the 10 million won debt, Jihan begged our protagonist to trust him just this once. The terrifying roar of the flames flashed before Hyun-soo's eyes once again. Later, amidst the deafening noise of a construction site, he tried to lose himself in the heavy labor. But Jihan's desperate plea kept echoing through his chaotic mind. Clang! Clang! As he struck the heavy steel, the pure resonance of metal sang through his very soul, awakening a powerful, long-lost nostalgia. Driven by an uncontrollable fire in his chest, our hero sprinted all the way back to the capsule room, trusting that the sacred song of steel had guided his fate. And armed with his best friend's blazing faith, Hyun-soo finally decided to jack into the system. Gazing up, he made a silent vow to his comatose father. He would make the world hear the thunderous strike of their family's hammer once more. The moment he initiated the login sequence, blinding golden system messages welcomed him to the realm of Ares. He claimed the moniker, Hosu. Instantly, the divine system scanned his physical vessel, detecting his horrific, jagged scar. A glowing prompt floated before him. Did he wish to retain his real-world appearance? With unwavering resolve, our boy hit accept. The brilliant light swallowed him whole, thrusting him straight into the virtual frontier. But upon waking up, Hyun-soo realized two absolutely mind-blowing anomalies. First, the agonizing scar marring his face had completely vanished. Second, the explosive, raw power had miraculously returned to his crippled right arm. His blood boiled with renewed ambition to grind to the top and repay that 10 million won debt. In a flash of light, he materialized in the barren wastelands of the beginner zone. His instincts instantly dragged him toward a rustic, smoke-filled blacksmith forge. Inside, an elderly craftsman was desperately hammering away at glowing steel. The old man roared with fierce determination, vowing to forge a masterpiece that would obliterate his rival's creation. Pure, unadulterated desperation bled into every single strike of his hammer. But our absolute Chad of an MC suddenly stepped out from the shadows. Without hesitation, he boldly declared that the old man's entire technique was garbage. The veteran blacksmith froze, his eyes bulging as he demanded what this arrogant newbie just spat out. Unfazed, Hyun-soo doubled down, coldly stating that his hammering rhythm was fundamentally flawed. The old master was absolutely paralyzed by the sheer audacity. He furiously bellowed, asking if his own ears were deceiving him. Our main character stood his ground. He boldly declared that the current forging method was fundamentally flawed. Hyun-soo knew it was not his place to interfere, but his blacksmith pride could not stomach such a miserable failure. Having absolutely nothing to lose, he provoked the veteran, who furiously tossed him a heavy iron hammer. The old artisan issued a direct challenge. Show off those supposedly great skills. He warned that he would be scrutinizing every single strike. This played right into the hands of our hero. He desperately needed to borrow a forge anyway, but the boy laid down one absolute condition. If he successfully proved his worth, the finished sword would permanently belong to him. In exchange, he promised to forge a true masterpiece that would completely blow the old man's mind. The veteran scoffed at his sheer arrogance. Still, he could not help but admire the kid's burning confidence. However, he issued a grim warning. Failure would come with a devastating and heavy price. Without a single second of hesitation, Hyun-soo accepted the terms. 3 long years had passed since he last stood at an anvil. Despite his bold claims, a sliver of doubt lingered in his mind. Was he entirely washed up? But the exact moment his hammer struck the searing metal, his dormant muscle memory violently awakened. The familiar rhythm pulsed through his veins, and his confidence skyrocketed to the heavens. Pure, unadulterated joy washed over his soul. He was finally back in his absolute true element. The veteran blacksmith watched from the sidelines, fully expecting this cocky rookie to completely embarrass himself. However, the old man's mocking smirk quickly vanished. He was forced to admit, the kid's forging posture was absolutely flawless. Yet, his stubborn veteran pride remained. He was dead certain this amateur would hit a massive wall soon enough. In this ruthless fantasy world, only the final product truly matters. The artisan wrote the whole spectacle off as a massive waste of time. That was, until the utterly impossible happened right before his eyes. Hyun-soo unleashed a god-tier hammering technique that flawlessly purged the metal of all its impurities. The veteran was completely paralyzed by shock. How had he never thought of such a brilliant and efficient method? Suspecting some sort of visual trickery, the old man activated his appraisal skill on the steel block. The system notification left him gasping for air. The iron ingot had just evolved from rank D to rank C in a single heartbeat. The chilling realization hit him like a massive truck. This arrogant kid was an absolute monster of the craft. Hours melted away into the dark night, and the exhausted veteran eventually dozed off. As the first light of dawn broke, Hyun-soo finally lowered his heavy hammer. A glowing blue system message illuminated the dusty forge. Rank B steel successfully created. The old man jolted awake, completely losing his ability to speak. Achieving rank B without relying on a system skill? That was supposed to be literally impossible. But our overpowered main character was not even close to being done. As the old man's jaw dropped to the floor, he realized Hyun-soo was aiming for the absolute pinnacle of forging. When sheer exhaustion finally began to slow the boy down, the deeply humbled veteran leaped in to assist. Their hammers sang in perfect harmony. Together, they finalized the ultimate refinement process. Staring at the cooling metal, they could barely believe their own eyes. Before them lay a glorious rank, A ingot, a legendary material capable of birthing a rare tier weapon. The old artisan's voice trembled uncontrollably. In all his long decades at this beginner forge, he had never seen anyone craft magic tier gear, let alone a mythical rare tier masterpiece. Trembling with unprecedented excitement, he grabbed Hyun-soo by the shoulders. If they combined their phenomenal skills right now, they could forge a weapon that would shatter the common sense of this world. But our main character remained as cool as ice. He told the frantic old man to reel in his wild excitement. It was far too early to celebrate victory. They still had to craft the perfect hilt and give the deadly blade its final polish. The veteran burst into hearty laughter, admitting he had never met a freak of nature quite like Hyun-soo. Our hero simply offered a modest shrug. Forging was not just a side hobby. It had been his burning obsession since he was a little kid. Suddenly, the old man proposed an insane idea. They were going to forge the sword all over again. This time, he brought out his ultimate hidden treasure, a massive, dazzling block of pure mithril, an ancient family heirloom passed down through generations of master smiths. Hyun-soo was utterly stunned. Why entrust a total stranger with such a priceless artifact? The old man's eyes gleamed with profound respect. He had learned a lifetime's worth of knowledge just by watching the boy. Now, he wanted to witness the miracle a true god of the anvil could create. Our protagonist's heart hammered fiercely against his ribs. The chance to mold a legendary fantasy metal? This was every blacksmith's ultimate dream. The risk of catastrophic failure was astronomical, but the sheer temptation was absolutely irresistible. Overcome with reverence, the old man asked if he could call Hyun-soo his master. Our hero cringed hard, shutting that down instantly. He threatened to walk away from the anvil entirely if he ever heard that embarrassing title again. The veteran chuckled and agreed to drop the rigid formalities. Fast forward one grueling month of non-stop hammering. The legendary sword, named Daylight, was finally born into the world. Its raw attack power defied all logic. The hidden stats it possessed were absolutely game-breaking for a weapon found in a beginner zone. Meanwhile, total chaos erupted at the game developer headquarters. Red alarms blared over an impossible anomaly caused by a mere level 1 player. The developer team leader was utterly mind-blown. but a subordinate pointed out a massive roadblock. The player, Kim Hyun-soo, had demanded absolute privacy on his account. The team leader rubbed his temples in deep thought. To reject worldwide fame like that? He figured the monstrous rookie had some dark, personal reasons for staying entirely in the shadows. Back inside the virtual world, the developers tracked the coordinates of Hyun-soo. Their screens showed our main character casually strolling into the combat training center. Waiting inside was an arrogant instructor named Renson, who immediately greeted him with sheer disgust. The instructor sneered, delivering a harsh reality check. Actual bloodthirsty monsters spawned in this arena. A pathetic level 1 rookie had absolutely zero chance of walking out alive. He told Hyun-soo to crawl back outside and stick to hunting harmless rabbits. But our boy just smirked. Fully aware of the monstrous hidden stats coursing through his avatar, he flat out refused to waste another second. Grinding his teeth, Renson reluctantly allowed him to take the test. He barked at the rookie to grab a rusty practice sword from the weapon rack. Hyun-soo coldly rejected the offer. He would be drawing his own personal, masterfully crafted blade today. Here was the crazy truth about our overpowered protagonist. He had intentionally buried himself in the tutorial zone for an entire month, a zone that average players blitz through in 30 measly minutes. But that hellish month of non-stop grinding was far from wasted. His base stats had mutated into something truly terrifying. And to top it all off, he was casually holding the only epic tier weapon in the entire server's beginner zone. But here was the most ridiculous part of it all. The guy was still technically a level 1 scrub without even a basic character class. Meanwhile, in the real world, team leader Kim was sweating buckets watching this unbelievable anomaly unfold. He desperately wondered if they should just let the main artificial intelligence handle the fallout. Beside him, a high-ranking executive simply smiled like a cunning fox. He already knew the shocking truth. A mind-bending legendary class invitation was already waiting for our boy. Back in the tutorial arena, Renson burst into mocking laughter upon hearing the intent of Hyun-soo to use a self-made sword. The arrogant instructor called it downright pathetic. Betting your gaming future on a garbage support class like a blacksmith? As the combat trial initiated, Renson smugly declared that true swordsmanship would always crush any reliance on flimsy, makeshift gear. His relentless trash, talking toward the blacksmith profession, caused his affinity level with our hero to plunge straight into the dark abyss. Hyun-soo just rolled his eyes. He was completely immune to this kind of garbage talk. In the real world, his grand dreams had always been trampled like worthless weeds. But the virtual reality of Ares was entirely different. Here, he could feel in his bones that his blood, sweat, and tears would finally forge his path to greatness. With ice-cold confidence, our protagonist asked for the name of the greatest swordsman ever trained in this facility. Then, he casually dropped a massive bombshell. He demanded a combat trial more brutal than anything that supposed genius had ever faced. Renson's face twisted in absolute fury at the sheer disrespect. Yet, deep down, even he could not deny the terrifying aura of confidence radiating from the kid. Taking the bait, the enraged instructor unlocked a hidden special trial. A deathmatch, reserved only for the absolute elite. He dragged Hyun-soo into a dark, foreboding arena, sneering that the highest record ever achieved here was merely surviving Stage 3. With a wave of his hand, Renson summoned a deadly level 6 swift goblin. He issued one final, cruel ultimatum. Fail here, and your account is locked out of the facility for a full 7 days. Our insanely overpowered hero completely brushed off the threat. He tilted his head, asking if Stage 3 was really the absolute limit. Drawing his legendary mithril blade, he calmly announced his intention to obliterate every single stage the system had to offer. Feeling utterly insulted, Renson completely lost his mind. He instantly summoned the final test of Stage 4. A level 15 crazed goblin roared into existence. Barely anyone survived Stage 3, and clearing Stage 4 was considered absolutely impossible. Absolute chaos erupted as the monstrous goblin launched a bloodthirsty rampage, yet our protagonist dodged with flawless phantom-like grace. Hyun-soo knew the golden rule. A true blacksmith can feel the dormant power resting inside their weapon. He instantly activated the skill of delight. The enduring sword buff violently spiked his physical defense. The blade sang with overwhelming power as Hyun-soo declared absolute victory. No trash weapon here could shatter his masterpiece. With a single devastating flash, the swift goblin was annihilated. But out of the treacherous shadows, another monster ambushed him with a mountain-shattering strike. Renson gasped at the critical hit, entirely certain our hero was dead meat. But the devastating truth left everyone paralyzed with shock. Hyun-soo tanked the fatal blow head-on. and still had 82% of his health remaining. Our main character smirked, knowing the secret to his survival. Countless agonizing hours of relentless hammering at the forge. The hidden grind had caused his strength and stamina to absolutely skyrocket. Renson frantically warned him that the real nightmare was just waking up. The crazed goblin unleashed a devastating ultimate skill called Frenzied Thorns. The brutal impact left our guy completely stunned, his vision swimming with stars. Although Renson was deeply impressed by his endurance, the instructor firmly believed this bloody battle was over. But our hero forcibly regained his balance, placing complete faith in his forged creation. He triggered Daylight's hidden passive skill. The Swift Blade enchantment granted a terrifying, massive boost to his attack speed. Hyunsu unleashed a relentless storm of combo strikes, completely erasing the massive level gap. The game developers watching the monitors were practically tearing their hair out in sheer disbelief. With one final glorious execution strike, Hyunsu wiped the remaining monsters off the map. Renson's jaw hit the floor as he screamed that this was downright impossible. He showered Hyunsu with absolute praise, realizing every single movement perfectly extracted the sword's maximum potential. The veteran instructor assumed our overpowered hero possessed a legendary background in swordsmanship, but Hyunsu offered a painfully simple truth. He only learned one absolute rule. A true master of the forge must possess the skill to wield their own creation. Renson suddenly noticed the bulging muscles and countless scars violently etched across the boy's arms. They were the undeniable proof of his endless, bone-crushing training. The veteran realized he was standing before a genuine artisan, deeply apologizing for acting like total trash earlier. Bowing to this immense talent, Renson offered Hyunsu the path of the Berserker. A glowing system window violently popped up, offering a class change quest for the legendary epic Berserker. Meanwhile, the game developers were losing their absolute minds. This hidden class was infinitely more prestigious than the epic Mad Knight. It instantly elevated Hyunsu to Supreme VIP user status. The team leader wiped the sweat from his brow, knowing there was no turning back. This god-tier class would literally transform our main character into the supreme guardian of this world. Inside the virtual reality, Renson desperately urged Hyunsu to accept the calling. He swore on his life that the boy would become the legendary king of knights. However, our overpowered hero ruthlessly rejected the ultimate offer. He proudly declared himself a humble blacksmith, not some flashy knight. Everyone from the veteran non-player character to the desperate developers practically coughed up blood in shock. Renson burst into roaring laughter, his admiration overflowing. He heavily praised Hyunsu's terrifyingly unbreakable willpower. Our hero quietly reflected that he never imagined holding a hammer again. But inside this fantasy realm, his true life as a craftsman was finally being reborn. Respecting the way of the forge, Renson fully accepted his path. He handed over a golden recommendation letter for a completely hidden quest. Next, he gifted a violently rusted piece of armor once worn by a legendary Mad Knight. Renson urged him to forge forward and conquer the impossible. Our main character swore to push past his absolute limits. The shocked developers mutually agreed that Hyunsu had just shattered his greatest crisis, and his boundless potential was utterly terrifying. Now, our hero firmly stepped onto the golden path of the blacksmith god. A flood of system messages aggressively consumed his vision. The tutorial was officially annihilated, unlocking the epic main scenario. The real death game was finally about to begin. But before our main character could take a single glorious step, the system violently kicked him out, forcing a mandatory logout. Snapped violently back to cruel reality, Hyunsu stared into the face of absolute despair. Suffocating gas bills and mountain-like medical expenses had utterly drained his bank account dry. He gritted his teeth, knowing his supreme mission was protecting his family's shelter. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was Kim Jihan, aggressively demanding to know if he cleared the tutorial hell. Our guy casually replied that he just stepped into the beginner village. Jihan instantly exploded with sheer hype. He ordered Hyunsu to sprint straight to the grand auction house, dropping the holy truth that in-game gold meant hard, real-world cash. Jihan confessed this golden ticket to wealth was the sole reason he dragged Hyunsu into the world of Ares. But right before killing the call, Jihan dropped an absolute bombshell. He solemnly swore he had never witnessed anything more divine than the blades crafted by Hyunsu and his father. Jihan confidently predicted that with the VIP capsule's 99.9% synchronization rate, the explosive results would shatter the very heavens. He aggressively urged our hero to flood this fantasy realm with his legendary masterpieces. A warm wave of soul-deep gratitude crashed over Hyunsu's exhausted heart. Hanging up, a raging fire ignited in his eyes. He resolved to absolutely dominate the crafting system and quests to farm infinite wealth. He heavily realized that mastering his physical stamina was the ultimate key to victory. Plunging into brutal real-world physical training, he smirked, knowing virtual exhaustion was absolute child's play compared to the hellish heat of a real forge. Pushing his mortal limits on the pavement, he silently promised his father he would endure this agonizing storm. Diving back into the magical realm of Ares, our hero blitzed straight toward the roaring auction house. With a proud grin, he officially named his system shop Hyun's Forge. Upon unlocking the merchant tools, the system granted him godlike remote access to the auction boards. He decisively selected his prototype blade forged in the workshop, proudly dubbing it Hyun's First Sword. It blazed with the glorious blue aura of a rare rank weapon. While trash blades of its tier barely fetched 70 gold, he boldly slapped a 100 gold price tag on it, deciding to casually explore the village while fate did its work. But suddenly, the auction board aggressively lit up like a supernova. Sweaty players instantly locked eyes on this bizarre new artifact. The bidding war for Hyunsu's blade violently erupted, tearing past the 300 gold milestone in a heartbeat. This absolute market frenzy violently hooked the attention of an elite scout from the Golden Shield Guild. He frantically dragged his vice-captain to the board. He practically screamed that the creator was a pathetic level 1 jobless newbie, yet somehow forged a masterclass weapon out of literal garbage materials. What is more terrifying, this artifact harbored a hidden enhancement option. The elite vice-captain was absolutely awestruck by this impossible anomaly. Crafting with low-tier trash usually tanks the enhancement success rate. This proved the mysterious blacksmith possessed godlike cost-cutting skills without bleeding a single drop of quality. He definitively concluded this overpowered blade would easily dominate enemies until level 50. Realizing the immense glory of discovering such a hidden monster, he slammed the buy button without a second thought. Meanwhile, walking the dirt paths, Hyunsu nervously wondered if his little practice toy would even find a buyer. Suddenly, a glorious golden system notification aggressively popped up. Hyun's first sword had successfully sold. Our guy was completely paralyzed by the terrifying speed of the market. He nervously checked the final transaction and saw it locked in at 108 gold, completely shattering his initial 100 gold expectation. Doing the rapid mental math, a shiver ran down his spine. This single transaction equaled over 1 million Korean won in cold hard cash. A rush of pure, unbelievable adrenaline coursed through his veins. Hyunsu stared at the system prompt in absolute shock. The mysterious buyer was none other than the legendary Golden Shield Guild. A glowing message hovered before his eyes, offering an exclusive crafting contract or a coveted seat among their ranks. Their guild stats were staggering, a colossal blacksmithing empire boasting 780,000 followers. In this virtual world, farming followers was infinitely harder than grinding levels, and a massive audience meant overwhelming wealth. Pulling up his own forge's interface, Hyunsu sighed at the pitiful number. Just 82 followers. But suddenly, his inbox exploded in a storm of invitations from elite guilds. Our main character grinned, realizing the realm of Ares was the ultimate promised land for true artisans. He might be an absolute nobody in the real world, but here in this digital universe, his worth was forged in steel and proven by undeniable system stats. Yet, his eyes sharpened with quiet ambition. He closed the windows, deciding now was not the time to chain himself to a guild. Instead, he marched straight toward the Lord's imposing stronghold, determined to carve out his own legend. Deep inside the Grand Hall, Lord Baines paced in mounting despair alongside his sinister advisor. The advisor, Bell, wore a grim expression. The desperate lord asked the heavy question. Was repairing the ancient family relic truly an impossible feat? Bell shook his head, claiming that a single failure would plunge their lands into eternal chaos. He insisted they needed the continent's absolute best restoration master, but lied that this eccentric genius refused all visitors. The lord's shoulders slumped in soul-crushing devastation. He was bound to his territory and unable to seek help, and this one-of-a-kind bow was the sole legacy left by his late father. But here is the ultimate plot twist. Bell was nothing but a filthy level 100 scammer, merely masquerading as a master blacksmith. This snake had spent an entire week manipulating the Lord's trust for one greedy purpose. He offered to transport the sacred bow to the capital for repairs, demanding a staggering 300 gold coins up front. Boom! Right at that critical second, Hyunsu kicked the heavy oak doors wide open. He boldly declared the relic could be restored right here, right now. Realizing his golden goose was slipping away, Bel's face twisted in blazing fury. Lord Baines narrowed his eyes in heavy suspicion. Could this random kid truly restore a charred, magical bow within these castle walls without even a proper master forge? He commanded his royal guards to verify the boy's identity. The heavily armored guard immediately saluted, confirming this was indeed the prodigy sent by Instructor Renson. Stunned by this prestigious backing, the Lord officially commanded Hyunsu to reveal his system stats. Standing tall before the ruler of the realm, our main character confidently declared his name. Level 1. Class: jobless. Bel completely lost his mind. He scoffed at the sheer audacity of a pathetic Level 1 novice acting so arrogant before a noble lord. The filthy scammer roared in protest, screaming that ancient restoration was top-tier endgame content, strictly locked behind a Level 80 blacksmithing requirement. He viciously accused Hyunsu of mocking the Lord and ordered him to get out, but our boy simply smirked, delivering a calm, calculated response that instantly froze the scammer's tongue. He effortlessly analyzed the weapon. This was no standard recurve bow. It was a traditional composite horn bow. Both the Lord and the fake master were left utterly speechless. Hyunsu revealed he had pieced the hidden lore together from Guard Baker. He knew this wasn't just any weapon, but a precious artifact gifted to the Lord's late father by a mysterious foreign wanderer. Lord Baines nodded, confirming its legendary uniqueness, but his voice dripped with exhaustion. He was sick and tired of grifters feeding him empty hope. He fiercely warned Hyunsu to back up his arrogant claims with hard evidence. Our main character merely asked to inspect one detail before dropping an absolute lore bomb. Though gifted by a wandering foreigner, the raw essence of this divine bow was actually forged from the very earth of this exact territory. Hyunsu's god-tier deduction unfolded. He had spotted a majestic painting of a water buffalo in the Grand Hall, knowing its horns were priceless crafting materials. But the true secret lay in the weapon's deadly curvature. He exposed the hidden truth. The core string was crafted from abyssal whale sinew, not basic cow tendon. He demanded the Lord confirm this fact, and Lord Baines looked as if he had seen a ghost. The Level 1 rookie was dead right. Trembling, the Lord confessed the foreigner was a legendary blacksmith friend of his father. He verified the materials were indeed giant buffalo horn and ancient whale sinew hunted from the perilous Black Swamp. By perfectly combining these ultra-rare local drops, that master artisan had birthed the most devastating bow the Baden territory had ever witnessed. The Lord was completely blown away by Hyunsu's flawless appraisal skills, especially since Bel, the arrogant fool claiming to be a level 115 master, had been completely blind to all of it. Faith fully restored, Lord Baines officially issued the hidden quest to Hyunsu. Our boy accepted the challenge without hesitation. The system reward? A mind-blowing 500 gold coins. Disgusted, the Lord ordered Bel banished from his sight. The exposed rat stormed out in a venomous rage, mentally swearing a blood oath to destroy Hyunsu for ruining his masterpiece scam. Ignoring the trash, the Lord asked for the crafting requirements, and our hero rattled off the legendary recipe from memory. Premium buffalo horn, deep-sea whale sinew, rare elemental wood, and master-grade finishing tools. He practically dissected the weapon's anatomy with his mind alone. Ding! A golden system window popped up, granting him the exclusive restoration method for the marksman's horn bow. But this epic quest came with a lethal condition. A red warning flashed before his eyes. If the crafting success rate dropped below 70%, the restoration would instantly fail, and the ancient relic would shatter into dust forever. Staring at his hands, Hyunsu remembered the days he spent learning the craft from his real-world father, who once worried about the boy's calloused hands. But the younger Hyunsu had simply smiled, declaring that his greatest joy in the world was working side by side with his dad. His father had sworn to pass down the ultimate blacksmithing arts once he grew up, but taught him that mastering the raw elements came first. Clenching his fists, our main character whispered into the virtual breeze, "Yes, father." As the familiar, comforting weight of the tools settled into his grip, absolute confidence washed over him. Moved by the young artisan's blazing determination, Lord Baines surprisingly stepped up to be his assistant. The duo forged an unstoppable rhythm. Our main character fell into a godlike state of focus, carving the magical wood while the noble lord handled the heavy lifting. Sweat poured down the lord's face as his stamina bar rapidly depleted. But every time his strength faltered, seeing the pure, fiery passion in Hyunsu's eyes reignited the lord's burning willpower. After 7 grueling days of non-stop crafting, the exhausted lord asked if he should return to managing his realm. But our boy grinned and told him to stay. The ultimate assembly phase required them both. Hyunsu possessed eyes that saw beyond system stats. He knew the Lord kept returning to the sweltering forge because his soul desperately yearned to piece his father's memory back together with his own 2 hands. The Lord solemnly agreed, confirming it was his final tether to the past. Wiping sweat from his brow, the noble asked why Hyunsu poured his very soul into this grueling trade. The main character offered a warm smile, revealing that his own most precious memories were forged in the exact same fire. In that moment, an unspoken bond formed between them. They both understood that resurrecting a lost legacy demanded an ocean of time, sweat, and unbreakable spirit. Day and night blurred together. 20 brutal days of hardcore grinding finally reached their climax. The forge roared one last time as the restoration of the marksman's hornbow achieved perfection. A blinding pillar of light erupted. The relic had been reborn as an epic tier masterpiece, boasting combat stats that completely obliterated the original. Standing proudly before his father's grand statue, Lord Baines looked up, finally at peace, knowing the old man was smiling down on them. Hyunsu casually suggests taking a test shot. As he draws the bowstring back, it does not just feel familiar. The sensation is absolutely flawless. A bright smirk crosses his face. The Lord declares this a total masterpiece. Ding! A glowing completion screen shatters the air. The system announces that Lord BNS has reached maximum affinity with our hero, an incredible success rate. It has blasted past 10%. The Lord expresses his deepest gratitude, sighing with absolute relief that his worries are over. But mere pocket change is not enough for this achievement. Seeing the legendary success, the mission rewards skyrocket. 2,000 gold coins pour in, and the Lord grants him absolute free access to the castle's elite forge. Our boy is over the moon. His mind immediately races with the math. 2,000 gold equals roughly 20 million won. That is more than enough to cover his father's medical bills for a very long time. Staring at the young smith with deep awe, the Lord drops a massive, unexpected bombshell. Have you ever considered walking the path of the sword? The Lord finally reveals his hidden past. Before ruling these lands, he was a formidable blade master. He tells Hyunsu about the supreme swordsmanship, a mythical martial art that once slaughtered countless terrifying monsters. The Lord admits the truth. Although Hyunsu was born to command the anvil, a true swordsman's terrifying potential sleeps within him. Trusting his own instincts and instructor Renson's praise, he decides to pass down his ultimate legacy. A golden skill quest materializes. The path to mastering this legendary technique is officially open. The Lord guarantees that with Hyunsu's iron will, absolute victory is destined. For our main character, this brutal training is an incredible, unexpected jackpot. Hyunsu shifts into maximum overdrive. He grinds like a machine to craft his custom hornbow, restores the rusted berserker armor to its former glory, and dives straight into hellish combat training. Blades clash daily against the Lord until the technique is burned into his muscles. When the time to depart arrives, our hero is fully battle-ready. Clad in his demonic armor and gripping his custom bow, he loudly declares his next ultimate goal. Securing an official class, he bids a fond farewell to Lord BNS and organizes his massive loot inventory. He inspects the terrifying berserker set. Its brutal damage reflection skill perfectly covers his low-level vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, the new bow boasts an insane 60% accuracy boost. To fund his epic journey, he forges a batch of rare bows and throws them straight onto the global auction house. He casually checks the bids on his second bow. Cut to another location. Flame, the leader of the mighty Golden Shield Guild, stares at the auction screen in pure, unadulterated terror. He realizes an impossible truth. Even Korea's rank 1 player, Break, could never forge a weapon of this godly tier at level 10. Flame is losing his mind. How did our main character craft this at level 1, using absolute garbage materials? He recalls the words of the world's greatest smith, Ian. The anvil judges everything. If the system is truly blown away by your creation, it will grant a title worthy of a god. Flame furiously calculates that this mysterious blacksmith must possess a legendary tier title to create such monstrous artifacts. Back to our boy. Hyunsu nearly has a heart attack at the final bid. 2,050 gold. His jaw hits the floor. That is 25.1 million won. A life-changing fortune forged from a single weapon. He also notices his follower count absolutely exploding, smashing past 3,200. His inbox is instantly buried under frantic guild invitations. Feeling unstoppable, our main character locks his gaze on the ultimate holy land, the legendary blacksmith's tower. He arrives at a colossal, heaven-piercing structure. The grand entrance is heavily sealed by a chained magical barrier. The system identifies it as the sword blacksmith's tower. To shatter this absolute barrier, our protagonist needed a blade born from the legendary magic workshop. Activating his inspection skill, Hyunsu's eyes narrowed. The obstacle was not just any rock, but highly durable volcanic basalt. Unfazed by the challenge, he located the glowing entrance to the mythical forge and confidently stepped into the unknown. The moment he crossed the threshold, the system revealed the absolute laws of this domain. It was an overpowered blacksmith's ultimate paradise. Rare materials and masterclass tools were completely limitless. But the real cheat skill? The flow of time itself was accelerated, turning years of grueling forging into mere seconds. But there is a massive catch. Weapons forged here exist only for the trial. The ultimate challenge? Forge a blade sharp enough to slice through solid stone. High above at the tower's peak, Master Jiang scoffs. He mutters that these challengers are just blind, greedy fools. He truly believes the sacred path of blacksmithing is dead. He ignores the newcomers, absolutely certain they will never break the true seal. At best, they might leave a pathetic scratch on the surface. But Hyunsu makes a crazy decision. He will forge a legendary Damascus sword. The system flashes a red warning, begging him to craft a simple iron dagger instead. But our hero completely ignores the prompt. Backed by an endless supply of materials, the real magic begins. He unleashes a secret forging art inherited from his father, a technique specifically designed to carve through rock. Fueled by the inspiration of flawless gear, he praises this crazy game and hammers away with explosive, godlike energy. Boom! Master Jiang is violently jolted awake. A massive earthquake threatens to tear the tower apart. Rushing down to inspect the chaos, he freezes in absolute disbelief. The unbreakable stone seal is sliced perfectly in half. The tower master is completely speechless. As Hyunsu casually strolls through the destroyed gates, Jiang's voice trembles as he declares a miracle. The god of blacksmithing has finally descended. Our protagonist steps up and calmly asks if he passed the test. Jiang stammers that challengers usually leave a tiny mark, but Hyunsu absolutely obliterated the ancient seal. Our hero scratches his head, wondering if he failed for breaking it too hard. Suddenly, a blinding magic circle ignites beneath him. Jiang clarifies this is no simple spell. It is an ancient summoning circle. The tower master hands over his own legendary hammer to the boy. System alert! You have acquired Master Jiang's hammer. A terrifying SS rank quest officially begins. Jiang looks him dead in the eye. The real nightmare starts now. He wishes him luck, and in a flash of light, Hyunsu is warped through space. He materializes on a towering fortress wall. His eyes widen in pure shock. A massive, bloodthirsty orc army is marching straight toward the gates. SS rank quest updated. Annihilate the orc army. Our hero is completely paralyzed with confusion. How does a brutal bloodbath connect to a blacksmith's trial? But the battered soldiers spot him, and the walls erupt in deafening cheers. They roar with desperate hope. The ultimate reinforcements have arrived. Suddenly, the true objective clicks into place. Our hero must secure a massive 70% contribution rate against 50 hardened warriors. Captain Han, a battle-scarred level 48 veteran, rushes over to welcome him. Han screams over the chaos. The orc onslaught is endless, and their weapons are completely shattered. His desperate plea? Blacksmith, fix our gear before we all die. Our main character immediately crushed their rising hopes. He awkwardly explained the misunderstanding. Since he hadn't officially awakened his blacksmith class yet, his repair skills were practically non-existent. Captain Han pointed at the heavy hammer in confusion, but our hero simply shrugged. It was nothing more than a quest item for his trial. Then came the golden question about his combat experience. Hyunsu admitted he was a complete novice. The atmosphere instantly froze over. The veteran soldiers groaned inwardly. Instead of a savior, the system had dumped a helpless rookie right into their laps. Barking orders, Han told the boy to hide up in the watchtower. But before anyone could blink, a massive battle axe tore through the air, aiming straight for the captain's head. Clang! Our hero dashed forward, deflecting the fatal blow as if it weighed nothing. His eyes burned with sudden determination. He demanded a spot on the front lines. To him, this bloodbath was the true awakening test. Stunned by the boy's reflexes, Han ordered him into the vanguard formation. The suffocating pressure of a real battlefield crashed down on the youth. Yet, his grip on his weapon only tightened. He absolutely refused to lose. Charging straight into the monstrous horde, he took down a level 10 orc with brutal efficiency. A blue system window instantly popped up. Level up! 1 entire month of hellish, non-stop grinding was finally paying off. Nearby, a soldier named Ben watched in absolute disbelief. How could a classless player possess such monstrous raw stats? Amidst the chaotic frenzy, Ben was suddenly cornered by death. Spotting the lethal blind spot, our protagonist instantly swapped to his hornbow. He pulled the bowstring taut. A streak of radiant light pierced the beast's chest, snatching Ben away from the grim reaper. But danger lurked behind. Another orc ambushed our hero. Reacting at lightning speed, he unleashed a blind shot backward. Ding! Another glorious level up. The infantrymen were utterly speechless. Just a single, perfectly aimed arrow from 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎💊🕋 was obliterating the most gigantic beasts on the field. Snap out of it! He roared at the trembling Ben. The greenskin aggro had completely shifted toward them. Surrounded and outnumbered, our hero didn't flinch. He equipped his daylight sword and triggered his berserker skill. What followed was an absolute bloodbath. Orcs were mowed down like dry wheat in a hurricane. His system contribution rate skyrocketed to 19%. Captain Han finally smiled. The Grandmaster had sent this monster of a rookie for a reason. With 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 leading the charge, the impossible suddenly felt like destiny. Adrenaline surged through the commanding officer's veins. He rallied his battered troops for one final, glorious sweep. For the first time, our lone wolf felt the fiery bond of a true brotherhood. The system chimed in. His overwhelming dominance had granted a passive morale buff to the entire army. As the battlefield turned into a meat grinder, his contribution hit 28%. But a frown crept onto his face. He was slaughtering them effortlessly. So why was the progress bar crawling so slowly? Suddenly, a crimson alert flashed. Hidden quest triggered. The earth violently quaked as a boss monster spawned. A level 51 orc warrior. Han screamed until his lungs tore, ordering a total halt. The captain locked eyes with their nightmare incarnate. Cold terror infected the ranks. They had pushed way too deep into enemy territory to fall back now, but these brave souls were ready to embrace death together. Raising their shattered weapons, they roared their defiance. Ben swore to the heavens he wouldn't take a single step backward. With a heavy heart, Han commanded the vanguard to attack. Our protagonist watched the suicide charge in horror. He immediately drew his bow for covering fire, but reality delivered a brutal wake-up call. Ping! Ping! His arrows harmlessly bounced off the warlord's thick armor like cheap toys. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 gritted his teeth. The boss's skin was forged from pure, cold steel. Standard attacks were absolutely useless. The shadow of despair swallowed the platoon. Someone begged for a retreat, but their commander refused to yield. The monster blitzed forward like a runaway freight train. With one savage, sickening swing, it cleanly severed Han's arm from his body. In that agonizing split second, the captain realized they were nothing but insects before a god. Time seemed to slow down as our hero watched the valiant leader collapse into the blood-soaked mud. Crimson painted the earth in a macabre masterpiece. Driven by the warlord's deafening roar, panic consumed the surviving troops like a raging wildfire. A vanguard screamed that their blades couldn't even scratch the beast's plating. Realizing the terrifying gap in power, another soldier dropped his shield, waiting for the inevitable embrace of death. But our overpowered rookie wasn't done yet. He stepped up, his voice slicing through the chaos. He furiously reminded them that dying like stepping stones was pure garbage. He barked a tactical command to form a shield wall and fall back into the dense forest. "I will buy us time," he promised with fiery eyes. Jolted back to reality, the men scrambled to drag their bleeding captain to safety. Stepping up as acting commander, Ben anchored the rearguard. They locked their shields, ready to become human barricades against the tide. He warned the boy that this desperate stand wouldn't last long. 5 minutes, our protagonist stated with chilling confidence. "That is all I need." Gripping his bloodied sword, Ben swore on his life that the line would not break. Like a phantom, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 vanished into the twisting canopy. He knew his inventory full of basic arrows was total trash against that monstrous armor. It was time to abuse the system. He summoned his ultimate crafting cheat, the epic-grade artifact, Zhang's duplication hammer. This broken tool could flawlessly copy consumables and shatter crafting cooldowns into nothingness. For the first time, the scent of a counterattack lingered in the air. Down below, the battered infantry clashed desperately among the ancient trunks, holding back the green tsunami. Ben took hit after agonizing hit. His armor cracked, but his spirit roared. He would carve out those promised 5 minutes in his own blood. Just as the warlord's execution blade swung toward Ben's neck, swoosh! A blinding meteor of light obliterated the space between them. It pierced the beast's skull, freezing Ben in pure shock. Suddenly, a storm of light erupted from the shadows. Every single shot found its mark with godlike precision. From his sniper nest, our crafting genius was simultaneously mass-producing and firing lethal, customized artillery. The boss monster roared at the heavens, utterly infuriated by this cowardly bombardment. But while the brute threw its tantrum, our hero readied his masterpiece. Carrying the heavy weight of his comrades' lives, Hyun-soo channeled his mana into the ultimate projectile. The legendary armor-piercing dart known as the Punzon. This ultra-rare compact arrow possessed terrifying velocity, capable of pulverizing solid boulders into dust. To unleash its true nightmare speed, he loaded it into a specialized bamboo firing tube called the Tong-Ah. Smash! Using his broken epic hammer, he endlessly duplicated these razor-sharp needles of death. When synchronized with his horn bow, the hidden set effect multiplied their destructive force and armor-shredding stats to the absolute limit. The monstrous vanguard pushed harder, completely blind to the doom raining from above. The human shields held their ground, bleeding out to buy him that one perfect opening. His target locked on. Taking a slow breath, our protagonist let the bowstring slip. The special dart ripped through the sound barrier, zeroing in on the boss's impenetrable iron helm. Boom! Hitting with the devastating kinetic force of a heavy sniper rifle, the arrow shattered the thick plating and instantly annihilated the boss's brain. Golden light showered him as he skyrocketed straight to level 3. A new system title appeared, Orc Slayer. It passively spiked his attack damage and inflicted a terror debuff on the entire greenskin race. Witnessing their invincible leader's head explode, the remaining horde suffered a total psychological collapse. The fear debuff shattered their ranks, sending the monsters fleeing like cowards. A deafening roar of victory erupted from the blood-soaked soldiers. Pushing past their limits, they mercilessly hunted down the routed enemy. Hyun-soo dropped from the trees, leading his squad into the glorious pursuit. The hunter had become the hunted. Sprinting after the terrified survivors, our main character unleashed a barrage of flawless, auto-aimed shots. He would not leave a single drop of monster blood alive today. He unleashed a flawless shot, piercing straight through the monster's skull. In mere moments, the very last remnants of the orc army were completely wiped from existence. With the battlefield falling silent, the subjugation quest concluded in an absolute, flawless victory. The system calculated his overall contribution, revealing a staggering 92%. Golden notification panels flooded his vision, cementing a truly phenomenal new record. The surviving soldiers erupted into cheers, chanting, "Master Hyun-soo's name!" Earning their absolute loyalty, he unlocked a rare hidden title, Battlefield Commander. Approaching the heavily bandaged and wounded Han, our protagonist paused. He stood silently, waiting for the battered squad leader to speak his mind. Han's voice trembled with overwhelming emotion. He confessed they had always cowered behind their defenses, never daring to believe they could actually survive this onslaught, let alone slaughter the orc commanders. Bowing his head, he poured out his deepest gratitude to Hyun-soo and the remaining brothers in arms. Our hero offered a warm, humble smile in return. The grueling extra exam was finally over. Hyun-soo pondered his next move, wondering exactly how to warp back to the artisan realm. Meanwhile, inside the central blacksmith tower, Guildmaster Jen paced back and forth in a blazing temper. He bitterly lamented the artisan faction's tragic downfall. All the glory was being hoarded by combat knights, while their sacred halls were now infested with greedy scavengers looking for a quick coin. Jen passionately argued they desperately needed a worthy successor, someone to fulfill the ancient prophecy and restore their golden age. But Kusan ruthlessly cut him off, his voice dripping with venomous sarcasm. He openly challenged Jen's authority to lead, sneering with absolute disdain. To Kusan, this whole chosen one nonsense was nothing but a pathetic, delusional fairy tale. He threw a tantrum about being dragged away from his precious forge, just to evaluate some random, nameless foreign brat. Jen slammed his fist down, demanding if Kusan had even bothered to read the damn system report. Hyun-soo did not beg for this chance. He carved it out with his own 2 hands. He utterly annihilated an entire orc battalion, and he did it without a single class awakening. Gasps echoed through the chamber as the word annihilated sank in. The other grandmasters were paralyzed with shock. A classless player achieving such devastation was mathematically impossible. Jen pointed out that the prophecy demanded an heir with peerless, overwhelming strength. Only the legendary blade could cast the final judgment. Right on cue, the massive iron doors groaned open, and our protagonist confidently strode into the grand hall. Jen welcomed him with blazing eyes, officially declaring his exam a success. Hyunsu had finally earned the divine right to step into the ultimate sanctuary of artisans. The master revealed that our hero was worthy to challenge the prophesied blade itself. Destiny would be rewritten the exact moment Hyunsu's fingers wrapped around its hilt. The phrase "worthy reward" echoed deeply in our boy's mind. Recalling the hellish SS rank quest he had just crushed, his heart pounded against his ribs. Was he about to unlock a mythical tier class right here and now? Kusan slowly stepped forward, offering fake, honeyed words of congratulations on his little survival trick. But in a heartbeat, his tone twisted into something incredibly dark and hostile. He viciously mocked the arrow Hyunsu had crafted as a pathetic, cheap replica. He completely dismissed the glorious victory, sneering that the boy was just a lucky beggar. Kusan cruelly laughed, claiming that without an epic tier bow to carry him, our protagonist would be rotting in the dirt. He dared the boy to draw the blade, dying to see his beginner's luck finally run dry. Sweeping his gaze across the room, Hyunsu instantly saw the truth. These grandmasters were not mere non-player characters. They were the towering apex predators who forged the very history of Ares. Scanning Kusan, the master of the Bow Tower, his level hovered at an absolutely terrifying 365. Our hero realized he was standing in a room full of absolute monsters. Yet, not a single drop of fear or inferiority tainted his soul. If they stripped away their fancy system titles and measured pure, raw crafting talent, Hyunsu knew he was the absolute king. Our protagonist took a heavy step toward the legendary relic. It pulsed with a blinding, terrifying aura, unleashing a shockwave of raw power that made even the grandmasters sweat in awe. Suddenly, the ancient steel erupted into a heaven-piercing pillar of light, swallowing the entire hall. What on earth is going on? Hyunsu thought, as the tidal wave of pure energy devoured him whole. As the blinding storm of light finally shattered, he stood perfectly unharmed in the exact same spot. But the sacred blade had vanished into thin air. Gen's jaw practically hit the floor in sheer disbelief. A booming laugh escaped Gen's lips. The true heir did not even need to grasp the hilt. The artifact had instantly submitted to him. Across the hall, Kusan was spitting curses in a blinding rage, utterly refusing to accept reality. In that breathtaking moment, the system dropped an absolute nuke on the world. Golden text blared across the sky, announcing that the very first god-tier class had been born in Ares. Kusan's blood boiled with venomous fury. His pride refused to swallow the fact that a dirty, unproven rookie just snatched the ultimate cosmic honor. The system flawlessly verified Hyunsu's ascension to the god of blacksmiths. Both our protagonist and Jen were left completely paralyzed by shock. This was not merely mythical. It was the absolute genesis of a new tier, granting him profoundly broken abilities. He was no longer chained by pathetic level restrictions when handling materials. From now on, his experience points would passively skyrocket with every single masterpiece he birthed into the world. The ancient prophecy was crystal clear. Wielding the hammer and flame, this singular blacksmith was destined to crush everyone in his path and stand atop the heavens. A brand new class quest, the test of the sword, manifested, locking itself until he reached level 100. The surrounding tower masters whispered amongst themselves, finally bowing their heads to the relic's undisputed will. However, Kusan erupted like a roaring volcano. He fiercely objected, aggressively weaponizing a forgotten clause from the ancient rules. The chosen successor strictly required unanimous approval from all sitting tower masters. With zero hesitation, Kusan officially challenged Hyunsu to a duel of the forge. The battle lines were drawn, and the unforgiving terms were set in stone. If our boy emerged victorious, the stubborn master would bow and acknowledge him. But if Kusan won, Hyunsu would be stripped of his divine right entirely. Jen desperately tried to intervene, but Kusan glared like a rabid beast, daring anyone to step in. Instead of backing down, our protagonist decided to mercilessly taunt the veteran. He coldly smirked, warning Kusan that if he wanted to tuck his tail and run, now was his absolute last chance. Adding insult to injury, he declared that when Kusan lost, the old man would be demoted to vice master and forced to actually take his training seriously. Kusan barked out a mad laugh, but our boy had already accepted the war with bone-chilling confidence. In that electrifying instant, a hidden cosmic skill unlocked within his status window. It was the sacred method for true artisans to clash and communicate, using nothing but their forged steel. Hyunsu awakened the legendary god-tier custom crafting. The bitter tower master smugly explained that a duel of flames and anvils was completely different from a brainless brawl between knights. This was no pathetic test of brute physical force, but a fatal collision of two masterful creations. The rules were brutally simple. Both smiths would forge a blade, and then smash them directly into each other. The first weapon to shatter into pieces would drag its creator down into total defeat. Kusan aggressively announced that the forge was prepped, mocking that one single day should be plenty of time for a supposed genius. He shot one last venomous sneer at our boy, promising to crush him tomorrow. After the arrogant master stormed out, Master Jen grabbed the protagonist's shoulder, warning him that he had accepted this deathmatch far too easily. The elder master nervously explained that Kusan was not just talking big. He was literally one of the most terrifyingly skilled artisans on the entire continent. Hyunsu completely agreed. If he were still just an ordinary beginner, he would absolutely be massacred in this clash. Because in this world, pure skill was normally hard-capped by your base level and system titles. But now that our fiercely determined hero had ascended to a god-tier class, those mortal limitations had vanished into thin air. The only thing that mattered in this realm was pure, unadulterated skill. Thanks to his newly awakened status, he unlocked a terrifying divine active skill. Custom god-tier crafting. This game-breaking ability allowed him to forge completely customized artifacts, imbuing them with any reality-bending effect he desired. The only catch? The higher the rank of the chosen effect, the more agonizing the crafting process became. Meanwhile, locked away in the suffocating heat of his own forge, Kusan was drowning in the bitter memories of his past. He vividly recalled the days when he arrogantly believed that he was destined to inherit his family's legendary blacksmithing legacy. But then, a terrifying genius had suddenly appeared, forcing him to swallow his massive pride and settle for becoming the master of the bow tower. He had endured that endless humiliation to serve Master Zheng, but he absolutely refused to accept that his master was now elevating a complete stranger above them all. Roaring in frustration, Kusan channeled all of his blazing fury into his heavy hammer, striking the anvil with a deafening, fiery explosion. Back in Hyunsu's quiet forge, Master Zheng watched the young man work with an intense, calculated gaze. The wise Grandmaster knew the absolute truth of this world. Granting heaven-defying abilities always demanded the strict law of equivalent exchange. Usually, a blacksmith prioritized maximum durability to secure an absolute advantage in a life-or-death duel. But Master Zheng was completely baffled. The durability and raw stats of the blade Hyunsu was forging seemed pitifully low, barely scraping the bottom of the rare tier. Our unstoppable main character finally completed his weapon, the freshly forged blade radiating a blinding, majestic light. Master Zheng narrowed his eyes, wondering just what kind of insane scheme this newly born god of blacksmithing was secretly plotting. The very next day, a massive, roaring crowd gathered to witness the monumental clash of titans. Kusan pointed his massive weapon at Hyunsu, aggressively challenging the young underdog to prove his absolute worth. Kusan arrogantly revealed his masterpiece first, the Dark Knight of Kusan, a magnificent unique tier sword. Its stats were utterly monstrous, an unbelievable 12,000 durability and a bone-crushing 664 attack power. On top of that terrifying raw power, it possessed a passive ability to miraculously increase its own durability by an additional 35%. Master Zheng and the surrounding tower masters could not help but shower Kusan's flawless craftsmanship with endless praise. Swelling with absolute arrogance, Kusan boasted that his invincible blade was an untouchable masterpiece, demanding to see the pathetic little toy our boy had managed to scrape together. Hyunsu calmly revealed his blade, leaving the entire audience utterly paralyzed. But for all the wrong reasons. It was merely a rare tier weapon. Its durability was a tragic 1,000, and its attack power sat at a miserably weak 177. One of the tower masters let out a mocking sneer, ridiculing the pathetic scrap of metal and calling Master Zheng an absolute fool for placing his sacred faith in a random player. Declaring that playtime was officially over, Kusun gripped his massive blade and charged straight at Hyunsu. But our invincible protagonist stood his ground like a towering mountain. Steel violently clashed against steel, and then a sickening, crisp crack echoed through the silent arena. Master Zheng and the entire crowd watched, their jaws practically hitting the floor in absolute disbelief. The supposedly invincible unique tier weapon, the Dark Knight of Kusun, had instantly shattered into a million useless pieces. The arrogant blacksmith stood completely speechless, frozen to his very core. Hyun-soo simply smiled, calmly explaining that a blade's true terrifying value is never dictated by its mere rank. The glowing system window for our hero's weapon flashed before their eyes, revealing its god-defying active ability. It was not a weapon made to cut flesh. It was a divine blade exclusively forged to slaughter other blades. This insane, custom-crafted effect granted it a monstrous 65% chance to instantly obliterate an opponent's weapon upon impact. However, it was a cursed, one-time marvel that could absolutely never be repaired. It was the ultimate glass cannon, forged from pure genius for one single, devastating purpose. Trembling with awe, Master Zheng suddenly remembered his father's ancient prophecy, a legendary tale about a heavenly successor who would violently shatter all established traditions. He looked at the broken Kusan, remembering the fiery youth who once desperately yearned to inherit those sacred teachings. A sudden flashback smoothly transitioned to our protagonist back in the blazing forge, confidently explaining to Master Zheng that merely snapping a few ordinary swords would never be enough to truly conquer the stubborn Tower Masters. That was the exact moment he made the absolutely insane decision to forge a legendary paradox, a terrifying sword whose sole destiny was to execute other swords. Master Zheng had initially doubted such a heaven-defying concept, but Hyun-soo had practically bled over the anvil, proving that breathing life into such a terrifyingly unique attribute required nothing but absolute, godlike skill and bone-crushing effort. Now, the Grandmaster finally understood the sheer brilliance of that reckless gamble. He realized our overpowered protagonist possessed the divine vision to drag utterly insane ideas out of his imagination and forge them into cold, hard reality. Dropping to his knees, Kusan shakily whispered the holy title, the god of blacksmithing. Staring at his shattered pride, he wondered if he could ever reach such an impossibly terrifying realm of weapon crafting. Hyun-soo looked down at him with a gentle, yet commanding smile, declaring that the word impossible simply did not exist in his dictionary. Completely broken, Kusan bowed his head and accepted his devastating defeat. Our absolute savage of a hero then reminded the fallen master that he was now standing in the glorious presence of the one true god of the forge. Ding! A translucent blue system window suddenly popped up, happily announcing that the legendary blacksmith's duel quest had been successfully cleared. Trembling with newfound respect, the awestruck Tower Masters presented Hyun-soo with a ridiculously lavish reward, a heavy, ornate chest containing 500 dazzling gold pieces. But the blinding gold was just pocket change compared to the real prize. They reverently handed over an ancient, glowing scroll, the sacred crafting blueprint for a legendary tier bow, one of the absolute top 10 divine treasures hidden within the tower. Swallowing his lingering pride, Kusan openly confessed that interpreting this mythical blueprint was light years beyond his own pathetic abilities. He firmly believed that surrendering it to a monster destined for the absolute pinnacle was the only honorable decision left. Master Zheng's voice boomed like thunder across the silent arena, passionately declaring to our protagonist that the newly crowned god of blacksmithing was destined to forge an unprecedented, glorious new era of prosperity. He fiercely urged our young hero to never stop climbing until he had conquered the absolute highest heavens. The legendary ascension of a mortal-turned-god had officially begun, and with that epic declaration, the scene snapped abruptly back to the gritty reality of the real world. Hyun-soo was kicking back and celebrating with his loyal brother-in-arms, Kim Ji-han. The filthy rich best friend practically spat out his drink, still utterly stunned that he was actually sipping cold beer paid for by the famously broke Hyun-soo. He wildly cheered, aggressively congratulating his bro on snatching an impossible god-tier class, calling the whole situation absolutely, mind-bendingly insane. Ji-han confessed that he originally dragged him into this virtual reality game just to stop our hero's monstrous raw talent from rotting away into nothingness. But even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined Hyun-soo would completely shatter the game's ceiling like this. He clapped his friend on the back, pointing out that after clawing his way through absolute living hell, our protagonist had finally kicked down the door to a blindingly bright future. But then, Kim Ji-han leaned in, his eyes practically sparkling as he asked the golden million-dollar question. What actually changes when your account finally reaches the untouchable realm of the gods? Our fiercely determined boy just chuckled bitterly, admitting that so far, his godlike status felt pretty damn empty. Because out here in reality, his only immediate nightmare was the crushing weight of his father's hospital bills, a devastating ticking time bomb set to detonate the very next day. To make matters infinitely worse, The medical system had just slapped another 10 million won onto his crippling debt. Jihan's expression instantly darkened as he pulled up some grim new intel regarding the desperately needed miracle drug for Hyunsu's father. The soul-crushing bad news? The rigged system dictated that insurance would not cover a single dime, pushing the absolute minimum cost to a staggering 20 million won. And as if that was not enough of a chokehold, he forcefully reminded Hyunsu that treating the horrific burn scars on his own body was going to cost an absolute fortune too. Jihan ruthlessly poured a bucket of freezing cold reality over his best friend's head. Flaunting a flashy god-tier title in-game was absolutely useless when the loan sharks came knocking. Even with game-breaking skills, our hero's mortal body still had a strict physical limit on how many god-tier artifacts he could realistically mass-produce. He firmly explained the brutal truth of the endless grinding system. If Hyunsu wanted to swim in real-world cash, he desperately needed to power-level his character and forge an overwhelmingly massive, godlike reputation across the entire server. Kim Jihan slammed his fist on the table, practically ordering him to start networking with the absolute apex predators roaming the world of Ares. By aligning with the game's monstrous elites, he would effortlessly sweep up astronomical rewards and hoard the most obscenely rare materials in existence. Our battle-hardened hero silently engraved that crucial piece of advice into his mind. Seeing his bro's serious face, Jihan smirked and confidently declared that he already had a master plan locked and loaded, boasting that his ultra-powerful in-game big brother would personally carry them to the absolute top. Our main character just laughed off the ridiculous flex, jokingly warning the rich kid to focus on not getting fired from his real-world corporate job instead. But suddenly, Jihan shoved his glowing phone screen right into Hyunsu's face. The entire internet was absolutely melting down over a monstrous top-tier player known only as Lot. Forever lurking in the shadows at rank 21, Lot had finally shattered his own mortal limits, successfully awakening an awe-inspiring legendary tier class. But what was the truly earth-shattering headline that had the whole world screaming? This absolute madman had actually defeated the terrifying Sword King Bharat, an overpowered, non-playable character boss that literally no one in history had ever managed to scratch. The entire player base was losing their absolute minds over the god-tier upset. But while the gaming world was drowning in explosive hype, our overpowered main character could only stare into the abyss, feeling the soul-crushing weight of his massive hospital bills threatening to drag him under once more. 30 million won every single month. He realized that even combining his quest rewards and auction profits, it still wasn't going to be enough. Hyunsu refused to let his father's medical treatment be interrupted. Just as despair crept in, a perfectly timed miracle occurred. Ding! A system notification announced that one of his forged swords had just sold for a staggering 53,300 gold coins. And who was the buyer? The legendary ranker, Lot. Without wasting a single second, our main character sprinted to the hospital reception. He paid off the entire bill down to the absolute last penny. With that massive weight finally lifted from his shoulders, Hyunsu knew he could not stop grinding in the world of Ares. The moment he logged back into the game, a private message from Lot was waiting for him. The top ranker revealed a shocking truth. Thanks to Hyunsu's blade, he had actually passed the brutal test of the Sword King, Bharat. Lot confessed that for anyone who knew the weapon's true worth, that insane price tag was an absolute steal. The message uncovered an unbelievable secret. Our protagonist's blade had actually sliced right through the Sword King's own weapon. It created a fatal opening that left the supreme non-player character completely stunned. But then, Lot offered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. King Bharat was waiting for him. The legendary figure wanted Hyunsu to forge a personal blade just for him. A jolt of electricity ran through our hero's veins. He instantly realized this was the golden ticket to solve all his real-world problems. Determined to seize this heaven-sent chance, the young blacksmith vowed to meet Bharat at any cost. Meanwhile, outside the game, a sharply dressed man stepped into a rundown, real-world forge. A sinister whisper escaped the man's lips. Their contract only had a mere 1 month left. Cutting back to Hyunsu, he was on a call with Kim Jihan. His friend was absolutely paralyzed by shock, hearing that Hyunsu planned to march straight up to the Sword King. Jihan practically laughed right in his face. He bluntly reminded his buddy of a harsh reality. Even possessing a god-tier class didn't grant him the special privilege to bypass the system's rules. Under normal circumstances, meeting a high-tier entity like Bharat required incredible stats. A player needed to be at least level 200, armed with massive fame. However, Jihan grinned. He assured the main character there was one hidden loophole. Jihan revealed the secret of the 𝑔𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 martial arts tournament, an epic annual event held within the 𝑔𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 kingdom. But there was a catch. It was strictly limited to players between levels 50 and 60. King Bharat hosted this bloodbath personally to scout for hidden geniuses. The ultimate champion wouldn't just win glory. They would receive their grand prize directly from the king's own hands. Jihan laid it out perfectly clearly. If Hyunsu wanted an immediate royal audience, this battlefield was his only path. Taking his friend's advice to explore the world to heart, our protagonist locked his eyes onto his next destination. With a blazing fire in his soul, the young man set off toward the Kaesine region to begin his journey. He recalled Jihan's crucial intel. This dangerous territory sat right on the tense border, sandwiched between the Brahm and 𝑔𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕. It was an absolute meat grinder, a brutal front line holding back endless waves of the undead. But it was also the absolute fastest place to power level. Our hero clenched his fists, ready to totally crush the upcoming quest. The moment he stepped foot into the chaotic camp, Captain Render intercepted him. He desperately asked if Hyunsu was the promised backup. The seasoned warrior breathed a sigh of relief, declaring his timing was absolutely perfect. The garrison was bleeding out, desperately starved for manpower. The commander painted a grim picture of the escalating undead raids. Then, he shared the ancient lore of this cursed land. In the days of old, the holy bell of Ramus echoed across the blood-stained plains. Its divine ring would strip the monsters of their dark power. But tragedy had recently struck. The sacred relic was now completely shattered. The commander bitterly admitted they had been caught completely off guard. Despite fortifying their defenses to the breaking point, the undead swarm sensed their weakness and began swarming in. Hearing this, Hyunsu asked if the Ramus bell could be repaired. Render froze dead in his tracks. A spark of wild hope lit up his eyes as he realized Hyunsu's potential identity. He practically begged to know if he was sent by Master Reng. With a confident nod, the young man confirmed the truth. Render's jaw dropped as he frantically asked why he hadn't mentioned this massive detail earlier. He immediately dragged Hyunsu away to meet the base's top brass. Captain K of the Kaesine Knights strictly interrogated him. Had the great Reng personally dispatched this boy? Render enthusiastically vouched for him. He explained that Hyunsu wanted to examine the shattered bell, but Captain K immediately shot the idea down. He firmly stated the official verdict was already set in stone. The holy relic was beyond salvation. The Lord had secretly poured a massive fortune into fixing it, yet every single expert they brought in, even a legendary level 290 master, they all gave the exact same devastating answer. It was a totally lost cause. Captain K's piercing gaze sized up our protagonist. He strictly demanded to know the kid's current level. Hyunsu didn't even blink, as he answered honestly. Level 13. Render's jaw practically hit the floor in shock. Captain K let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. He bluntly told our hero that he would only be dead weight, advising him to cower safely in the rearguard. The commander explained the terrifying reality. If the main undead army ripped through their defenses, it would be an absolute massacre. Suddenly, a scout burst into the tent, gasping for air. The eastern wall was under heavy assault. Ghouls. A massive, ravenous swarm of level 41 monstrosities, and they were charging straight for the main gate. The captain roared that they were in a full-blown crisis mode. He commanded Render to follow him into the bloodbath. But before charging out, he gave Hyunsu a strict order. The secret of the shattered bell must be kept absolutely hidden. Our hero watched them leave, a calm fire burning in his eyes. He analyzed the impending threat. If these freaks were anything like his past battle with the orcs, he could definitely handle this. Ding! A brand new regional war quest flashed before his eyes. The objective was crystal clear. Repel the ghoul invasion and defend the fortress gate at all costs. The nightmarish horde surged up the fortress walls like a deadly plague. While the desperate soldiers fought tooth and nail, Render cursed their monstrous vitality. Without divine holy power, hacking down a single undead would take an absolute eternity. But then, Render's eyes widened in pure shock. Hyunsu casually obliterated a ghoul with a single, flawless headshot, and he didn't need a single drop of holy power. The young blacksmith unleashed his piercing arrow skill. The projectile struck the target with the devastating force of a cannonball. The arrow tore through a dozen ghouls in one brutal line. The 𝑔𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 soldiers erupted into a deafening battle cry. Render roared that victory was actually within their grasp. Meanwhile, Hyunsu merely smirked, thinking this battlefield wasn't as bad as he had feared. But then, the system pulsed with an ominous warning. Phase 2 had begun. A terrifying, colossal threat entered the battlefield. An emergency quest popped up. Slay the giant siege ghoul. Total panic ripped through the defending ranks. They desperately wanted to call Captain K, but he was pinned down at the main gate. There was absolutely zero backup coming. As the towering nightmare marched closer, Render knew the walls were doomed to crumble. Without a second thought, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 second to the ledge. He calmly declared he would draw the boss monster's aggro. And then, he leaped straight off the towering wall. He completely ignored the shrieking soldiers who called it pure suicide, landing gracefully on the blood-soaked ground below. Our overpowered protagonist stood completely alone, face to face with the mountain of rotting flesh known as the giant siege ghoul. He danced through the creature's clumsy, earth-shattering strikes with absolute ease. Perfect evasion. He successfully stole the monstrous beast's attention. Our hero knew the math was simple. Crush this abomination, and the fortress defense line holds strong. His master plan was to drag the beast far away from the fragile walls. The ghoul charged forward, shaking the very earth with its apocalyptic strength. Suddenly, a chill ran down the young man's spine. Its speed was impossibly fast for its massive size. Instantly swapping to his bow, he unleashed his signature piercing arrow. The shot struck dead center on the ghoul's skull, but it violently deflected off like a cheap plastic toy. Damage dealt? Absolute zero. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 was completely ice cold. The level gap was an unscalable mountain. Seizing the opening, the siege ghoul unleashed a devastating critical counterattack. Bam! Our protagonist's health points instantly plummeted into the red, dropping below 10%. The system screamed with frantic flashing warnings. If his health points hit zero, he would suffer a brutal forced logout. Gritting his teeth through the blinding pain, our young hero absolutely refused to let his story end like this, crashing violently into the unforgiving earth. The forced logout penalty might just seem like a ridiculous game mechanic, but the real-world cost was terrifyingly real. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎��� knew the bitter truth. If he failed on this battlefield, he would completely miss the 𝑔𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 martial arts tournament, his father's life-saving medical funds, his own hospital bills, and his entire path to becoming a legendary blacksmith. Every single dream would instantly turn to dust, knowing this was his one and only chance to rewrite his miserable reality. Pushing his broken body past its absolute limits, our main character ignited every last drop of his strength for one final, desperate strike. He unleashed another arrow, piercing the massive ghoul's hide. The monstrosity roared in pure agony. But the beast retaliated with an ear-shattering sonic shockwave. The devastating impact plummeted his health points to barely under 3%. Fighting through the excruciating pain, our main character drew his bow again. But then a sickening snap echoed through the air. The bowstring had violently broken. Seizing this fatal opening, the gargantuan ghoul launched a merciless strike. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉, stood completely paralyzed, clinging to life with exactly 1 health point remaining. Teetering on the very edge of death, our hero absolutely refused to surrender. His borderline insane determination suddenly triggered a glowing system prompt. A hidden ultra-rare condition had just been met. His blazing willpower had deeply moved the god of blacksmiths. A brand new skill awakened. Emergency divine crafting, but the penalty was incredibly brutal. He had to forge a supreme weapon in less than 20 seconds. And the catch? This divine blade would completely disintegrate after exactly 30 seconds of use. Realizing this was his one and only shot at survival, he instantly sprang into action. The terrifying 19-second countdown began. He snatched up his materials, hammering the enchanted steel with the speed of lightning. Just as the timer hit absolute zero, our legendary blacksmith forged a flawless, brand new blade. Without wasting a single heartbeat, he charged straight toward the monstrous boss. Unleashing a heaven-shaking battle cry, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 activated his ultimate art, the Death Scythe sword skill. He froze the nightmare creature for a split second. Then he delivered a flawless execution strike, piercing straight through the beast's dark heart. The titanic ghoul was finally eradicated. It collapsed into a mountain of defeat, while our hero stood utterly drained of all energy. A golden system message flashed before his eyes, officially declaring the boss monster vanquished. A massive tsunami of experience points flooded into his status window. He skyrocketed straight to level 38. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 let out a heavy sigh of relief. He was finally qualified to enter the grand tournament. His vision faded to black as extreme exhaustion took over. Render and the royal soldiers desperately rushed to his side. Sometime later, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉, slowly opened his eyes, finding himself wrapped entirely in medical bandages, staring at a wooden ceiling. He was instantly surrounded by cheering guards, passionately chanting his name. They hailed him as a legendary savior. One soldier stepped forward with teary eyes, confessing that 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 was the only reason they were still breathing today. Captain Kao approached the bed, bowing his head in deep gratitude. He couldn't help but ask how on earth the young man managed to win that impossible fight. Hyunsu gave a mysterious, half-hearted reply. He knew the actual truth would sound like absolute lunacy, but Captain Cao fiercely insisted that the boy shouldn't downplay his own epic achievements. He made it crystal clear that Hyunsu had single-handedly carried the entire vanguard. Deep down, our overpowered protagonist knew exactly how the miracle happened. He had quickly deduced that the monstrous ghoul was a spiritual entity. This meant it possessed a fatal weakness to divine energy. This crucial detail reminded him of the Four Divine Beasts' sword, a legendary weapon famous for purging pure evil. Channeling his father's sacred teachings, he had successfully replicated its design on the battlefield, using his supreme divine crafting skill. Captain Cao absolutely insisted on rewarding his heroic actions. He handed over a heavy leather pouch bursting with 2,000 gold coins. Seeing the shimmering treasure, our young blacksmith's eyes practically sparkled with pure joy. That was roughly 20 million won, an absolutely astronomical sum of cash. Cao humbly confessed his past ignorance. He admitted he had severely underestimated Hyunsu, mistaking him for a useless rookie. He bowed, begging for the young hero's forgiveness. Our benevolent lead merely smiled, reassuring the veteran knight that no offense was taken. In that exact moment, their affinity level hit the absolute maximum. Following this bond, Captain Cao presented an extremely formal request. He desperately pleaded with Hyunsu to repair the sacred Ramus bell. The seasoned commander had felt the overwhelming divine aura radiating from Hyunsu's crafted sword. He truly believed this miracle worker could restore the holy artifact. Hyunsu politely declined the monumental task. He deeply appreciated the unwavering trust, but his destiny awaited him at the 𝑩𝒍𒂄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉. He simply could not miss the upcoming martial tournament. But Captain Cao just smirked, dangling an irresistible piece of bait. He revealed a highly classified secret that would make any master blacksmith drool. The local lord was currently holding a chunk of legendary tier metal. If the sacred bell was fully restored, that mythical ore would become his exclusive property. Instantly, our protagonist's burning ambition was ignited. Captain Cao guided him into the heavily guarded vault, pointing toward a massive pile of shattered golden fragments. Hyunsu froze in utter disbelief. This holy relic wasn't just cracked, it was brutally pulverized into metallic dust. The anxious commander swallowed hard, asking if a reforging miracle was actually possible. Hyunsu openly admitted the catastrophic damage was far worse than anticipated. Yet his confident smirk never faded, claiming he could definitely find a loophole. Suddenly, an arrogant female voice violently interrupted their conversation. She aggressively declared that restoring the artifact was mathematically impossible. She arrogantly added that even with her towering level of 290, she couldn't fix it. Glaring daggers into our hero's eyes, she loudly branded him a pathetic scammer. The narrative rewinds to the peaceful days before the great disaster. A fiery woman named Nen, widely feared as team leader Kim, dropped an absolute bombshell right in the middle of the Golden Shield Guild. She violently slammed her resignation letter on the table. Flame, the guildmaster, stood completely paralyzed in shock. He desperately demanded to know why she was abandoning ship, questioning if she even cared about the legendary empire they built together. Nen's eyes remained ice-cold as she bluntly replied that her mental stamina was completely and utterly depleted. Flame practically begged her to stay, swearing on his life that if he recruited the mystery blacksmith Hyunsu, their entire guild's fate would instantly evolve. But Nen viciously snapped back. His toxic obsession was exactly the root problem. She furiously questioned how he could justify blowing 500 million won on some random newbie player for just a one-year contract. Flame furiously defended his gamble, arguing that Hyunsu's very first crafted sword auctioned for a staggering 50 million won. He firmly believed securing this anomaly would blast their guild rankings to the very top. But Nen harshly dragged him back to reality, reminding him of their cursed recruitment history. The last so-called master blacksmith they dragged in turned out to be a flaky, undisciplined freelancer. The fraud before that literally stole their massive deposit and vanished into thin air. Another one hit the actual lottery and deleted his account. She aggressively listed out their catastrophic failures like a cursed scroll of doom, fiercely warning the guildmaster to step out of her way. Defeated Flame reluctantly backed down. He softly assured Nen that if she ever changed her mind, her throne in the guild would always be waiting. The scene snaps back to the brutal present at Kassan village. Nen finally arrived only to discover the settlement had been mercilessly flattened. She stood totally paralyzed, horrified by the apocalyptic destruction that had recently swept through the helpless zone. Clenching her fists, she whispered to herself that this sacred village held a deeply special place in her heart. To her, these innocent villagers were never just empty system characters. They were living, breathing souls. Nen firmly believed that if high rankers had just managed to fix the 𝑩𝒍�𝒂𝒕 in time, this blood-soaked tragedy could have been completely prevented. Consumed by regret, she decided to inspect the ruined artifact one last time. But upon entering the sacred vault, she was stunned to find Hyunsu already standing there. Without a second thought, she aggressively accused the young man of being a filthy con artist. Our overpowered protagonist merely tilted his head in confusion, demanding to know who this crazy woman was to pass such wild judgments. Nen proudly puffed out her chest, declaring herself a grandmaster blacksmith, sitting at a realm he couldn't even fathom. Captain Cao hastily intervened, desperately trying to defuse the explosive tension. The anxious commander officially introduced Nen as the elite artisan he had mentioned earlier. Then he gestured toward Hyunsu, proudly presenting him as the absolute savior who single-handedly slaughtered the ghoul army. The captain proudly added that our young prodigy had bravely volunteered to restore the legendary bell. Hearing this absurd claim, Nen inwardly scoffed with venomous mockery. She refused to believe that a measly level 38 monster hunter could possibly repair a sacred relic that had utterly baffled the server's top experts. She furiously pointed her finger, accusing the main character of exploiting Kaisen's tragic despair just to line his own pockets. Completely ignoring the woman's annoying temper tantrum, Hyunsu kept his laser focus locked on the shattered golden dust. A glowing blue system window materialized. It brutally confirmed that while the 𝑩𝒍�𝒂𝒕 retained its holy essence, its physical structure was 100% annihilated. Using basic maintenance skills was mathematically impossible. Our genius creator instantly concluded that relying on conventional blacksmithing methods would only lead to a pathetic failure. Without warning, he casually lifted his massive forging hammer and ruthlessly smashed one of the remaining large fragments. Nen shrieked in absolute horror, desperately begging the madman to stop destroying the sacred treasure. Yet Hyunsu maintained his terrifyingly calm smirk, confidently declaring that a complete resurrection was absolutely within his grasp. The furious high-level artisan practically pulled her hair out, screaming at him, demanding to know if he even understood what the word irreparable actually meant. Just then, a scout crashed through the doors. Panic painted his face as he reported a massive undead army swarming their position. The entire room froze in absolute terror. A blue system window suddenly materialized. At first, our main character assumed it was just another quest, but a closer look revealed a chilling server notification. The Kaisen region update sequence had officially begun. Once the countdown hit 0, the entire zone would permanently transform into a wasteland of the dead. Despair crashed over Nen like a devastating wave. She thought it was all over. However, our overpowered blacksmith had a different plan. He confidently declared that if they could reforge the bell before the server update finished, they could shatter this dark destiny entirely. Nen quickly argued that pulling off such a feat was mathematically impossible, but our hero just smirked, his eyes burning with absolute certainty. He locked eyes with Nen, directly challenging her resolve. Was she not the one who wanted to protect Kaisen more than anyone else? She gritted her teeth, admitting he was right, but she had no idea how to forge such an impossible miracle. Our hero simply told her to follow his lead. He swept the shattered fragments of the Ramos bell into his spatial inventory. With mountain-like conviction, he promised they would save this city together. Captain K stepped forward, his aura heavy with solemn duty. He placed his absolute trust in Hyunsu, swearing on his life to hold the monster waves at bay for as long as his body allowed. The scene shifted to the roaring heat of the forge. Nen anxiously asked for the master plan. Our protagonist smoothly broke down his theory. When he crushed the first fragment, divine energy still pulsed from within. The core power was bound to the material itself. His crazy strategy was to melt it all down. He would forge a completely original bell from scratch, betting everything that the divine resonance would awaken stronger than ever before. Nen gasped, claiming no crafter in history had ever used such a reckless method. Hyunsu calmly replied that restoring a legendary artifact was not just about technical skill. It required a deep connection with the very soul of the item. As the intense smelting process ignited, Nen watched in pure shock. Was this madman really planning to do all the grueling hammer work with his bare hands? Our guy paused, glancing over his shoulder. He asked why she was just standing around like a statue. He humbly admitted that, without her support, this miracle would never see the light of day. Meanwhile, back in the real world at the game developer headquarters, a stressed employee was glued to the server monitors, watching the Kaisen update countdown tick away. With less than 1 hour remaining, the lead developer, Kim Tae-shik, stared at the screen, sweating bullets in pure suspense. A cynical coworker laughed, claiming no single player could defy a system-wide event. But a female developer quickly pointed out that Nen, a top-tier ranker, was fighting by his side. Back in the game, the fateful battle raged like a raging storm. Captain K roared, ordering his vanguard to hold the line at all costs. One by one, the exhausted defenders dropped to their knees. A towering mutant zombie smashed through their shield wall. But the captain flashed forward, executing a flawless technique to bring the behemoth down. He desperately rushed to his bleeding comrades, begging them to stay conscious. Amidst the bloody chaos, a fatal crack echoed. His trusted sword was breaking. A massive monstrosity lunged straight for his throat. The captain closed his eyes, accepting his grim fate. But in that exact fraction of a second, a celestial chime ripped through the battlefield. The entire undead horde froze like statues. They clutched their rotting skulls, shrieking in pure agony, before violently erupting into cleansing pillars of holy fire. The bell's majestic resonance washed over the doomed city. Captain K threw his broken blade to the sky, screaming in glorious victory. The Ramos bell was back. Cut back to the developer office, where the cynical employee literally spat his coffee across the room. The main monitor zoomed in on Hunsu inside the glowing forge. Kim Tae-shik dropped a massive truth bomb. Our overpowered blacksmith had not slept a single second since the 7-day countdown began. An epic flashback pulled us back to 5 days prior. Hunsu had stormed into the Kaisen forge, rallying the desperate citizens. He ordered them to melt down every scrap of metal they owned, to liberate the dormant divine energy. While furiously sketching out complex blueprints, he tossed Nen the ultimate side quest. She had to command the chaotic workforce, manage the raging furnaces, and keep the front line supplied. With everything in place, our hero finally unleashed his true power. He activated his god-tier crafting skill, and the very air inside the forge began to tremble. His grand design was to amplify the bell's holy aura and fuse it with a catastrophic anti-undead property. He commanded the villagers to push the furnace heat beyond its limits. Their collective willpower to save Kaisen fueled the blazing inferno. Every single villager pushed past their physical limits. Hunsu barked orders to strike out every single impurity. The workers literally poured their blood, sweat, and desperate tears into the molten steel. Day and night merged into a hellish blur of sparks and smoke. By the 4th day, reality felt like a fever dream. An utterly drained Nen stood guard at the doors until her legs finally gave out. She gasped awake, panic flooding her chest as she realized she had passed out. But when she looked up, her jaw hit the floor. The legendary bell was finished. She could not believe Hunsu had grinded through that insane labor without breaking. Ding! A golden system window suddenly popped up in her vision. Her exclusive apprentice title was glowing with an otherworldly light. Simply witnessing a true master at work had permanently boosted her crafting efficiency by 22%. She stared at his back, deeply questioning if this young man was secretly a legendary grandmaster. Hunsu noticed she was awake and teased her, joking she had slept like a rock through all that heavy hammering. Nen pouted, insisting she was only out for a second. Our hero gave a soft smile, reassuring her they had finally crossed the finish line. Suddenly, Nen looked him dead in the eyes and asked the million-dollar question. Was he the legendary blacksmith Hunsu? Our boy gave a confident nod. He placed his bare hand against the cooling metal. The newly born artifact pulsed with astronomical power as his exclusive creator's mark permanently branded the surface. Nen was absolutely mesmerized. Her eyes sparkled with deep admiration. She whispered that the word beautiful was an insult to this creation. It was a realm-defying masterpiece. The system went crazy with world announcements. This was formally recognized as Hunsu's second handcrafted divine item. It boasted infinite durability and a one-of-a-kind unique grade. An ancient relic everyone claimed was dead forever had been reborn. Nen wondered if the heavy weight of its history was the secret to its overwhelming aura. She openly confessed she had never witnessed such a godly miracle. Overcome with intense emotion, she suddenly grabbed Hunsu by the hands. Her eyes pleaded with him, asking if he would stay by her side forever. Hunsu froze, his heart skipping a beat as he awkwardly asked if she was confessing to him. Nen's face turned the color of a tomato. She frantically waved her hands, stuttering that she strictly meant as a business partnership. The romantic tension was hilarious, but the scene sharply cut back to the battlefield's climax. Back in the present, our hero struck his masterpiece with everything he had. Tsunamis of golden divine energy exploded outward, instantly vaporizing the sea of zombies into nothingness. The monsters shrieked as their dark existence was completely erased from the server. The battered soldiers gasped for air, falling to their knees as they witnessed a literal miracle descend from the heavens. A chain of system messages flooded the sky. Hounsou had officially forged a new relic and purged the undead plague. He had successfully shattered the developer's forced update and unlocked a completely unheard-of hidden storyline. Our guy threw his fists in the air, roaring in sweet victory. They actually pulled off the impossible. He thanked the heavens for his perfect timing. But as the adrenaline crashed, his vision went black, and he collapsed from severe exhaustion. Nen screamed his name, rushing to catch him in a panic. A cheerful system chime rang out. The impossible quest to restore the Ramos bell was officially stamped complete, but another glowing window appeared right behind it. The system noted that the quest rewards had massively mutated due to his game-breaking achievements. Meanwhile, the real-world forums for Ares were exploding. A trending post mathematically proved why the server update failed, attaching mind-blowing before and after screenshots of the tower. The internet detectives quickly connected the dots. The entire player base lost their minds as they realized Hounsou was the exact same mythic player who forged the game's very first custom legendary sword. The world was stunned. He had actually repaired the legendary Ramos bell. Instantly, thousands of players swarmed his workshop's subscriber list. Hounsou woke up to a relentless storm of system alerts. His eyes locked onto the glowing blue interface. The follower count had exploded to 111.65 thousand. He froze for a second. Then, a confident smirk crossed our main character's face. Engraving his name on that divine bell was a stroke of absolute genius. Now, every single player setting foot in Kassan would gaze upon his masterpiece. It was the ultimate free advertising for his unstoppable rise. A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. Captain K strode into the room, his face beaming with absolute reverence. He proudly announced that the region's great savior had finally awakened from his slumber. Carrying the local lord's deepest gratitude, the honorable captain had come bearing monumental gifts. He presented Hounsou with an astronomical mountain of glittering gold. Our hero was left completely speechless. In real-world currency, this unimaginable fortune was roughly 330 million won. The captain insisted that only a true savior deserved such staggering wealth. But that wasn't all. He also handed over a beautifully crafted box, a personal reward from the Lord himself. Inside rested the ultimate blacksmithing dream, the legendary mythical metal, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉. Our hero humbly thanked the captain, but Kay simply shook his head. The people of this land were the ones who owed him their very lives. Unlike the other cowardly outlanders who fled when danger struck, Hounsou had stood his ground like a mountain. He had risked everything to protect them. The captain's eyes burned with genuine, unwavering loyalty. That raw emotional weight struck a chord within our main character. To him, the crushing suffering of these NPCs in Ares wasn't just digital code. It mirrored the exact same suffocating despair he had battled in his own harsh reality. It was time for Hounsou to make his next strategic move. He declared he needed to return to a crucial place from his past. The captain bowed in immediate understanding, wishing the hero a safe journey. The moment of truth had finally arrived. Our boy was ready to reclaim his lost legacy in the real world. With a determined breath, he initiated the logout sequence. Captain K and his men watched his avatar dissolve into particles of light, marveling at the godlike mysteries of these outlanders. The very next day in Gangnam, Hounsou met with real estate titan Kang Hak-soo. Kang glanced down at his buzzing phone, his eyes widening at the digital notification. A massive cash transfer of 330 million won had just cleared. Kang snapped his head up, staring at the young blacksmith in pure shock. He could not believe this kid had actually pulled off the absolute impossible. The memories flashed back to exactly 1 year ago. A devastated Hounsou sat across from the ruthless investor. Kang coldly flipped through the property deeds, calculating the catastrophic fire damage that had ruined everything. The devastating total loss? A staggering 330 million won. Kang mentioned the tragic inferno that had consumed the forge to ashes, assuring a broken Hounsou that the insurance payout would barely cover the suffocating medical bills. The wealthy investor offered a few words of empty corporate comfort, telling the kid to keep his chin up. But just as Kang turned to leave, Hounsou's unyielding voice cut through the heavy silence. He demanded to know if he could buy the workshop back. Kang stopped dead in his tracks, staring at the boy like he had lost his damn mind. Our hero did not flinch for a single second. He firmly repeated his insane request. If he somehow raised the impossible sum, he wanted the sole rights to that land. The seasoned investor scoffed at the naive fantasy. Pouring money into a pile of cursed ashes was absolute financial suicide. Starting fresh somewhere else was the only logical move for a weakling. But Hyun-Soo's eyes burned with an unbreakable, raging fire. That ruined forge held the final, sacred memories of his late father. Struck by the boy's legendary filial devotion, Kang made a crazy gamble. He granted Hyun-Soo a strict 1-year grace period to perform a miracle. The harsh rules were absolute, though. Once 365 days passed, the territory would go to the highest bidder with cold, hard cash. Our main character bowed his head in deep, silent oath. Kang simply walked away, telling the kid he would wait for his call. Snapping back to the present day, Kang's eyes were still glued to the glowing bank transfer receipt. He openly admitted his utter defeat. When he forged that deal, he had been absolutely certain the boy was chasing a foolish, impossible dream. Hyun-Soo confessed that the 1-year timeline had been a desperate, do-or-die gamble on his end. 2. He knew his chance could have vanished like smoke at any second. Yet, against all odds, Kang had kept his word like a true man of honor. Our hero couldn't help but ask the burning question. Why did a ruthless businessman show him such rare mercy? Kang chuckled, replying that Hyun-Soo was the first person crazy enough to demand his ruined property back the very day it burned down. He simply wanted to see where that blazing determination would lead. Hyun-Soo bowed deeply, his heart swelling with immense respect. Because of this man's unexpected grace, his father's sacred blacksmithing legacy had not been erased from the world. A debt of honor absolutely had to be repaid. Hyun-Soo looked up and asked if Kang played the virtual reality sensation, Ares. Kang let out a booming laugh. After all, the entire globe was currently obsessed with that god-tier game. Our boy finally revealed his hidden, overpowered identity. He was walking the path of a master blacksmith within Ares. Kang smiled, noting how flawlessly that destiny suited him. Without missing a beat, Hyun-Soo offered to forge an exclusive, custom-made divine item as his ultimate thanks. Intrigued by the flex, Kang requested a purely cosmetic piece, waving off the need for any combat stats. Our overpowered main character gave his solemn vow. He would craft a masterpiece beyond the wealthy man's wildest imaginations. Transitioning back into the digital realm, Hyun-Soo stepped into a bustling tavern, where Nen immediately waved him over. It was their first epic reunion since the terrifying undead invasion event. Nen dramatically sighed, complaining that tracking him down had been a grueling system quest on its own. Hyun-Soo rubbed the back of his neck in apology, but she just burst into bright laughter. It was all a playful test. Suddenly, her aura shifted as she slid over her elite player resume. She officially introduced herself as the former chief strategist of the legendary Gold Shield Guild. With unshakable confidence, she declared her absolute, top-tier worth. She was the hidden mastermind who had built that massive guild empire from the ground up. Her sharp eyes locked onto his with intense calculation. After witnessing his god-tier performance in Kassen, she knew one absolute truth. Hyun-Soo was destined to stand at the very pinnacle of the server. The brilliant tactician cut straight to the chase. When our hero finally established his own guild, she demanded to be its founding member. Our main character smirked, firing back a quick tease. Hadn't she just accused him of being a filthy con artist a few days ago? Nen flushed with embarrassment, stubbornly defending that anyone in her shoes would have suspected the exact same trap. Hyun-Soo chuckled, assuring her that he was only pulling her leg. Having a genius strategist by his side was an absolute jackpot. But before they parted ways, Hyun-Soo decided to drop a massive, game-changing bombshell regarding his next move. Nen's jaw completely dropped to the floor in absolute shock. Our main character calmly revealed his grand, impossible objective. He was going to meet Sword King Bharat, one of the 10 legendary rankers. Our boy confirmed he was entering the ruthless Gozat martial arts tournament to force that fateful encounter. While casually taking a bite of his food, he wondered out loud if the ultimate champion actually received their reward directly from the king's hands. Nen nervously nodded, confirming the heavy rumor. Her voice dropped to an urgent, warning whisper as she explained the brutal reality of this event. The tournament was an absolute bloodbath, a fierce battleground packed with desperate veterans and monstrous rising talents. It was no place for casual players playing house. It was a brutal fight for supreme glory. But Hyun-Soo merely shrugged his shoulders without an ounce of fear. That intense challenge was exactly why he had to claim the ultimate victory. Nen stared in sheer disbelief, wondering how he could even swallow his food under such soul-crushing pressure. Our main character flashed a fearless, dominant grin, telling her to sit back and watch the show. He was going to crush the competition and take the absolute top spot using his unique blacksmithing mastery. leaving the genius strategist completely speechless and utterly confused by his boundless confidence. The day of destiny finally dawned upon the server. The highly anticipated 𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒕 martial arts tournament had officially begun. The imposing tournament director, 𝒂𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉, stepped up to welcome the fresh meat entering the chaotic arena. His commanding voice boomed across the massive coliseum. The preliminary death match would commence the exact second he left the stage. From that very moment, every single participant would have to fight for their lives against a relentless monster onslaught. 𝒂𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 issued one final, chilling warning that froze their blood. Though he remained hidden in the deep shadows, His Majesty, Sword King Bharat, was watching their every single move. They had better bleed with honor and fight with dignity. With a sinister smirk, he wished the doomed tributes good luck. Ding! A glowing system window shattered the tension, officially declaring the start of the massive survival quest. Down in the arena, fighters gripped their weapons, their killing intent flaring to life. The first apocalyptic mission? Withstand a crushing, overwhelming onslaught of giant golems for one agonizing hour. Blinded by foolish greed, hordes of arrogant players charged recklessly into the chaotic fray. They saw nothing but a golden opportunity to farm easy, free experience points. But then, another cursed system prompt flashed, freezing the entire battlefield. The first challenge reward would only go to those who could slaughter level 109 stone golems. A terrified participant screamed in absolute horror, cursing the insane, impossible difficulty spike. He cried out that the first round was supposed to be a total walk in the park, but reality was cruel and unforgiving. Ignoring the widespread panic, a crazed berserker leaped forward, roaring at the top of his lungs. In this brutal world, it was first come, first served for those hungry enough to survive. The stone behemoth instantly crushed him, forcing a brutal logout. Absolute panic exploded across the arena. Players scrambled desperately to dodge, but they were being wiped out one by one. It was an absolute massacre. The terrified players quickly realized this event was nothing like the basic tutorial they were promised. Horrified whispers filled the air. How could anyone defeat a level 109 boss monster right at the start? Hyunsu watched the chaotic bloodbath unfold, while others cursed their rotten luck, realizing they had been completely scammed. Meanwhile, tournament director Baker was sweating bullets. The grand event was turning into an absolute catastrophe. A catastrophic glitch had spawned a high-tier stone golem right into the beginner arena, fearing a complete and total player wipeout. Baker sprinted as fast as his legs could carry him straight to His Majesty's chambers. Bursting through the heavy doors, he cried out for the Sword King. "Bharat!" He frantically begged to halt the tournament immediately, but the mighty Sword King flatly refused. Baker was left completely stunned. The monarch silenced him with a single gesture, pointing sharply at the massive viewing screen. His royal gaze was locked onto one specific warrior in the blood-soaked arena. He commanded Baker to watch this boy very closely. Back in the death trap, Hyunsu unleashed a brilliantly glowing arrow that slammed right into the stone golem. This was his third custom-crafted masterpiece, forged from pure orichalcum. This extraordinary projectile completely defied the laws of physics. Once fired, it would magically return straight to its master's hand. The surviving players lost their minds, screaming about how an arrow could possibly return like a boomerang. Our main character smirked with absolute satisfaction. The reward arrow he had secured from the castle zone was functioning flawlessly, exactly as he designed it. All of this was made possible by the legendary properties of orichalcum. Without a second thought, our boy unleashed the arrow once more, scoring another devastating direct hit on the stone beast. But on its rapid return flight, the razor-sharp projectile nearly took off another player's head. The terrified participant screamed at Hyunsu, demanding to know if he was trying to murder him. Hyunsu quickly threw out a casual apology for the near miss. Meanwhile, the massive stone golem was slammed into a 4-second stun state. Spotting the opening, a player roared that the monster was paralyzed, rallying everyone to attack. It was time to jump this raid boss. The desperate contestants unleashed a massive barrage of skills, magic, and brutal strikes. But the towering golem simply brushed off their pathetic attacks like dust. With an earth-shattering roar, it launched a merciless counterattack. The participants screamed in terror, desperately warning each other to fall back as the giant golem entered a state of absolute berserk rage. Its glowing red eyes locked dead onto our hero, charging straight toward him with the unstoppable momentum of a runaway freight train. One battered player screamed that they just needed to hold out a little longer. Meanwhile, Another begged our boy to run away and save his own life. The players were taking devastating hits, fighting a desperate, losing battle just to stay breathing. But at the final critical moment, our hero swiftly swapped to his radiant light sword, determined to stand his ground. He raised his blade to block the golem's heaven-shaking strike, but the sheer force slammed him brutally into the dirt. Up in the VIP room, Tournament Director Baker was practically on his knees begging the Sword King. He pleaded to terminate the event immediately, warning that the young participant had clearly reached his absolute physical limit. But the king simply watched with growing fascination. Then, something absolutely insane happened. Even while pinned flat on his back, Hyunsu triggered his god-tier emergency crafting skill. The forging process finished in a literal blink of an eye. Out of thin air, he materialized the Damascus Sword version 2, a temporary specialized weapon designed for one single purpose: slicing through solid stone. With one earth-shattering, overpowered swing, our main character instantly vaporized the colossal stone golem. The Damascus blade shattered into light as its temporary durability expired. But immediately, Hyunsu's vision was completely bombarded by a storm of system notifications. He gasped in pure shock. His level had just skyrocketed by 14 whole levels in a single heartbeat. An absolutely godlike amount of experience points was flooding his status window. The surviving players stood frozen in absolute disbelief. Their jaws hit the floor, completely unable to process how a rookie just one-shot a massive boss monster. Blinking in genuine confusion, Hyunsu looked around and asked, "Wait, weren't we supposed to kill the monster?" The battered contestants choked out that the quest objective was merely to survive. The trial was designed with 3 survival phases, and the sudden spawn of a high-tier golem was a total system error. They hysterically explained that the golem was an obstacle to endure, absolutely not something meant to be defeated. The terrible realization finally hit our boy. He had accidentally completely broken the main event. But before he could process it, the world spun, and he collapsed into the dirt, entirely drained of mana. The surviving players cautiously gathered around his unconscious body. They were stunned to realize that despite his collapse, the system hadn't forced a logout. Furious whispers erupted as they debated his impossibly high stats. Initially, they assumed he possessed multiple rare skill sets. But now, the terrifying truth dawned on them. He was a true weapon master. Staring at his gear, they could only drool, desperately wishing they owned even a single overpowered weapon like his. Right at that pivotal moment, Baker's voice echoed through the stadium. He officially announced that due to a critical system error, the glorious 𝑔𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 martial arts tournament was indefinitely suspended. He strictly ordered every single player to evacuate the arena. Meanwhile, the jaw-dropping clip of Hyunsu's insane stunt went absolutely viral. Hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded the livestream, staring at the overpowered rookie sleeping peacefully in the ruined arena. The chat was moving at the speed of light. Viewers were losing their minds over how a nobody just soloed a raid boss. They practically rioted in the comments, demanding the exact specs of his god-tier gear. One eagle-eyed viewer went full internet detective. Zooming in on the glowing arrow Hyunsu had carelessly dropped, they spotted a tiny, legendary signature engraved right on the shaft. Instantly, the massive chat room connected the dots. It was Hyunsu, the legendary mystery blacksmith, the very same guy who fixed the famously unrepairable bell in Kassen. The internet practically exploded. How could a lowly crafting class possess such terrifying, overwhelming combat power? Cut to the real world, inside the Game Corporation's headquarters. The customer service department had literally descended into raging hellfire, completely buried under an avalanche of angry support tickets. They were drowning in a tidal wave of furious players demanding answers. Why on earth was the highly anticipated tournament cancelled? Sweating employees could only hit copy and paste, blaming the sudden suspension on the free-willed artificial intelligence system, Ares. They scrambled to make up excuses about internal political lore within the 𝑔𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉, bowing their heads in endless, desperate apologies. Over in the developer's pit, a stressed developer rushed up to her team leader with catastrophic news. He waved her off, groaning about his massive workload. But she wouldn't budge. The massive 𝑔𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 tournament event had just been shut down. The tired team leader just shrugged. They already knew about the high-level golem spawn bug, but the developer slammed her hands down, revealing the true disaster. The non-playable character King Bharat had completely gone rogue and was officially summoning the player, Hyunsu. The team leader's coffee nearly slipped from his trembling hands. He yelled at the screen in pure disbelief. How could a rookie meet the king this early in the game? The royal storyline was supposed to take months of brutal grinding to unlock. The developers solemnly confirmed the impossible. Hyunsoo was already being escorted to the grand reception hall. The exhausted team leader rubbed his temples, realizing he was pulling another miserable all-nighter. This damned player was breaking the game's entire logic system piece by piece. His chaotic actions were an absolute nightmare to predict. A terrifying thought crossed the developer's mind. What if this crazy rookie actually completes the Sword King's hidden request and completely maxes out his affinity rating with him? He swallowed hard, realizing the world-shaking consequences. If that happens, Hyunsoo could obtain the ultimate hidden technique of the Sword King, ascending to become the single most overpowered blacksmith in gaming history. The team leader desperately tried to cope, muttering that it wouldn't be easy, since the hyper-realistic artificial intelligence would judge him harshly. But staring at the monitors, his colleague had a bone-chilling premonition. Our overpowered main character was absolutely going to succeed. The guild leader panicked, begging her to swallow her ominous words. The very next day in the game, Hyunsoo was escorted straight to the royal throne room. Meeting Sword King Barris this early? It was a massive deviation from his master plan. He kneeled before the absolute ruler, who coldly addressed him as a total stranger. The Sword King's heavy voice echoed through the hall. Normally, such glorious rewards were bestowed before the roaring masses. But due to a sudden chaotic incident, the king demanded total secrecy. By tomorrow, the entire realm would bow to Hyunsoo's supreme weapon mastery. But breaking every rule of royal etiquette, our main character suddenly shot to his feet. Looking dead into the monarch's eyes, our hero boldly stated he was the exact man the king had been searching for. The royal guards instantly erupted into blinding fury. How dare a mere commoner show such unforgivable disrespect? No amount of achievements could save him now. Blades were drawn as they roared at his sheer audacity, demanding to know why he interrupted his majesty. Unfazed, Hyunsoo calmly dropped the bombshell. He was the legendary blacksmith, Hiyu. The guards practically foamed at the mouth, ready to execute him, until King Barris silently raised a single hand, commanding them to stand down. The suffocating pressure vanished. The king confirmed this arrogant boy was exactly the guest he was waiting for. Standing before one of the 10 legends of Ares, Hyunsoo was simply told he was late. Our protagonist scoffed, complaining that the journey was an absolute nightmare. The Sword King's eyes narrowed. Did this boy even know why he had been summoned to the throne? Our guy confidently smirked. It had to be a custom weapon commission. A heavy silence fell as the king revealed the bitter truth. The absolute best blacksmiths in the empire, even the renowned Tower Master Jiang, had miserably failed this exact task. The king's piercing gaze locked onto him. Why should a nameless rookie be trusted with the realm's greatest burden? Under that soul-crushing aura, our hero stood tall. He had no shiny background to offer. His monstrous, self-taught skills were the only proof he needed to reach this summit. A booming laugh shook the throne room. Barris absolutely loved the sheer guts of this stranger. Betting everything on Hyunsoo's insane confidence, the king ordered the legendary material to be brought forth. A brilliantly glowing chest materialized before his eyes. Inside rested the centennial cold iron, a mythological ore that had devoured freezing absolute zero energy for an entire century. Impervious to blazing infernos and surging with supreme frost magic. Hyunsoo's eyes practically sparkled. This was a god-tier artifact straight out of a martial arts legend. Sword King Barras laid down his impossible terms. He demanded a blade radiating eternal frost, and it had to achieve the epic tier or higher. The stakes were astronomical. Succeed, and the king would grant his absolute deepest desire. Fail, and our boy would face eternal, unforgivable banishment from the Goza kingdom. Ding! A glowing system window violently flashed before his eyes. The royal commission. The conditions seemed straightforward, but the mental pressure was absolutely suffocating. To clear it, he needed the absolute monarch's total acknowledgement. A literal blank check from the Sword King was on the table, but the penalty for failure was a catastrophic death sentence for his account. Instant exile. Without hesitating for a single second, our main character accepted the quest, promising the absolute ruler a masterpiece that would exceed all expectations. Moments later, the fiery heat of the royal forge washed over him, but a freezing, bloodthirsty stare burned into the back of his neck. Turning around, he caught a fierce girl glaring at him like a hawk locked onto its prey. It was Vice Captain Bea, a terrifying level 301 royal knight. Our hero knew he was a total outsider here, making her killing intent seriously suffocating. But he also knew her extreme caution was completely justified. B coldly ordered him to pretend she was invisible. Flashing a sarcastic smirk, Hyunsu asked if his intense annoyance was really that obvious. She brutally shot back without missing a beat. Yes, it was. Behind her stoic mask, B was fuming, wondering just who this arrogant little punk thought he was. His Majesty had gambled the realm's last shred of hope on this wild card, and she swore failure was simply not an option. The crushing weight of destiny began to truly suffocate our young blacksmith. Ding dong! The system interface suddenly chimed with a jarring doorbell sound. It took Hyunsu a second to realize it was an alert from the real world. Ripping off his virtual reality headset, he was stunned to find his landlady at the door. Her face was painted with guilt. Her husband had suddenly lost his job, and they were forced to liquidate their assets immediately. Desperate apologies spilled from her lips in an endless stream. Hyunsu swallowed his rising panic, telling her not to worry, and gently asked for the deadline. 2 weeks. Just 14 days, to pack up his entire life. She felt terrible, but he forced a warm smile, assuring her he had lived well in this apartment. As the door clicked shut, the fake smile melted away. 2 weeks. The words echoed in the silence as absolute, soul-crushing despair crashed over him. His massive in-game profits were vanishing like smoke. Millions of won, drained by his father's staggering hospital bills. Another 330 million won, burned to resurrect his destroyed forge. On top of all that, his own agonizing burn scars were still left completely untreated. Staring into the abyss of absolute poverty, our hero felt his resolve shatter. Where the hell was he supposed to drag his broken life now? Suddenly, his phone shattered the heavy silence. It was Nen, buzzing with electric excitement. She announced she had cooked up a brilliant master plan for his legendary quest. Hyunsu weakly asked for a rain check, his voice hollow and defeated. Nen's sharp instincts instantly flared. She could smell the tragedy through the phone and relentlessly demanded the truth. Our boy finally cracked. The royal quest was epic, sure, but he was getting kicked to the curb in 14 miserable days. Furious, Nen screamed at him to wake up and look at the bigger picture. She laid out the ultimate strategy. Right now, the server forums were exploding with wild conspiracy theories. Was the 𝑩𝒍�𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 tournament champion actually the legendary blacksmith, Hugh? Her advice was ruthless. Keep them totally in the dark for now. Let the suspense boil over, and when he finally dropped the mask, it would cause an absolute earthquake across the server. She forcefully reminded him of his current god-tier status. He was holding a personal commission from 𝑑𝒐𝒘𝒆𝒅, one of the most overpowered non-player characters in existence. She urged him to visualize the absolute hype when the king brandishes a blade stamped with Hyu's name. His market value wouldn't just spike, it would break through the very heavens. That's exactly why she was betting her entire future on him. A spark of fire returned to our hero's eyes as he humbly thanked her. He admitted she had totally slapped the despair right out of him, promising to grind like an absolute maniac. But the moment Hyunsu spawned back into the game, Bae was screaming her lungs out, vibrating with pure rage. Where the hell had he been hiding? Completely bewildered by her sudden meltdown, Hyunsu demanded to know what catastrophic event had just occurred. B dropped a world-shattering bomb. His Majesty, 𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉, was completely trapped inside the dragon's nest. Hyunsu's jaw hit the floor. Wait, where exactly was that? B glared at him like he was a complete lunatic. How could he act so utterly horrified when he didn't even know the map layout? Hyunsu just shrugged, admitting he thought he should at least match her dramatic energy for the vibes. B snapped at him to cut the comedy because the clock was ticking towards a royal execution. She rapidly explained that the flame nest was a hellscape swarming with high-level fire elemental monsters, and buried at its absolute core was the Ifrit's dungeon, a blazing death trap that only the absolute monarch himself had ever survived. Our main character's brain scrambled to process the chaos. The logic was totally flawed. Why on earth would a legendary king recklessly charge back into a conquered hellhole? Especially when his ultimate, monster-slaying weapon hadn't even been forged yet. Bella finally revealed the heavy truth. His Majesty's sworn enemy was waiting right inside that dungeon. The words sent a chill down our main character's spine. He never expected to uncover such a dark and tragic secret about the king. The scene shifted to the blistering inferno nest. Sword King Bara stood amidst the raging flames. His majestic body was battered, covered in devastating, searing wounds. He glared at the monstrous boss room gates. He knew an absolute life-or-death struggle awaited him beyond those doors. But looking at his current blade, the king realized it was nothing more than scrap metal against the nightmare that lurked ahead. At least his loyal knights had retreated safely. But reinforcements were a grueling 3 days away. A bitter, sorrowful smile crossed the Sword King's weary face. Perhaps he should have waited for that stranger to finish forging his new weapon. Suddenly, a heartbreaking memory flashed through his mind. If his beloved son, Ban, were still alive today, he would have been the exact same age as young Hyunsu. The traumatic day his boy took his final breath in his arms came crashing back like a suffocating tidal wave. In that agonizing flashback, Ban weakly called out for his father. Crimson blood pooled heavily across the freezing dungeon floor. A devastated Bara begged to know why his son had secretly come to such a suicidal place. Through fading breaths, the prince confessed his truth. He only wanted to conquer this dungeon to become a son his father could finally be proud of. He realized his own weakness too late. The tragic damage was already done. Bara screamed in absolute agony. He told his boy there was nothing to apologize for, begging him to just hold on. But Ban simply whispered one last apology, before the light completely faded from his eyes. The haunting memory ended with a broken king clutching his son's lifeless body in a state of pure, soul-crushing despair. Snapping back to the blazing present, Sword King Bara made his ultimate choice. Waiting might have been the logical survival tactic, but he refused to let this chance slip away. He had hunted this elusive monster for agonizing years, and today, he was absolutely determined to sever its head. With heavy but unyielding steps, the king marched straight into the roaring infernal gates. Meanwhile, back at the blazing forge, Bella frantically explained the dire situation. Ever since the crown prince perished, his majesty had moved heaven and earth to hunt down the demonic Ifrit, but the beast always slipped into the shadows. She added that this was truly the king's final, desperate window of opportunity. Bella swallowed her knightly pride. She openly admitted that trusting a complete stranger like Hyunsu went against all her instincts. But if her king had personally entrusted him with this divine task, there had to be a profound reason. Dropping to her knees as a proud knight of Gozat, Bella bowed her head and desperately pleaded with our hero to save her liege. Suddenly, a glowing system window burst to life. Urgent quest activated. A sword to save the king. The conditions were crystal clear. Accept the knight's plea for a massive boost in faction trust. But the penalty for failure was absolutely catastrophic. The penalty was the unavoidable death of Sword King Bara. The mission objective was etched in fire. Forge a magnificent blade capable of saving his life. Our main character fell silent, moved by the king's heart-wrenching tragedy. The story struck a deep chord within him. He too had once lost absolutely everything to the unforgiving flames of his past. He wondered if he could have ever found the strength to keep living had he lost his own family in such a devastating way. With a blazing fire igniting in his eyes, Hyunsu promised Bella he would pour his very soul into this weapon. He immediately got to work. He raised his mighty hammer. Steel sang against steel in a rhythmic symphony of creation. He struck the glowing core, then plunged the hissing metal into the quenching waters. His mind raced through the game's darkest lore. The demonic heat of Ifrit was legendary, capable of melting even unique tier weapons like absolute butter. He realized he had to break through the limits of this world and forge something far beyond the unique grade. Our hero focused every ounce of his aura onto the 100-year cold iron. His goal was to violently amplify its absolute zero properties, turning it into an indestructible masterpiece that no flame could ever melt. As his hammer danced, a golden system window chimed, announcing his comprehension of mythical ores had reached a profound new depth. Then, a magnificent notification echoed through the workshop. The legendary blacksmith's spirit had fully awakened. The system detailed his incredible state of mind. By pouring genuine empathy and raw determination into this blade, Hyunsu had transcended mortal limits. He had entered a godlike realm of absolute concentration. He was no longer just striking metal. He had become one with the anvil. In response to his blazing passion, the system proudly announced the birth of our main character's very first legendary tier weapon. A blinding, glacial light erupted from the forge, tearing through the heavy atmosphere. Bella shielded her eyes from the dazzling radiance, wondering if the impossible had truly been achieved. When the light faded, Hyunsu stood tall. A glorious, radiant blade rested in his grip. A freezing aura exploded from the steel, instantly plunging the room's temperature into a bitter winter. With unwavering confidence, he declared it was time to save his majesty. At that exact moment, back in the hellish inferno nest, Sword King Bara roared in absolute agony as a catastrophic blow tore through his defenses. He collapsed to his knees on the scorched earth. The terrifying dungeon boss materialized from the blazing sea, ready to end the king's lineage once and for all. It was a level 490 Ifrit. Spitting blood, Bara declared he had waited lifetimes for this very bloodbath. He exploded forward with the force of a roaring meteor. Ifrit unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. The ultimate deathmatch between a desperate king and an ancient fire demon had officially begun. The Sword King desperately parried the apocalyptic strikes, but the monster's overwhelming brute force sent him skidding backward. Bara's eyes widened in sheer horror as he realized the demon's massive blade was forged entirely from pure, unadulterated hellfire. A relentless barrage of savage combos broke the king's guard, leaving him completely exposed. With a thunderous bellow, Ifrit unleashed a devastating firestorm that forced the monarch back, then violently mocked him to his face. Forced back to his knees, Bara cursed his miserable, star-crossed fate. The shadows of despair clouded his vision, thinking this was the bitter end of his legend. The demon channeled its ultimate killing blow, hurling a colossal spear of flames at the defeated king. But suddenly, a magnificent greatsword of ice crashed from the heavens, completely obliterating the attack. Hyunsu and Bella had arrived in the nick of time. Bella desperately screamed for her king to seize the new weapon. As Bara reached out, a breathtaking system window blinded his vision. It displayed the monstrous stats of a legendary tier masterpiece, custom-tailored explicitly for the Sword King. The specs were so absurd, they completely shattered the laws of reality. A whopping 343% boost to fire resistance, a staggering 194% increase in ice attack power, and a massive, game-breaking damage multiplier against all fire attribute monsters. It even possessed an insanely overpowered active skill known as the Ice Flower. Our hero pumped his fist, urging the fallen king to unleash the absolute freezing wrath of his new blade. Bara's eyes ignited with renewed fury. He clenched the freezing hilt with all his might. Instantly, a violent storm of biting frost exploded from the pristine steel. He ruthlessly activated the Ice Flower skill. An apocalyptic tsunami of glacial power swept across the inferno, instantly flash-freezing every single one of the demon's attacks on contact. Ifrit shrieked in absolute terror as the bone-chilling aura completely devoured its hellfire. Declaring that this war was finally over, the majestic king charged like an avenging god. His legendary blade carved straight through Ifrit's blazing core, shattering the indestructible flames into a million pieces of broken glass. As the monster thrashed in sheer panic, Bara delivered the merciless execution strike, utterly erasing the demon from existence. A triumphant system window confirmed the boss had been exterminated. The Sword King finally let out a heavy sigh of relief, but the nightmare was far from over. The monstrous corpse suddenly began to pulsate with a terrifying, blinding light. Hyunsu took a step back, a cold sweat dropping as he wondered what fresh hell was unfolding. Bella instantly recognized the fatal danger. It was a catastrophic self-destruct mechanism. The incoming blast would vaporize the entire dungeon floor, swallowing the king right in the epicenter. She screamed at him to run for his life, but Bara simply barked a royal command for her to stay back. Gazing tenderly at the faded locket holding his son's portrait, the king silently accepted his final resting place. Though Bella's heart screamed to save her liege, the magical binding of a direct royal order chained her to the spot. As she stood absolutely paralyzed by duty, our main character boldly stepped past her. Summoning a radiant, fire-resistant shield with his skill, Hyunsu walked calmly and fearlessly straight into the heart of the erupting inferno. The fallen monarch ordered him to flee, but Hyunsu stood his ground. His eyes burned with unshakable resolve. He had come to pull the king from the abyss, and he refused to take a single step back. Our hero's gaze dropped to the royal pendant. Was this death wish tied to the face inside? King Bareth offered a broken nod. The heavy burden of a father's ultimate failure had driven his own son to an early grave. How could a king rule when he couldn't even protect his own blood? The air grew heavy with despair. But our young blacksmith was about to drop a harsh truth. He admitted he could never fathom the depths of the king's sorrow. Yet, the sting of loss was a familiar enemy. His own father lay trapped in a deep coma. Once, he begged the heavens daily for an awakening. Now, just knowing his father's heart still beat was a blessing enough to keep fighting. With unwavering conviction, he looked the monarch in the eye. He swore that the fallen prince would have felt the exact same way. Hyunsu wrapped his arms around the shattered ruler. It was time to let the young prince rest. Through tear-blurred eyes, the king looked up. A shimmering illusion of his boy appeared before him, offering a gentle smile and a final apology. The protagonist's voice softened, yet carried immense weight. He urged the king to choose life. Shouldn't he strive to become a father that would make his son burst with pride? The words pierced King Bareth's soul, and he finally nodded in agreement. A father's pride reignited in the monarch's heart. With a newfound smile, he cast away his shame. Together, they charged out of the crumbling inferno. Just as the flames roared behind them, Bella sprinted forward, desperate to check on her sovereign. Hyunsu declared the king was finally safe and promised his inevitable return. But suddenly, a glowing blue screen shattered the moment. System alert! The player's health points had hit absolute zero. A forced logout sequence was initiating. Our hero offered Bella a confident smirk. He reminded her that Outlanders defy death itself. Before she could process his words, his body dissolved into a pillar of blinding light. Stunned, Bella caught the exhausted king as he collapsed into her arms. With his remaining strength, the king whispered a revelation. That mysterious boy had saved his life. Bella cried out her master's name. But King Barath had already slipped into unconsciousness, wearing the most peaceful smile he had shown in years. Hyunsu's eyes snapped open in the real world. A ruthless system window greeted his return. Death penalty activated. Due to the forced logout, his hard-earned level had dropped by 1. He stared at his blistered, bandage-wrapped hands. Tears of frustration and relief threatened to spill. Staring at the ceiling, he swore to his sleeping father that his climb to the top would never stop. Meanwhile, trapped in a deep slumber, the legendary Sword King Barath stood face to face with his late son, Ban, a soul no longer tethered to the mortal realm. They stood amidst an endless ocean of emerald grass. The wind howled, and then a heartbreakingly familiar voice pierced the silence. Father. It was the single word his soul had been starving for. In an instant, the suffocating darkness that had plagued the king's heart completely shattered. Radiant light washed over the spiritual plane. Ban ran toward him with a blinding, joyful smile. Trembling with a desperate hope, the king took a fragile step forward. Could this truly be the boy he lost? The young prince offered a tender nod. He was really here, but not to stay. This was a final, fleeting farewell. The words struck the Sword King like a critical hit, his heart clenched in pure agony. He absolutely refused to accept this reality. He desperately grabbed his son's hands, terrified the phantom would slip through his fingers. With a voice trembling with raw grief, the king begged for an explanation. Why must they part again? But Ban simply smiled, gently echoing the profound wisdom delivered by his newfound friend, Hyunsu. The prince's final wish was simple. He wanted his father to find true happiness. He urged the monarch to cast away his self-imposed torment and to embrace a life worthy of a king. As the final syllable left his lips, the prince's form shattered into countless specks of starlight. The king roared his son's name to the heavens, but no amount of aura could stop the fading magic. With a heavy gasp, King Barath jolted awake in the real world, the name of his son still echoing on his lips. His two most loyal retainers jumped in shock. They had been holding a 3-day vigil by his bedside. They immediately rushed to their sovereign, their faces pale with immense worry. The Sword King steadied his breathing. His voice carried a heavy, yet serene resonance. He revealed the spiritual encounter he just experienced. His son had finally crossed over to find eternal peace. This celestial miracle was born from one person's actions, the young Outlander. Without a second thought, the king issued a royal decree to summon Hyunsu. Later, within the sun-drenched walls of the royal sanctuary, the heavy doors swung open. The guards announced the arrival of the man of the hour. Our overpowered blacksmith strode into the chamber. With a respectful bow, he checked on the monarch's recovery. King Barath's aura felt completely rejuvenated. He gestured for the hero to take a seat. There was a matter of utmost importance to discuss. The king's expression hardened into deadly seriousness. He acknowledged the godlike nature of the Outlanders. They were practically immortal beings who could laugh in the face of death and simply respawn. But immortality does not grant immunity to agony. The visceral terror of death and the phantom pain of dying were very real. Locking his piercing gaze onto our hero, he demanded to know the truth. Why risk such immense suffering to save a broken king? Hyunsu didn't dodge the heavy question. He spoke from the bottom of his heart. Looking into the king's eyes, he had seen a reflection of his own soul, the same crushing burden of sorrow that he carried every single day. He simply wanted the king to choose the path of the living. The majestic ruler let the profound words sink in. A burden like mine, but when pressed for a second reason, our usually badass protagonist rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. He shamelessly admitted his gamer instincts had kicked in. Saving a top-tier legendary figure practically guaranteed a massive quest reward. The sheer audacity of the word confident made the Sword King's lips twitch into an amused smirk. Now that was the mindset of a true conqueror. The monarch threw his head back in agreement. He swore on his crown that the upcoming loot would shatter the boy's wildest expectations. King Bareth handed over a heavy, wax-sealed parchment. This was the official payment for forging a masterpiece weapon. The moment our blacksmith broke the royal seal, the iconic blue glow of the system illuminated the room. System alert. You have received 1 million gold. Our hero's jaw practically hit the floor. Converted to real-world currency, it was over 17,000. This wasn't just pocket change. This was a life-changing fortune granted in an instant. The monarch waved off his shock. That blade had quite literally pulled him from the jaws of death. Such divine craftsmanship demanded a royal payout. Overwhelmed, Hyunsu bowed his head in absolute reverence. Motioning for the boy to sit back down, the king's voice shifted, carrying the warmth of a true father. He made a solemn vow to live his second life to the absolute fullest. When destiny finally reunited him with his son, he would cross that bridge with zero regrets. He passed that same torch of hope to Hyunsu. He urged the young man to forge forward with unyielding strength for the sake of his own sleeping father. The king practically demanded the boy treat the royal palace like his second home. A grin spread across Hyunsu's face as he eagerly accepted. Overflowing with satisfaction, King Bareth confessed something profound. This young blacksmith had reignited his warrior spirit. He humbly asked if they could transcend their titles and stand together as sworn brothers. Ding! Right on cue. The system chimed in. Maximum affinity achieved. You have received the blessing of friendship. Holy crap! Our protagonist knew exactly how insane it was to have a legendary figure as a best buddy. He firmly gripped the monarch's hand, sealing their pact. He swore to treasure this god-tier alliance. But King Bareth wasn't done yet. To cement their newfound brotherhood, he was about to drop a nuclear bombshell. He officially declared his intention to pass down his family's legendary, secret sword arts. Knight Commander Benson nearly had a heart attack. He completely lost his royal decorum. How could His Majesty offer the kingdom's most sacred technique to a mere outlander? The panicked commander desperately reminded the king of the established hierarchy. A top-ranking player named Lot had already been crowned the official successor. His brutal training regime had already begun. Such divine martial arts were reserved only for the absolute elite. But King Bareth's aura remained as calm as a still lake. He wasn't handing out his legacy to just anyone. He was offering it to a warrior who had already proven his unmatched worth in the fires of hell. Ding! A hidden class quest illuminated the room. Quest title: The Legendary Sword, King's Arts. The completion conditions were brutally straightforward. Our overpowered blacksmith just needed to land 3 solid hits on the elite Knight Commander Benson. If he could bypass the commander's ironclad defenses, the ultimate reward awaited him: the supreme swordsmanship of the Sword King himself. The monarch decreed that Benson would serve as the ultimate test. He granted our hero exactly 48 hours to prepare for the showdown. Flashing forward to the real world, Hyunsu logged out and immediately put his new fortune to work. In a single swipe, he completely wiped out his father's suffocating medical debt. The crushing weight of poverty was finally lifted from his shoulders. Leaving behind the cramped, suffocating slums, our rising star upgraded his reality, stepping into a spacious, luxurious new sanctuary. The weak-to-strong journey had officially leveled up. Our main character sincerely thanked his former landlady for her boundless patience. He generously wired her a hefty bonus as a token of gratitude. With his past burdens finally settled, he dialed his best friend, Kim Ji-hwan, for a celebratory dinner. Ji-hwan showed up expecting their usual dirt-cheap instant ramen. Instead, his jaw dropped to the floor when Hyunsu led him into an insanely luxurious, high-end restaurant. Ji-hwan playfully joked that tasting such premium food made his entire existence worthwhile. Hyunsu offered a warm, knowing smile. He wanted to treat his absolute best bro like royalty, to repay all his unwavering loyalty and support. Halfway through the meal, Hyunsu casually slid a designer shopping bag across the table. Inside was the ultra-expensive luxury footwear Ji-hwan had only ever dreamed of. Eyes bulging, Ji-hwan gasped, asking where on earth he got this kind of cash. Our boy coolly brushed it off as just a tiny token of appreciation. He then casually dropped the bombshell that he had already completely refunded the gaming capsule's massive cost right back into Ji-hwan's bank account. Overcome with sheer euphoria, Ji-hwan hugged the shoebox like it was his own child, raining down endless words of gratitude. Watching his friend, our main character felt a quiet thrill. His life of weakness was finally over, and a legendary new chapter had just begun. Noticing his buddy getting completely teary-eyed, Hyunsu jokingly covered his mouth. teasing him to eat before the epic feast got cold. Fast forward 2 days later, Hyunsoo stood tall at the royal training grounds, ready for his ultimate advancement test. Commander Benson barked the order to draw his weapon, sternly declaring he would show absolutely zero mercy. But our main character pulled a total 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉. Instead of unsheathing a traditional blade, he casually yanked a raw block of heavy metal straight out of his inventory. With a fearless glint in his eyes, he calmly announced that he had been eagerly waiting for this exact challenge. Benson frowned in utter confusion, but Hyunsoo merely flashed a cocky smirk. He was not some ordinary swordsman just yet. He was a blacksmith, and he fully intended to completely dominate this fight his own way. Suddenly, the raw metal block erupted with a blinding celestial light. Commander Benson and the surrounding knights instinctively shielded their eyes, utterly terrified by the blistering heat radiating from Hyunsoo's bare hands. But as the blinding aura faded, the result was incredibly underwhelming. A wildly basic, dull-looking sword rested in his grip. Benson scoffed internally. He had braced himself for a mythic-tier masterpiece, not some heavily refurbished scrap iron. The commander stepped forward, his battle aura flaring. He openly mocked the kid, daring to ask if he truly believed that pathetic trash weapon could ever scratch the kingdom's absolute strongest knight commander. But the very microsecond their two blades violently collided, a freezing shiver of pure dread shot straight down Benson's spine. The durability stat on Hyunsoo's crude blade was deliberately rock bottom. Upon the explosive impact, the fragile weapon violently detonated like a highly unstable fragmentation grenade. Thousands of razor-sharp metallic shards ripped through the air. Acting like deadly shrapnel, they bypassed the heavy plating and ruthlessly pierced through the tiny gaps in Benson's armor, embedding themselves into dozens of pressure points across his body. The mighty commander roared in sudden agony and sheer disbelief as the jagged metal tore into his flesh. He miraculously avoided any fatal damage, but the terrifyingly clever message was received loud and clear. Without breaking a sweat, Hyunsoo casually explained his brilliant exploitation of the system's rules. His absolute quest objective was simply to land a valid strike, not to blindly win a full-blown deathmatch against a superior foe. Ding! A glowing blue system window manifested in mid-air. It officially verified 59 devastatingly accurate hits on the commander in exactly 1 second. Our overpowered main character smugly pointed out that the rulebook never strictly banned an explosive fragmentation tactic. Completely shell-shocked, Benson stared down at the terrifying damage covering his legendary armor. He openly confessed that his mind could never have comprehended such an utterly bizarre, yet terrifyingly genius combat strategy. Changing his tone to absolute reverence, he addressed Hyunsoo as Sir, and begged to know his true, hidden identity. Standing tall, our main character projected an overwhelming aura, boldly declaring himself as the one and only god of blacksmiths. The absolute weight of those words shattered their pride. Instantly, Commander Benson and his elite knights dropped to their knees. They bowed deeply, loudly proclaiming it an immeasurable honor to gaze upon a literal living deity. Feeling incredibly awkward from the hardcore bootlicking, Hyunsoo hastily ordered the trembling knights back to their feet. The scene shifted, kicking off 2 absolute hellish weeks of extreme power leveling under the ruthless guidance of Benson and the legendary Sword King 𝒂𝒏𝒅. Surviving this brutal, hardcore training regime completely paid off. He miraculously assimilated the Sword King's exclusive combat techniques. On top of that, his base swordsmanship stats practically exploded through the roof. Because his overall player level was still laughably low, his growth rate scaled like an absolute monster. Still, he only managed to comprehend the first 3 mythical chapters: Breath of the Beast, 3-Wave Gale Sword, and Scream of the Blade. The king proudly promised to unlock the remaining secret arts once the boy leveled up his vessel. With the hellish boot camp officially concluded, Hyunsoo stood before King 𝒂𝒏𝒅 for a private audience. Now that he had thoroughly proven his overwhelming potential, he fearlessly made a massive demand. He requested a block of centennial cold iron, the insanely rare, mythical-grade material used to forge the king's own legendary weapon. King 𝒂𝒏𝒅 stroked his chin in deep thought, before delivering some truly crushing news. He would gladly hand it over to his sworn brother, but the legendary ore he used was literally the very last piece sitting in the royal treasury. A heavy wave of bitter disappointment crashed over our main character. He quickly realized his grand, overpowered crafting blueprints were dangerously close to turning into complete ash. Catching the gloom on the boy's face, the king offered a reassuring, majestic smile. He ordered him not to surrender to despair just yet, revealing a hidden secret. Hyunsoo could manually harvest the cold iron directly from its frozen source, the freezing mine. a terrifying, high-level death zone. Bharat casually suggested that Hyunsu march in and mine it himself. Our main character sweat dropped, highly doubting if his current stats could solo such a notoriously lethal dungeon. But the king flawlessly solved the problem on the spot. He officially commanded his absolute most loyal and deadly subordinate, Bella, to act as his vanguard. Initially, the fierce warrior fiercely rejected the order, swearing her only life's purpose was to heavily guard the king's side. However, King Bharat sternly overruled her, declaring this brutal expedition would forge her into an even deadlier weapon. Bowing to the absolute royal command, she instantly geared up, ready to plunge into the frozen hell alongside Hyunsu. Shortly after their departure, the king stood before a massive crowd of players and elite nobles, officially declaring their absolute victory over the Ifrit tomb. The entire server went into an uproar, worshipping Sword King Bharat as an unmatched, living legend. But you can never fool the hardcore gamers. A few eagle-eyed players instantly activated their detective instincts, their eyes locked onto the breathtakingly beautiful new blade the king proudly wielded, noticing it radiated an impossibly unique, freezing aura. Instantly firing off their appraisal skills, their jaws hit the floor. Faintly engraved into the absolute flawless steel was a single, tiny name, Hyunsu. The discovery sent massive shockwaves through the massive crowd. Wait a minute. That was the exact same mysterious name carved into the lethal arrows used by the recent grand champion of the martial arts tournament. The global player forums completely melted down. Countless threads exploded, obsessively discussing the god-tier blacksmith Hyunsu. The mystery only thickened, driving everyone insane since absolutely no one knew this phantom's level, age, or even gender. Amidst the wild chaos, a hilariously absurd rumor gained massive traction, claiming the mighty Hyunsu was actually a sweaty, balding, overweight guy in his 40s, endlessly hammering away in a dingy, dark basement forge. Meanwhile, completely logged out in the real world, our boy casually swiped open his smartphone. Thanks to King Bharat's massive public shoutout, the subscriber count on his personal Forge channel had phenomenally skyrocketed past 300,000 followers. A sly smirk crept across his face. He silently chuckled, knowing that if the absolute truth ever leaked, that the untouchable tournament champion and the godly blacksmith Hyunsu were the exact same person, the entire internet would literally spontaneously combust. For the time being, he decided operating in the absolute shadows was his best play. But just before embarking on his deadly icy expedition, Hyunsu pulled up a contact, sending a quick message to someone he desperately needed to thank. Meanwhile, shifting to a vastly different scene, Hakasu, the insanely wealthy and ruthless real estate mogul, sat brooding inside his extravagantly lavish office. His face was twisted in dark frustration over the breaking server news. Sword King Bharat had actually conquered the impossible Ifrit tomb. Hakasu had firmly believed that specific hellish dungeon was an unbreakable barrier for the current player base. Dark memories flooded his mind, recalling his own disastrous, humiliating raid attempts where his astronomically expensive armor simply melted away like cheap candle wax. He bitterly slammed his fist down. He possessed infinite, world-buying wealth, but utterly lacked the god-tier, mythical equipment required to fuel his dark, conquering ambitions. Right at that moment, a glowing system notification pinged. Kang received a direct message from Hyunsu. The mysterious blacksmith was finally reaching out to fulfill his promise and craft the ultimate armor. Kang Hakasu's face immediately lit up with pure joy. He instantly recognized his long-awaited savior. But then, he completely froze. He desperately racked his brain, trying to recall exactly which promise Hyunsu was actually talking about. Then, it hit him like lightning. The memory of their office conversation about a legendary artifact flooded back. Without missing a single beat, Kang frantically typed a reply, confirming he was fully prepared to seal the deal. He quickly double-checked if there were any changes to the required specs, extremely eager to submit his crafting request before the golden opportunity vanished. Deep down in his heart, however, Kang Hakasu harbored a seed of doubt. Could this kid really forge the god-tier item he desired at his current rank? Meanwhile, Hyunsu simply replied that the stats were perfectly locked in. Curiosity taking over, the wealthy investor asked about Hyunsu's current level. Our main character casually revealed that he was at level 59. Hearing this, a heavy wave of bitter disappointment crashed over Kang. In the brutal world of master crafters, that was merely the level of a pathetic novice. He politely wrapped up the chat and wished Hyunsu the best of luck. Leaning back in his luxurious office chair, Kang let out a massive, defeated sigh. He reasoned that, despite the embarrassingly low level, the kid still had a terrifyingly bright future ahead. It probably wasn't a terrible investment after all. Just then, his eyes locked onto a trending news article showering praise on a genius blacksmith named Hyunsu. The headline boldly claimed that this mysterious master craftsman was the absolute key to King Bar's epic victory over Ifrit. The king's legendary weapon was forged by this very creator's own hands. For a fleeting second, Kang considered sending a direct message to this world-famous blacksmith for a custom order. But he quickly crushed that foolish hope. He figured that a supreme existence who casually rejected top-tier rankers would never spare a single glance at a completely average player like him. Still, a burning frustration chewed at his insides, knowing the brutal timer on his class advancement quest was rapidly ticking down to 0. In the end, he chose to stick with his current novice blacksmith. He was utterly clueless to the hilarious irony that both of these Hyunsus were actually the exact same person. Meanwhile, Hyunsu and Bella finally arrived at the legendary Frostbone Mine. Our main character was completely blown away by the breathtaking scenery before him. It was a mesmerizing realm of sparkling ice, radiating an aura that was freezing cold yet stunningly brilliant. Ding! A glowing blue system window suddenly popped up. It proudly announced him as the very first player to discover the mine. His epic reward? A massive double experience point buff lasting for 1 entire week. Hyunsu broke into a massive grin. His blood pumped with pure excitement at holding the ultimate pioneer title and snagging such an overpowered buff. He casually asked Bella if she had ever explored this zone before. She coldly replied that it was her very first time as well. Sensing her freezing, unapproachable demeanor, our main character could practically feel a massive, invisible wall towering between them. Suddenly, a young guy wielding a heavy pickaxe stepped right out to block their path. He aggressively demanded to know how they managed to trespass into this territory. He stubbornly insisted that absolutely no one was allowed inside without explicit permission. Bella confidently stepped forward. Without a hint of hesitation, she declared herself as the vice captain of the Royal Knights, flashing her brilliant, golden royal crest right in his face. Instantly panicking, the arrogant youth stumbled over his words, awkwardly introducing himself as Bania, a simple local miner. Hyunsu, on the other hand, calmly introduced himself as nothing more than an ordinary blacksmith. Bania admitted he was actually thrilled to see fresh faces in such a desolate wasteland. However, he sternly warned that entering the main mining shaft was strictly forbidden without his father's direct approval. Just as our main character began to stress over the delay, Bania flashed a surprisingly friendly smile. He offered to escort them straight to his father, the absolute boss of the Miners' Guild. As they trekked deeper, Hyunsu's eyes locked onto something terrifying. A colossal, crystal-covered monster was viciously thrashing around behind a massive magical barrier. Noticing his shock, Bania began to unravel the dark, twisted lore of this frozen hellscape. This entire zone was basically a massive dungeon. Bloodthirsty beasts used to roam completely unchecked, until a legendary mage sealed them all away exactly 1 decade ago. Never taking his eyes off the towering beast, Hyunsu pointedly asked if those glowing crystals growing on its flesh were the fabled 1,000-year cold iron. Bania nodded gravely in confirmation, but his tone quickly turned deadly serious. He warned the blacksmith not to let greed blind him, because stepping even an inch too close was an absolute, guaranteed death sentence. Beyond that shimmering magical barrier, nightmarish monsters were still constantly on the prowl. Literally anyone could walk right in, but only a miraculous few ever made it out alive. Even though the seasoned miners knew the ultimate god-tier ores were hidden deep within, they would much rather grind safely on the outskirts. Finally, the trio reached their destination. Bania pointed out his father, the legendary Captain Rick, quickly announced the new arrivals, and scurried away. Hyunsu fearlessly stepped up to the rugged captain, whose terrifying level hovered at 231. Rick squinted at the incredibly bizarre pairing of a royal knight and a lowly blacksmith, sharply demanding to know exactly what business they had here. Our main character did not waste a single breath. He boldly declared that he was hunting for an outrageously rare mineral, something infinitely more valuable than the legendary 100-year cold iron. The veteran captain actually flinched in shock. Although Rick knew exactly where that mythical 1,000-year cold iron was hidden, he was extremely hesitant to spill the guild's deepest secrets to a total stranger. He refused to let anyone shatter the hard-earned piece of his beloved mine. Rick sized the kid up and asked if he had even swung a pickaxe before in his life. Our overpowered main character simply shook his head. The captain then explained the harsh reality, stating that an average miner barely scraped up 3 miserable ores per day before throwing down a seemingly impossible wager. If 𝑩𝒍�𝒄 could somehow miraculously mine 40 pieces of ore within exactly 1 week, he would personally hand over the top-secret intel regarding the rarest mineral on Earth. Ding! A blinding golden A-rank quest window materialized. The title read loudly, "The Mining Captain's Brutal Trial. The objective? Mine 40 solid ores in exactly 7 days. The penalty for failure? He would permanently be locked out from ever learning the secrets of this divine material." Rick smirked, challenging the boy to see if he had the guts to accept. 𝑩𝒍�𝒄 tightly clenched his fists, a supremely confident aura erupting from his core. He shot back with a smirk of his own, asking what would happen if he mined way more than 40. Rick burst into mocking laughter, calling it an absolute pipe dream, but the captain swore on his honor that if the kid pulled off this miracle, he would personally march in and mine that legendary ore for him. However, the veteran threw in one brutal catch. 𝑩𝒍�𝒄 was strictly forbidden from relying on his overpowered knight companion for even an ounce of help. Without a second thought, our main character accepted the deal, his eyes blazing with absolute determination to shatter the old man's expectations within 7 days. As soon as 𝑩𝒍�𝒄 and Bella walked away, Rick furiously barked at his son Bania for eavesdropping, aggressively pinching the boy's ear and dragging him away. As they marched towards the gloomy mining zone, Bella relentlessly questioned 𝑩𝒍�𝒄's insane decision to blatantly provoke the veteran captain. Slowly extending his hand, our overpowered main character simply chuckled. He explained that he was already 10 steps ahead. With a surge of mana, he summoned an ultra-high-grade, blindingly radiant pickaxe. 𝑩𝒍�𝒄's eyes practically burned with absolute madness the second his fingers wrapped around the sturdy handle. Watching this crazy display, Bella internally sighed, thinking that His Majesty had seriously befriended an absolute, undeniable lunatic. Exactly 1 week later, Rick sat completely alone in the chilling silence. He was absolutely certain that the arrogant stranger had perished inside those deadly tunnels. After all, that hellish quest was mathematically impossible for a total mining novice. But suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed menacingly from the pitch-black entrance. A lone, intimidating silhouette stepped out into the blinding light. Rick was entirely paralyzed with shock. 𝑩𝒍�𝒄 casually strolled out, his entire body drenched in pitch-black soot and pure aura. Recovering his composure, the captain let out a dry smirk. He sarcastically joked that the kid finally looked like a proper, dirty miner. But then, his voice dropped an octave, strictly demanding to see the final haul since the clock had officially run out. 𝑩𝒍�𝒄 calmly requested just a few seconds to unload. Rick practically laughed out loud in his mind, dead certain the foolish boy had miserably failed the trial. But in the next split second, our main character powerfully swiped his hand through the air. Boom! An absolutely colossal mountain of top-tier ores violently crashed onto the ground right before the captain's feet. Stumbling backwards in sheer, unadulterated terror, Rick stared bug-eyed at the glittering mountain of wealth. He aggressively rubbed his eyes, completely unable to process the absolute insanity happening right in front of him. Meanwhile, the kid simply wiped a smudge of soot off his cheek. With a terrifyingly calm expression, 𝑩𝒍�𝒄 casually dropped the ultimate bomb. He had single-handedly farmed a mind-shattering total of 200 pure ores. Trembling with absolute dread, Rick violently shouted, demanding to know the boy's true identity. He was utterly convinced this monster had to be a hidden, legendary mining god. 𝑩𝒍�𝒄 just flashed a devilish wide grin. He masterfully spun his fiercely glowing pickaxe in one hand with absolute, legendary swagger. Staring the shaking captain dead in the eyes, he simply replied that he was nothing more than an ordinary, everyday blacksmith. Ding! A glowing system window flickered to life, revealing the absurd stats of his newest creation. It was the unique grade Damascus sword pickaxe. The durability sat at an unbelievable 12,000, with a devastating base attack of 332. But the real magic was in its special traits. It boasted a massive 170% damage multiplier against stone, while slashing durability loss by 70%. The main character had custom-forged this masterpiece purely for mining, complete with a mechanical shift to transform into a battle axe on command. Staring at the massive mountain of mined ore, Captain Rick's jaw practically hit the floor. He finally realized 𝑩𝒍�𝒄 had crushed the trial in his own twisted way. He hadn't worked like a common miner. He had dominated the cavern as a master blacksmith. Swallowing his pride, Rick bowed his head in a formal apology for doubting the rookie, and offered to treat him to a feast. Hyunsu flashed a bright, easygoing smile and accepted the offer. He casually asked if the ice-cold Bella could tag along, and Rick agreed without a second thought. Later that night, inside a rowdy, bustling tavern, Bella was silently chugging her drink like a seasoned warrior. Both Vanya and Hyunsu sweat dropped, begging her to pace herself. But the stubborn vice captain simply scoffed, claiming she was just soaking in the atmosphere. Right at that moment, a hulking veteran miner slammed his hands on Hyunsu's table. His eyes were burning with curiosity as he demanded to know the truth. Had this crazy rookie really mined 200 ores in one go? Our hero beamed with pride and nodded confidently. In an instant, the entire tavern of roughneck miners swarmed around him. They were practically foaming at the mouth, desperate to hear rumors about the legendary meteorite ore. Dropping the ultimate bombshell, Hyunsu casually mentioned he had also snagged about 20 chunks of that ultra-rare material. Dead silence fell over the room. Everyone was absolutely paralyzed with shock. Finally, a trembling worker brought up the rumors of a divine axe, begging for just a single glimpse. With a swift, dramatic flick of his wrist, Hyunsu accessed his inventory. The Damascus axe materialized in his grasp, erupting with a blinding, majestic light that illuminated the entire tavern. He proudly showcased the gleaming metal, explaining that this beast was engineered strictly for mining. It passively boosted his gathering efficiency by a staggering 200%. With a sharp mechanical clank, he demonstrated its secondary form, shifting the heavy axe into a sleek, razor-sharp sword. He added that this specific mode pushed his stone-carving abilities beyond human limits. While Hyunsu excitedly nerded out over his custom gear, Bella watched from the sidelines with a faint, amused smirk. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A blacksmith's soul never changes. This guy clearly loved his tools way more than actual human beings. The veteran miners felt their blood boiling with pure, unadulterated passion. If a fresh-faced rookie could pull off a miracle like this, then they had to push past their own limits. They threw their arms around him, toasting to his overwhelming success and welcoming him as a true brother of the mines. A bit later, the tone shifted as Rick guided Hyunsu and Bella deep into a hidden, uncharted sector of the caverns. The air grew heavy as the captain revealed the truth. This was the ancient resting place of the 1,000-year meteorite ore. Hyunsu stared blankly at the pulsing magical barrier blocking their path. Confused, he reminded his senior that entering this zone was supposedly impossible. Rick simply nodded with a sly grin. The precious ore was indeed locked behind that impenetrable seal. When our protagonist asked how the hell he was supposed to mine it, Rick shrugged casually. He flat out stated that figuring it out was the rookie's problem now. Leaving them hanging with that ridiculous challenge, the captain announced he was off to inspect a neighboring tunnel, telling them to catch up with him later. But the moment the captain's footsteps faded, a blood-red system window violently popped up. The chilling title read, "A New Story Begins." Startled, Hyunsu quickly scanned the floating text. It revealed that exactly 100 years had passed since the great mage Fallon erected this very barrier. And now, the ancient mana was completely drying up. The following warning sent a shiver straight down his spine. The sealed monsters inside had reached the peak of their bloodthirsty rage. The magical seal would completely shatter in exactly 3 minutes. Panic gripped our hero's heart. He screamed at the top of his lungs, begging Rick to turn back immediately. Hyunsu roared that the barrier was collapsing, and they needed to evacuate right now. But Rick just waved him off, thinking the kid was pulling a terrible prank. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the entire cavern shook violently. Rick, Hyunsu, and Bella watched in absolute horror. Massive, jagged cracks crawled across the stone ceiling like spiderwebs. Giant boulders rained from above, and the main tunnels began to cave in on themselves. The reality of the catastrophe finally hit Rick. He screamed frantic evacuation orders at his crew. Desperate cries for help echoed through the suffocating dust clouds. But the loyal miners stubbornly refused to flee. There was no way they would abandon their buried brothers. Gripping his heavy battle axe, the captain rallied every able-bodied man to dig their trapped comrades out of the rubble. Caught in the middle of this absolute nightmare, Hyunsu gritted his teeth, calculating his next move. Ding! An ominous notification cut through the chaos. It was an exclusive S-rank emergency quest, triggered specifically because he opened this hidden chapter. The penalty for failure was devastatingly cruel. It meant the absolute slaughter of the mining crew. His objective was clear: save the 96 miners currently hanging by a thread, with his final reward scaling based on the survival rate. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, our protagonist glared at the floating screen. He absolutely despised how the cold-hearted system treated these NPCs as disposable, lifeless code. To him, their blood, sweat, and tears were entirely real. With unshakable resolve blazing in his eyes, Hyunsu summoned his blade. He ordered Lady Bella to guard his blind spots and catch any stragglers that slipped past his guard. Stunned by his raw aura, Bella asked if he wasn't terrified of facing certain death. Our hero just threw her a fearless, arrogant smirk. He calmly reminded her of one absolute truth in this world. Travelers, the true players of this system, simply cannot die. He quickly laid out his suicidal strategy. He would hold the dungeon's choke point completely solo, ensuring not a single beast reached the upper levels. Standing before the crumbling, weeping barrier, Hyunsu locked eyes with the terrifying swarm of stone monsters through the glowing fissures. His strategic mind raced. He instantly knew his trusty Damascus sword lacked the raw destructive power to hold off an entire army. He needed extreme measures. He decided to forge a brand new weapon right on the battlefield. Activating his emergency divine blacksmith skill, he aggressively channeled his surging mana into a massive pile of raw ore, instantaneously crafting the colossal frost greatsword. 3, 2, 1. The countdown hit 0, and the magical seal shattered into a million pieces. Hyunsu unleashed a war cry that shook the earth. "Bring it on," he roared, bracing his entire body for the monstrous stampede. A level 113 rock troll, a level 107 stone orc, and a level 115 stone wolf lunged at him with murderous intent. He knew his hastily forged blade would disintegrate after a single strike, but its broken special effect, absolute defense pierce, was already glowing fiercely. Our hero stood as an immovable mountain against the tide. He made a silent vow to the heavens. As long as he drew breath, not a single nightmare would cross this line. Gripping the colossal hilt, Hyunsu exploded forward to meet the charge head-on. He unleashed his ultimate blizzard skill, sending an apocalyptic wave of freezing energy crashing into the vanguard with unimaginable kinetic force. The raging ice storm instantly flash-froze the frontline beasts. It caught the leaping stone wolf mid-air, as razor-sharp glacial spikes viciously tore through its armored body, executing the high-level threat in a single, devastating heartbeat. However, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of that god-tier strike, the frost greatsword spectacularly shattered into dust. Our protagonist stood frozen in awe, staring blankly at the useless, broken hilt left in his grasp. Even though this disposable weapon was a desperate final resort, a terrifying realization dawned on him. If he used high-grade legendary materials, a one-hit artifact like this could unleash catastrophic, world-ending destruction. But there was zero time to daydream about future crafting. Dozens of bloodthirsty shadows were still lurking beyond the broken gateway. Yet, his primary concern immediately shifted back to the desperate situation of the mining crew. Meanwhile, deep within the suffocating darkness of the collapsed tunnels, the surviving miners were clawing at the jagged rocks with their bare hands, frantically trying to unearth their buried brothers. Gritty, tear-filled voices pierced through the thick veil of dust. Veterans screamed at the rookies to keep pushing. "Keep digging!" They knew time was bleeding out for the critically injured. Heart-wrenching cries for salvation tore through the suffocating air. But the Brotherhood of the Mines held strong, their ironclad resolve refusing to let a single man die in the dark. One exhausted miner roared toward a caved-in gap, begging his trapped friends to hold on just a little bit longer. Ding! The glowing system window relentlessly flashed its cruel reminder. The final payout directly scaled with every heartbeat saved. It was the ultimate push Hyunsu needed. He had to wipe out this monster wave and save every last one of those men. He watched the desperate rescue unfold, his fists clenched in silent resolve. These weren't just faceless NPCs in some system quest anymore. They reminded him of his own past. Back when he risked absolutely everything to save his father, these miners were throwing their lives on the line for their families, just like he once did. A burning determination ignited in his eyes. He stood tall before the dungeon entrance. The shadows teemed with bloodthirsty monsters. But he swore to protect these miners at all costs. Fighting near the civilians was a death sentence for them. He needed to pull the aggro, and he needed to do it right now. Dashing deeper into the dungeon's abyss, he roared to draw their bloodlust. The bait worked perfectly. A massive horde of stone orcs and rock wolves broke off and charged right at him. Once he dragged them deep into the isolation zone, our overpowered blacksmith stopped running. He drew his legendary Damascus steel. The real slaughter was about to begin. His footwork was an absolute blur, He weaved through fatal strikes with pinpoint slashes. A colossal hammer suddenly smashed the earth, missing him by mere inches. Without a single wasted movement, he obliterated a wolf and an orc in one fluid strike. But the battlefield gave no time to rest. Another towering stone beast swung its massive hammer. Our main character simply cleaved the weapon clean in half, following up with a devastating critical hit to shatter its core. Suddenly, a fresh wave of monsters boxed him in. Yet, a confident smirk crossed his face. It was time to stop holding back. He channeled the mastery he had inherited. The legendary techniques of the Sword King. Skill activated. Raging wave swordsmanship. He launched himself straight into the meat grinder. A hurricane of relentless strikes exploded. His blade manifested as crushing azure waves, shredding the horde to absolute pieces. Monsters dropped like flies under his overwhelming might. Mid-carnage, the system chimed in. The skill granted a 10% damage boost, scaling up to a massive 140% on weak points. He took a brief second to catch his breath. This ultimate technique wasn't just strong, it was completely game-breaking. The final beast crumbled to dust. He collapsed, utterly drained amidst a mountain of corpses. As he gasped for air, golden panels illuminated the dark. System alert. The mine dungeon has been successfully cleared. A second notification triggered. Hidden quest complete. It confirmed all 96 miners had survived. His flawless victory had triggered an unprecedented achievement tier. A soft smile of pure relief broke through his exhaustion. Thank the heavens, they were all safe. But then, a brand new glowing prompt demanded his focus. The system dropped a massive hint. By manipulating the current situation, he could squeeze an astronomical reward out of the mine captain. He blinked at the floating text, completely baffled. What exactly did manipulate the situation mean? Using his blade as a crutch, he dragged himself upright. Sure, saving lives was its own noble reward. But as a rising player, he simply couldn't ignore the scent of premium bonus loot. A mischievous, calculating glint sparked in his eyes. The gears turned, and a brilliant scam began to take shape. Meanwhile, back at the devastated mine entrance, Rick hauled a bleeding comrade from the debris. Facing the battered survivors, his voice cracked. The nightmare was finally over. By some absolute miracle, everyone had survived. Tears of pure joy and overwhelming relief washed over the crew. They clung to each other in the dust, still processing that they had actually cheated death. Amidst the tearful celebrations, Bella wove frantically through the crowd. Her eyes desperately scanned for a specific face. When she couldn't find him, dread pooled in her stomach. She pulled Rick aside to deliver the horrifying news. That crazy blacksmith had purposefully pulled the monster aggro. He charged into the abyss entirely alone. Rick's eyes widened in absolute shock. He whispered the boy's name, the sheer weight of his sacrifice hitting him like a freight train. Without wasting a second, the captain rallied his men. His voice echoed through the cavern, raw with emotion. The blacksmith, a total stranger, had played the ultimate bait to save their lives. A stunned silence instantly fell over the crowd. One miner gasped aloud in pure disbelief. Did he seriously dive into that death trap all by himself? The brutal realization struck them all at once. That was exactly why no monsters had ambushed them during the collapse. Rick's grip tightened around his heavy axe. As their appointed leader, a crushing wave of shame washed over him. He declared their victory was built on another man's blood. Roaring with renewed vigor, he issued an absolute command. Every single able-bodied man was to march back into hell right this instant. Fired up, the miners roared in furious agreement. Led by Rick and Bella, the makeshift rescue squad plunged back into the darkness. Torches blazed as they desperately screamed the blacksmith's name. Suddenly, a scout shouted from the front. There he was, slumped against the jagged cavern wall, looking like absolute death. Panic erupted as the crew practically trampled each other to reach him. Rick dropped to his knees, begging to know if he was still breathing. Someone wailed in the background, terrified by his battered state. But Bella was already there, dropping beside our protagonist. Her hands trembled as she checked his pulse, mentally cursing him for pulling such an insanely suicidal stunt. But wait, what was this? Her jaw practically hit the cavern floor. His heartbeat was perfectly calm and steady. Despite looking like a half-chewed corpse, this guy was completely fine. Relief washing over her, she stood up to deliver the good news. She opened her mouth to tell the hysterical crew to calm down, but before a single word escaped, a hand weakly, yet firmly, gripped her wrist. "Shh, play along," he barely whispered, shutting her down completely. Releasing a perfectly timed, agonizing groan, the Oscar-worthy actor dragged himself to his feet. Feigning extreme weakness, he offered them a brave, trembling smile. He gasped out that the battle had been absolute hell, but the monster horde was totally wiped out. Turning his beautifully exhausted face toward the captain, he selflessly asked if the others had made it out alive. Rick practically crushed the boy's hands in his massive grip. Hot, manly tears streamed down the burly leader's face. He bowed his head, voice trembling as he thanked our hero, begging for forgiveness for leaving him behind in the chaos. The veteran miner confessed his overwhelming shame. He cursed himself for offering such a legendary savior nothing but cheap tavern food and ale, while this complete stranger had literally thrown his life away for them. He offered a painfully gentle smile in return. He whispered that Rick and Lady Bella had treated a wandering nobody like family. Seeing their bond, he simply couldn't let them die. He swore to the heavens he was just glad they were safe. And then, for the absolute finishing touch, he let out a weak, dramatic cough to seal the deal. Rick affectionately scolded him for being such a selfless fool. He swore on his life that the miners would never, ever forget the blacksmith's grace. Meanwhile, Bella just stood off to the side, absolutely buffering. She knew for a fact this guy was healthier than a horse just a second ago. Ignorant to the scam, Rick hoisted our protagonist up. He barked at his men to craft a makeshift stretcher immediately. This was no time for idle chatter while their savior was bleeding out. Ping! A golden system prompt flashed before his eyes. The mining captain and 95 workers will forever pledge their eternal gratitude. Moments later, as he was carried out like royalty, our overpowered main character hid a devious smirk. Everything was falling flawlessly into place. His masterclass in guilt-tripping for max loot was an absolute triumph. Bella watched the whole spectacle with narrowed, suspicious eyes. As he was carried past her, he locked eyes with the bewildered girl and sneakily flashed her a cheeky thumbs up. Totally oblivious, Rick joyously bellowed out a promise. He swore to craft the absolute finest gear for their legendary hero. In the background, Bella's blood practically boiled over. The realization finally hit her. They were getting completely scammed by a master manipulator. Cut to later that day. Our supposedly dying hero woke up in a lavish guest room, giving a massive, completely pain-free stretch. He casually muttered aloud, that might have been the best nap of his entire life. Suddenly, the heavy doors burst open. Banya barged in, screaming our hero's name at the top of his lungs. The young miner desperately checked how long Hyunsu had been awake. Seeing him conscious, Phi immediately sprinted out to spread the good news to the rest of the squad. Hyunsu blinked in utter confusion. Just how long had they been waiting for him to open his eyes? The mining captain rushed in right on his heels, his face pale with worry as he frantically inspected our protagonist's condition. Our invincible blacksmith offered a reassuring smile, insisting he was perfectly fine. He immediately asked about the safety of the crew. Rake let out a heavy sigh of relief, confirming that every single miner had survived without a scratch. However, the captain sternly commanded Hyunsu to focus purely on his own recovery. But then, a shadow of hesitation crossed the veteran's face. He remembered Hyunsu's earlier declaration about leaving the mines as soon as possible. Rake rubbed the back of his neck nervously. He admitted the timing was terrible, but there was something incredibly crucial the crew needed to share. Curiosity sparked in Hyunsu's eyes, and he sat up, urging the captain to speak his mind. Taking a deep breath, Rake turned to the doorway and signaled everyone to come inside. Like a flood breaking through a dam, the burly miners poured into the room. Rake cleared his throat and made a booming announcement. Today, their pickaxes would swing for one man only, Hyunsu. Our main character froze, completely caught off guard by the massive declaration. He repeated the captain's words, his voice laced with pure disbelief. Rake offered a warm, weathered smile. He explained that this was the only way they could ever hope to repay a life debt. After all, Hyunsu had thrown himself into the jaws of death just to save their lives. With blazing determination in their eyes, the miners made a solemn vow. They would unearth every single piece of the Millennium Cold Iron he was searching for. Deeply moved by their fierce loyalty, Hyunsu asked if they were truly serious about this. Rake gave a heavy, undeniable nod. A gentle smile touched Hyunsu's lips. He humbly stated that he merely did what anyone would do, but expressed his absolute gratitude. He thought the grand gestures were over, but to his shock, Rake suddenly raised his hand. He signaled the massive crowd of miners to step back and clear the center of the room. The tension in the air shifted dramatically. Rake announced that there was still one final matter to attend to. He looked over his shoulder, gesturing for his son to step forward and speak for himself. Banya trembled like a leaf in the wind. He stuttered nervously for a long moment before finally gathering his scattered courage. He called out Hyunsu's name, then instantly corrected himself, addressing him as his absolute savior. The young miner formally stated his name, then dropped to his knees, bowing his head to the floor as he desperately begged to serve as Hyunsu's loyal retainer. While the boy remained frozen in his deep bow, a blinding blue light filled the room. System messages suddenly cascaded in front of our hero's eyes. The glowing text announced that the miner Banya was pledging absolute, lifelong loyalty to Hyunsu. But that was not all. The system highlighted the boy's terrifying potential to awaken as a legendary tier miner. A prompt materialized, offering the final choice to accept him as a loyal subordinate. Our overpowered protagonist sat paralyzed. He just kept muttering the word, retainer, over and over again, completely mind-blown by the absurd notification. Meanwhile, back in the real world, inside the VIP user management department of the game company, a female staff member was having a total meltdown. She wailed in pure despair, cursing her terrible luck that this insane crisis had to happen exactly when her manager was out of the office. She screamed at her monitor, crying out that player Hyunsu was breaking the game's logic once again. Her eyes bulged in absolute disbelief as she stared at the data. How on earth was this even possible? He was not a guildmaster. He did not even own a single piece of territory. She collapsed onto her desk, aggressively pulling her own hair in utter frustration. The data clearly showed that a legendary grade NPC was practically begging to become this solo player's retainer. She instantly knew her fate was sealed with another brutal all-nighter. Cutting back to the game world, Hyunsu frantically urged Banya to get up. He insisted that he was just a regular guy with nothing special to offer, but the stubborn boy flatly refused to rise. Banya looked up with eyes full of absolute worship. He explained that he had witnessed everything. He saw the breathtaking mastery of how our hero wielded the Damascus axe, and the sheer, fearless sacrifice he made to protect the weak. To Banya, that noble character made Hyunsu a deity among men. The boy swore a blood oath that he would swing his pickaxe until his hands bled, mining endless treasures for our protagonist until the end of time. He desperately pleaded to be taken in as a humble servant. Looking down at the trembling boy, Hyunsu felt the heavy, undeniable weight of his absolute sincerity. Banya's voice cracked as he anxiously asked if he was being rejected because his mining skills were still too weak. Our hero quickly waved his hands, crushing that doubt instantly. He explained that the problem was not Banya's abilities, but his own current status. Right now, he simply lacked the qualifications to lead anyone. He did not even have a proper base of operations to shelter a retainer. He gently asked Banya to grant him just a little more time to establish a proper headquarters. He promised on his honor to send a messenger the moment everything was ready. Banya nodded furiously, his eyes sparkling with blinding, radiant hope. Hyunsu smiled warmly, officially inviting the boy to join his side when that fated day finally arrived. Banya launched himself into the air, shouting endless words of gratitude. At that exact moment, a system ping echoed. It confirmed that Hyunsu had formally accepted Banya as his very first retainer. The joyful young miner threw his arms around his new liege lord. Another notification instantly popped up, granting our hero the authority to view his subordinate's hidden stats. A massive holographic window materialized in thin air. The status window revealed a jaw-dropping truth. Banya was an epic tier retainer sitting at level 165. His mining power was an absolute joke, clocking in at an insane 1,672. He possessed an arsenal of overpowered passive and active skills, including rare mineral detection and the absurd tireless miner trait. The system description was even more terrifying. It stated this boy was destined by the heavens to become the absolute greatest miner in the world, the undisputed greatest of all time in the mining industry, harboring explosive, limitless growth potential. A sly grin spread across Hyunsu's face. He realized he had just hit the ultimate jackpot. Thanks to the boy's pure sincerity, he had secured an overwhelmingly powerful ally for his future empire. Banya practically vibrated with excitement, asking when they would finally reunite, though he quickly panicked and added that he was not trying to rush his master. Our protagonist chuckled, reassuring his new retainer that the wait would not be long at all. Banya raised his fist, swearing to the heavens that until that day arrived, he and the entire mining crew would stockpile a mountain of endless resources. He then shyly asked Hyunsu to drop the formalities and speak comfortably with them. Our main character nodded happily, promising to call Banya by his first name from now on. Standing in the background, Rake watched the heartwarming scene unfold, beaming with absolute fatherly pride. Sometime later, outside the dark depths of the mine, the crew gathered around a massive teleportation gate, pulsing with brilliant blue energy. A system message quietly chimed in, stating Hyunsoo had secured 45 iron ores and 51 cold iron ores. But that was just the appetizer. Rake stepped forward, his face practically glowing with sheer anticipation. He pulled back a cover to reveal a colossal mountain of radiant, ice-blue ore. His voice echoed with ultimate triumph as he declared this to be the legendary Millennium Cold Iron. Standing proudly beside the massive haul, Rake displayed the item's terrifying stats. It was a unique grade material. It demanded a master blacksmith of level 300 or higher just to leave a scratch on it, boasting an extreme difficulty rating for crafting. But the payoff was absolute madness. It granted a godlike 91% fire resistance. It forcibly evolved all ice elemental skills to the unique tier. It boosted weapon sharpness by a staggering 150%. On top of all that, it amplified skill attack power by 58% and granted the legendary infinite durability trait. The system lore boldly stated that this cosmic metal had absorbed the Earth's chill for 6,000 years, making standard cold iron look like absolute garbage in comparison. Hyunsoo's jaw practically hit the floor as he stared at the glowing mountain of treasure. Bella leaned in close, her voice a soft whisper, teasing that he must feel incredibly proud of this monumental achievement. He immediately panicked, shushing her with wild hand gestures. He was terrified someone might overhear and completely misunderstand her teasing words. Ignoring the comedy routine, Rake turned back to our hero, his eyes burning with profound gratitude. The veteran miner confessed that in his entire life, he never dared to dream of unearthing the mythical Millennium Cold Iron. He bowed his head, declaring that this miracle was entirely thanks to Hyunsoo. Our main character responded with a confident, undeniable smirk. Side by side with Bella, he stepped toward the swirling portal, throwing one last wave of deep gratitude to the rugged crew. The miners called out in unison, begging the legend to stay just a little longer, cementing his status as a forever welcome hero in their home. But just as his foot touched the portal's edge, Banya sprinted after him. Tears streamed down the boy's face as he screamed out his lord's name. Hyunsoo paused, turning back with a knowing smile. He mentioned he actually had a parting gift he nearly forgot to hand over. With a swift motion, he tossed his prized, custom-forged Damascus axe straight to Banya. But behind that generous smile, our cunning protagonist's mind was calculating pure profit. He had secretly embedded a highly lucrative, special feature into that very weapon. It was the ultimate passive income system. The more Banya swung that mighty axe to mine, the more premium minerals would automatically teleport straight into Hyunsoo's inventory as a mandatory rental fee. Completely unaware of the trap, Banya stood paralyzed in awe, cradling the legendary weapon Hyunsoo had once flexed so proudly. Drowning in pure emotion, the boy renewed his oath to serve his master for all eternity. Meanwhile, our beloved main character broke into a cold sweat, feeling a tiny twinge of guilt over his incredibly shady, capitalist master plan. Behind them, the miners erupted into deafening cheers, a celebration of pure survival. Stepping through the glowing portal, our protagonist recalled Belle's harsh words. A scammer, she had called him. Yet, he had risked his very life for those miners, forging an unbreakable bond of absolute trust. Before departing, he threw a glance at Bella. Her cheeks flushed as she softly muttered, "What you did, it was actually pretty cool." Hyunsoo's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, do you really mean that?" "Obviously I'm talking to you," she snapped back. Fast forward a few days. The scene shifts to the Salamander's lair, a hellish landscape where a massive portal blazed with infernal flames. Deep within the fiery dungeon, Kang Haksu, the wealthy real estate mogul, sat in absolute despair. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he cursed his rotten luck. He had lost count of his endless failures. Frustration boiled in his veins. "Even a rank 11 blacksmith," he grumbled, "could never forge the fire-resistant armor I need." Suddenly, a system messenger bird fluttered into view. Seeing it, his heart sank. He was certain this dungeon raid had ended in yet another miserable defeat. The glowing bird landed gracefully before him. "Ding!" A system prompt flashed. "Hyunsoo has sent you a gift." Kang blinked in pure shock, muttering the familiar name under his breath. But he is only level 59, Kang thought. He expected nothing extraordinary, though he deeply appreciated the kid's loyalty. But the moment he tapped, "Accept," he froze completely. His eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. Was this even mathematically possible? Or was the system entirely glitched? Kang Hak-Su slammed the confirmation button. Instantly, a heavy weight materialized in his grasp. A custom-forged shield crafted by Hyun-Soo. It radiated the blinding, majestic light of a unique tier masterpiece. The insane stats flooded his holographic interface. Gripping the divine artifact, he was struck by a terrifying realization. Our main character possessed a monstrous, heaven-defying talent. Its mesmerizing design mirrored the serpentine hair of Medusa. This is modeled after the legendary Aegis. It was an absolute masterpiece. Just then, a menacing crimson timer ticked onto the screen. Less than 2 hours remained. A smirk tugged at Kang's lips. That kid, he thought warmly. He never fails to shatter my expectations. Overwhelming confidence surged through his veins. With this divine artifact, I will finally conquer this hellhole. Standing tall, he marched straight toward the blazing portal, diving headfirst into the salamander's domain. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Castle, Nen turned to Hyun-Soo with a grateful smile. Thanks to you, I have finally breached the reception hall of the Gozat Kingdom. Our humble blacksmith just scratched the back of his neck. It was only possible because Mr. Bagel carried us through. Nen softly smiled, shifting the heavy mood. How have you been holding up lately? Hyun-Soo's gaze softened. Since the Frozen Mine raid, I have spent all my time looking after my father. Nen's eyes filled with deep empathy. That must be incredibly draining for you. Has he shown any signs of waking up? She asked gently. He clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. His consciousness is still trapped in the dark, but I will never surrender my hope. After a moment of heavy, respectful silence, Nen shifted focus to the guild's foundation. Hyun-Soo nodded, ready for business. For now, our ranks must remain small, but fiercely elite, she declared. Her eyes practically gleamed with ambition. Our primary objective? To crown you as the absolute greatest blacksmith in the entire kingdom. Recruiting high-level players too early will only drown out our core vision, she reasoned. The fastest path to ultimate guild supremacy? We forge a legendary star. And Hyun-Soo, that star is you. Do you have any candidates in mind for the founding vanguard? Hyun-Soo immediately thought of Kim Ji-han, the very friend who dragged him into this chaotic virtual world. He nervously rubbed his neck. Honestly, I do not really have deep ties with anyone else yet. Nen offered a reassuring smile. Do not worry. We will forge those unbreakable alliances together. Suddenly, a spark lit up in his eyes. Wait, there is one more person. Who is it? What is their in-game name? Nen pressed. But the protagonist froze. He had absolutely no idea what the man's avatar name was. He never actually told me his virtual name, Hyun-Soo admitted awkwardly. But in the real world, everyone calls him Mr. Kang. Nen frowned, crossing her arms. I have never heard of him. What is his level? I only know what he does for a living, Hyun-Soo stammered. Nen let out an exasperated sigh. How can you nominate someone to our inner circle so blindly? But our protagonist stood his ground. A fierce loyalty burned in his voice. When I was rotting at rock bottom, Mr. Kang sacrificed his own gains so I could start over. He declared his boundless gratitude for the man. Nen's eyes narrowed sharply. Is this man a corporate businessman by any chance? Hyun-Soo nodded, confirming her suspicion. Nen leaned in, her tone deadly serious. Hyun-Soo, you clearly have not grasped your true monumental value in the world of Ares. That cunning suit is likely plotting to use you, she warned. He could be scheming to build an entire virtual monopoly on your back. Or worse, swallow our entire guild whole. Our main character adamantly shook his head. No, never. Mr. Kang is not that kind of snake. I trust him with my life. He would never betray me. Seeing his absolute conviction, Nen relented. Fine. But I have the final say, and I must evaluate him in person. Hyun-Soo happily agreed. However, Nen had one final, chilling warning. Whatever you do not expose your identity as the legendary blacksmith yet. The protagonist froze like a statue. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he awkwardly mumbled. Heisteen, I already engraved my name on the divine shield I just sent him. Nen stared at him, absolutely utterly speechless. Meanwhile, deep inside the salamander's lair, the suffocating, infernal heat melted the very air itself. A vicious lizard-type monster lunged right at Kang Hak-Su's throat. Bam! He easily deflected the lethal strike with his newly forged Aegis. With an explosive burst of aura, he mercilessly crushed the beast into dust. He fought like an unstoppable juggernaut. Kang was completely blown away by the god-tier defense. Every single microscopic detail, I requested. It is all perfectly integrated into this masterpiece. Tracing the back of the shield, his fingers brushed against a cold engraving. The legendary signature, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉. A deep chuckle vibrated in his chest. Just how many times is this kid going to shatter the heavens for me? How could I possibly ever repay a debt this massive? Rumble. Suddenly, a grotesque blazing claw erupted from the boiling magma. Bam! The overwhelming force sent him flying across the cavern. Towering before him was the ultimate nightmare. The Flame Queen, a colossal manifestation of pure, destructive hellfire. She condensed a catastrophic sphere of magma and hurled it with devastating speed. Boom! The entire dimension violently quaked, drowning the arena in blinding toxic smoke. But as the black ashes scattered, Kang stood tall and completely unharmed. All thanks to the impenetrable divine barrier. The demonic boss's screeching voice echoed ominously across the burning chamber. "Oh? You survived my wrath?" she hissed in wicked amusement. Her monstrous roar shook the stalactites. "Tell me the name of the mortal who forged that shield." She unleashed an apocalyptic barrage of furious strikes. Yet, Kang evaded and flawlessly blocked every single one. The Flame Queen's eyes burned with demonic malice. "Refuse me, and I shall not just erase your avatar. I will hunt down your physical body in the real world." Dodging a lethal swipe, a grim thought crossed Kang's mind. If this psycho nightmare actually crosses into reality, I might seriously have to uninstall the game. But his resolve remained as solid as steel. He would rather die 1,000 times than betray his brother. Fueled by absolute, unyielding willpower, he propelled himself high over the demonic queen. She smirked wickedly, realizing this mortal possessed zero fear of death. Swish! She swung her blazing claws with catastrophic force, smashing directly into the face of the legendary shield. Kang gritted his teeth. Was a simple in-game secret really worth throwing his life away? But before he could decide, a blood-red warning blinded his vision. The avatar of the Fire Queen unleashed her ultimate attack, the Hand of Death. A devastating force crushed Kang to the ground. She sneered from above, mocking his foolishness for throwing his life away over a single artifact. His health bar plummeted to absolute zero. But Kang refused to yield. This was no ordinary gear. This was a divine masterpiece, forged by the legendary 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉. Suddenly, a golden system notification illuminated the darkness. The shield resonated with his unbreakable will. With a mighty roar, Kang declared this was a sacred gift from his true comrade. An explosive surge of energy erupted from the shield, throwing the stunned Fire Queen backward. Frost gathered in Kang's empty hand. He had just awakened the hidden skill, the piercing frost spear. Boiling with blazing fury, the queen summoned a colossal sphere of flames. Another crimson alarm shattered the air. She was charging her ultimate magic. Mustering every ounce of his aura, Kang launched himself into the sky and hurled the frost spear. The tyrant never even stood a chance. The freezing blade pierced straight through her skull, shattering the mighty Fire Queen into a million specks of ash. The system chimed in, triumph. Kang Hakasu had officially conquered the Salamander Dungeon. As the Crimson Dragon armor materialized in his inventory, a massive notification confirmed the impossible. He had secured the hidden piece and cleared the secret trial. Gasping for breath, his eyes locked onto a glowing message. The system praised his absolute loyalty. Even staring death in the face, he refused to betray his comrade's identity. He unlocked the title of Awakened Warrior. But that was not all. A story progression reward suddenly materialized. Kang stared at the holographic screen in sheer disbelief. Could this really be a hidden class advancement? A relentless waterfall of system alerts cascaded across Kang Hakasu's vision. The golden text hailed him as the absolute vanguard. It announced his glorious awakening into an epic tier class. The final message sealed his destiny. He was officially promoted to the Guardian Warrior. This was a pathway to absolute power, a class capable of reaching the legendary 10th tier, a path sworn to protect the precious at all costs. Kang was completely speechless. This destiny felt tailor-made just for him. The truth hit him like a lightning bolt. That entire dungeon was a massive hidden quest. As the fiery landscape dissolved into pixels, the system noted his guildless status and flashed a list of powerful recruitment offers. He ignored them all. Right now, Kang had some serious business to discuss with 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕. Moments later, Kang marched into the local tavern. His gleaming new armor immediately stole the spotlight, drawing awestruck gasps from the crowd. Our main character waved him over, instantly sparking a wildfire of whispers among the players. Just looking at that divine aura, they knew Kang was an absolute top-tier ranker. Watching quietly from the shadows, Nen analyzed the situation. This imposing man had to be Baek. Her sharp eyes scanned his godly equipment. This warrior was dangerously powerful. She silently warned herself to stay on absolute high alert, especially since Hyunsu had mentioned his ruthless business background. Kang strode directly toward the blacksmith. Bowing his head in deep respect, he confessed that without our hero's masterpiece, the hidden quest would have been his grave. He never once doubted that Hyunsu was the genius behind that godly shield. Panic flared in Nen's eyes. She moved to intercept him, terrified he would accidentally expose the blacksmith's identity. But the seasoned veteran was no fool. Kang stopped dead in his tracks, feeling the greedy stares burning into their backs. With a booming laugh, he offered to buy the next round, smoothly suggesting they relocate to a much more private setting. The trio relocated to the exclusive VIP lounge of the Gozat Kingdom. Over a lavish feast, Kang completely dropped the pleasantries. He looked our protagonist dead in the eye, revealing he knew the truth because of the Maker's mark carved into the shield. The legendary blacksmith was none other than Hyunsu. Observing this exchange, Nen silently praised the warrior's terrifying intuition. This man definitely did not play games. Our overpowered main character simply nodded. He had zero intentions of hiding his true strength from a trusted comrade. That was exactly why he proudly stamped his name on the divine artifact. Kang placed a heavy hand on Hyunsu's shoulder. He confessed his suspicions had started the moment our hero offered to purchase the Grand Forge. But seeing the shield's terrifying stats firsthand, he finally realized he was standing in the presence of an absolute monster. The warrior swore on his honor. Even when enemies threatened to rip the artifact from his cold, dead hands, he proudly declared it was a gift from a brother in arms. A warm smile crossed our protagonist's face as he whispered his thanks. Knowing the massive target on a master blacksmith's back, Kang vowed to take this secret straight to his grave. Witnessing this unbreakable bond of brotherhood, a wave of guilt washed over Nen for doubting his loyalty. Stepping into the light, she formally apologized for her hostility. She introduced herself as Nen, the mastermind managing Hyunsu's rise to the top. She openly admitted she had completely misjudged the warrior's character. Kang was completely caught off guard by her sudden respect. Nen confessed her greatest fear. She thought he was just another greedy leech trying to drain our hero's talent. Bursting into a hearty laugh, Kang boldly admitted she had every right to be paranoid. This world was crawling with vultures, desperate to enslave a genius crafter. He revealed his own ambitions to establish a dominant guild, but swore upon the heavens he would never exploit their sacred partnership for cheap profit. Simply knowing that Hyunsu had fiercely loyal allies guarding his back was more than enough to put his mind at ease. The timing was absolutely perfect. Our main character finally dropped the ultimate invitation. "Join my guild." Kang was completely stunned. Hyunsu's vision was absolute. He wanted his true comrades to grow alongside him, sharing the absolute glory when they conquered the very peak of this world. A wild, thrilled grin spread across the warrior's face. He accepted without a second thought. From this moment forward, he would be the absolute shield guarding the legendary blacksmith. He formally declared his status. Player name Baek, level 311. Epic class guardian warrior. And to top it off, he casually dropped the bombshell that his class had legendary evolution potential. Nen's jaw hit the absolute floor. A legendary class was the stuff of absolute myths. Not to be outdone, Hyunsu revealed his own terrifying specs. Level 80. Unique class blacksmith god. Kang's brain practically short-circuited. Two absolute monsters had just formed an unbreakable alliance, sealing their destiny with a firm handshake. Our hero casually mentioned the guild was still nameless, but the future was undeniably bright. Kang offered a massive grin and formally addressed him as boss. Standing on the sidelines, Nen watched her grand master plan perfectly falling into place. Snapping back to reality, Kang joked that their royal feast was turning into solid ice. But business was still business. Refusing to owe a life debt, he forcefully activated the system trading window. Our overpowered blacksmith frantically waved his hands in protest. It was just a gift, but his soul nearly left his body when he saw the insane amount of zeros flashing on his screen. 400 million won had just dropped into his bank account. Absolutely paralyzed by shock, he demanded to know why the warrior was paying a literal fortune for a single shield. Kang threw his head back and roared with laughter. Accepting a masterpiece of that caliber for free? That was basically daylight robbery. Smoothly pivoting away from the massive fortune, Kang demanded to know their master plan for the guild. Nen instantly took control of the conversation. Her ultimate objective was crystal clear. They were going to make Hyunsu the most legendary crafter in the entire game. The veteran warrior instantly grasped the brilliance of her strategy. Having a famous, god-tier blacksmith as their figurehead was an absolute tactical masterpiece. Hungry for the details, Kang leaned in close. Nen proudly unveiled her ultimate weapon. They were going to dominate the streaming platforms by broadcasting the hottest, scandal-free, and most unbelievably handsome player. And that star was none other than Hyunsu. Our hero blinked in utter confusion. Did she really just call him the most handsome player? He prayed this whole streaming idea was just a ridiculous prank. But one look at their dead serious faces confirmed his worst nightmare. A cold sweat dripped down his neck. This was going to be an absolute disaster. Ever since the virtual reality game Ares exploded globally, the mega corporation Purium had monopolized the media. Ares content was absolutely flooding every single television and digital platform across the planet. And sitting at the absolute top of the food chain was the internet broadcasting giant, AG. They completely dominated the viewership ratings, and now, our overpowered blacksmith was about to be thrown right into the spotlight. Inside the broadcasting station, absolute chaos had descended. A frantic staff member pointed at the plummeting viewership ratings. The producer gritted his teeth. This was exactly why he had pulled his ultimate trump card. The legendary blacksmith Hyunsu had flat-out refused a live appearance. But he agreed to speak through an avatar. The martial arts tournament champion. "This is our final lifeline to save the show," he roared. The crew scrambled like madmen, desperately prepping the stage for the broadcast of the century. The chat box was already exploding like a supernova. Viewers buzzed with feverish anticipation, joking about the legendary Room of Truth, the mythical stage where in-game gods revealed their real-life faces. Boom! The cameras rolled. Host Thumbs flashed his signature blinding smile, welcoming the rabid audience and introducing tonight's VIP. The undisputed champion of the martial arts tournament. He promised a spectacle that would shatter their expectations. The live chat erupted into a frenzy of digital cheers. With his trademark explosive energy, Host Thumbs skipped the boring filler and summoned our protagonist into the Room of Truth. The grand doors swung open, but when Hyunsu stepped into the light, the chat exploded for entirely the wrong reasons. An ocean of question marks flooded the screen. The viewers were completely paralyzed with confusion. Even our overpowered main character felt a cold sweat drop down his back. He nervously asked the host if the chat system had glitched. But suddenly, the confusion shifted into pure, unadulterated thirst. The fans were losing their minds over his devastatingly handsome face. They claimed his god-tier visuals were driving them crazy. Reading the aggressively thirsty comments, our usually fearless hero blushed deeply, stumbling over his words like a helpless rookie. Suddenly, a heavy hitter named Duel shattered the mood. He demanded to know when the blacksmith was actually showing up. To prove he wasn't joking, he slammed down a massive 500,000 won donation. Hyunsu stared at the golden donation notification, completely dumbfounded. The chat immediately went into overdrive, revealing Duel's true terrifying identity. The guildmaster of South Korea's #1 blacksmith guild. Our main character's jaw dropped. The situation was spiraling out of control. Let's rewind the clock of fate. Just a few days ago, inside the heavily guarded meeting room of the Black Anvil Guild, 4 high-ranking elders gathered around a massive oak table. Sylvia, a sharp-eyed guild executive, shattered the suffocating silence. She demanded to know the identity of this mysterious blacksmith Hyun, and why an emergency summit was called during their most profitable season. Doc, a veteran craftsman, scoffed at her ignorance. He mockingly asked if she had been living under a rock for the past month. "This anonymous creator is the most explosive topic in all of Ares," he declared. His fame skyrocketed after forging a divine blade for Sword King Bharat. Vaughn suddenly interrupted, arrogance dripping from his voice, claiming the legendary Black Anvil Guild shouldn't cower before a lone wolf player. Doc immediately shot back, warning that underestimating this anomaly would be fatal. He fiercely urged the guild to swallow their pride and recruit this genius before his reputation eclipsed them all. Finally, Guildmaster Duel's booming voice silenced the room. He coldly stated that he had heard their opinions on Blacksmith Hyun, but a king makes no moves blindly. He would only pass judgment after facing this anomaly in person. Snapping back to the present reality, Hyunsu locked eyes with the glowing broadcast monitor, his heart pounding like a war drum. He stared at Duel's aggressive demand, backed by that staggering 500,000 won. The live stream was melting down with hype. Even our overpowered hero was shaken by the sheer wealth radiating from this guildmaster. Host Thumbs leaped from his seat like a coiled spring, practically bowing to the screen in gratitude for the royal sum. He dramatically announced that an absolute titan had descended upon their humble stream. None other than the supreme leader of the nation's top blacksmithing guild, and the current rank 2 craftsman in the entire game. The host shamelessly hyped the crowd, joking that mere mortals could never buy an audience with such a VIP, urging everyone to empty their wallets. But then, flash, a brand new donation of 100,000 won shattered the screen, and the sender's name read, Blacksmith Hyun. The attached message sent shockwaves through the audience. I will conduct my interview through Hyunsu today. Host Thumbs screamed in pure ecstasy. The myth, the legend, Blacksmith Hyun has finally graced us with his presence. Our main character hid a sly smirk behind his handsome face. He instantly realized what was happening. His clever ally, Nen, had orchestrated this illusion with absolute perfection. With that single, perfectly timed donation, she had brilliantly manipulated the entire server into believing the hero and the blacksmith were 2 completely different entities. Host Thumbs snapped back to professional mode, demanding our boy give himself a proper, formal introduction. Hyunsu cleared his throat, stating he was 23 years old and currently a full-time gamer. But when the host cheekily pried into his dating life, our hero shyly confessed that he wouldn't mind having a girlfriend. Chaos erupted. A tsunami of donations flooded the broadcast as legions of viewers violently volunteered themselves as tribute to win his heart. Riding this massive wave of hype, Host Thumbs dropped his voice into a dramatic whisper, pivoting to the real mystery. Tell us about the legendary blacksmith Hyun. Our main character remembered Nen's strict instructions. He had to keep playing the part of the puppet. Tapping his earpiece like a secret agent, he faked a deep conversation with the non-existent creator. He paused, nodded to the empty air, and finally relayed the heavily anticipated answer. The man is indeed a master blacksmith, but his age remains shrouded in mystery. When pressed for basic physical details like height and weight, Hyunsu cocked his head to his imaginary boss and declared everything was strictly classified. The chat instantly soured. Frustrated viewers spammed angry emojis, complaining that absolutely everything was a secret. Wild conspiracy theories about his true stats began spreading like wildfire. A cold drop of sweat rolled down Host Thumb's face. He frantically whispered to our main character, terrified that this hyped-up broadcast was going to crash and burn spectacularly. Sensing the plummeting mood, our brilliant hero realized it was time to change the game entirely. He boldly declared that mere words were useless. The master blacksmith would introduce himself through the sheer power of his creations. The host blinked, briefly confused. Wait, do you mean yourself? He accidentally blurted out. Our main character violently waved his hands, desperately clarifying that he was only translating the voice in his earpiece. Recovering his absolute professionalism in an instant, the host roared that this was the perfect segue. He had secretly prepared the ultimate stage to showcase the blacksmith's divine artifacts. With a dramatic slam on his control panel, a colossal hologram ignited. He announced an unprecedented, god-tier collaboration. The martial arts champion and the legendary craftsman would team up for a soul-crushing time attack dungeon raid. The rules were deceptively simple, but brutally unforgiving. Blacksmith Hyun had exactly 10 days to forge 3 divine artifacts, and our main character had to obliterate the dungeon using only those newly birthed weapons. Disbelief instantly hijacked the comments section. The chat roasted the crazy challenge, pointing out that crafting 3 high-tier items in that short time frame was statistically impossible for any human. Even a grandmaster at the absolute peak of the game would sweat blood just to produce something slightly better than common-grade trash. Host Thumbs smirked like a demon. This suicidal, high-stakes content was the golden ticket to reviving his channel. But then, bam! A viewer named Ragon slammed a monstrous donation onto the screen and issued a terrifying bounty. The stakes skyrocketed. He promised 1 million won for a rare grade weapon, 3 million won for an epic grade, and an absolutely astronomical bounty for a unique grade. Can I place a blood bounty on this impossible quest? The whale demanded. Host Thumb's jaw hit the floor at the sheer madness of the offer. But Ragon wasn't finished. He added one final, devastating condition. If they failed this impossible time attack, they had to expose the classified specs of the divine sword crafted for Sword King Bharat. The host screamed that this content was pure insanity. Ragon watched from the shadows, bloodthirsty and waiting to see if they could prove their legendary status. Tapping his earpiece one last time, A fearless grin spread across our main character's face. "The blacksmith," he declared with absolute certainty, "accepts your foolish challenge." Meanwhile, Nen sat quietly scrolling through the explosive community forums. Our exhausted main character was finally taking a well-deserved breather. "The entire internet is buzzing about you," she smirked. "So tell me, how does it feel to be a superstar?" But his mind was already light years away. Snapping him back to reality, Nen tightly gripped his shoulder. "Earth to our master blacksmith. What kind of god-tier artifact are you planning to forge next?" Our hero just offered a mysterious smile. "The blueprint is still coming together in my head," he replied. He explained, his original plan was a simple, rare-grade gear. But since Rogon recklessly raised the stakes, he decided to crush those expectations and aim straight for the unique tier. After all, the community was treating this like a brutal deathmatch between Blacksmith Hun and Rogon. "It is not exactly a deathmatch, though," our protagonist humbly insisted. But Nen immediately cut him off. "Are you kidding? This is a total showdown," she argued passionately. She laid out the cold, hard facts. If he cleared this impossible quest while raking in those massive donations, his reputation would pierce the heavens. Even the elite Break Anvil Guild would be begging on their knees to recruit him. "And what if I fail?" Hyunsu asked cautiously. Nen did not sugarcoat it. "Your value hits absolute rock bottom. The illusion of your unrivaled genius will vanish completely." A blazing fire ignited in our protagonist's eyes as he shot to his feet. He declared he would succeed at all costs. Thanking Nen for the harsh but necessary motivation, he unceremoniously shoved her out the door, claiming he needed absolute focus to craft. Staring at the closed door, Nen stood there completely dumbfounded. "Did he seriously just kick me out?" she muttered. Fast forward 10 days later. Inside the brutal time attack dungeon, a massive horde of orcs and goblins blanketed the landscape. The live broadcast was absolutely exploding. Over 80,000 viewers were glued to their screens. A trembling staff member leaned over to producer Kim. "Sir, are we finally entering our golden age?" he whispered. Kim silently prayed to the system gods for a monumental success. Host Thomas's voice boomed through the arena, announcing the start of Phase 1. Below the sheer cliff, 40 vicious monsters laid in wait. The mission? Annihilate the horde and shatter the glowing red orb sitting 400 meters away. The announcer reminded the massive audience of the current summit. The #1 spot was held by a legendary player named Pro. Pro stood at rank 7 on the absolute leaderboards with a staggering time of 1 minute and 23 seconds. If our hero could somehow shatter that impossible record, he would walk away with a breathtaking prize of 1 million coins. The live chat instantly erupted into pure chaos at the mention of that astronomical bounty. The final countdown echoed through the cavern. Hyunsu stood at the edge of the abyss, glaring down at the swarming beasts below. He whispered to himself with a confident smirk. The divine relic he was about to unveil was not a simple bow, but a single, flawless gauntlet. Equipping the legendary masterpiece, he slowly drew back his bowstring. The moment the gauntlet locked into place, the system chimed as his strength stats skyrocketed by an unbelievable 111 points. His attack range violently expanded. Hyunsu released the taut string. Empowered by those monstrous stats, the arrow transformed into a devastating beam of pure destructive energy. The projectile violently ripped through the raging horde. It completely obliterated everything in its path, clearing a massive gorge right through the monster waves, crossing the 400-meter gap in the blink of an eye. It flawlessly shattered the floating red orb into a million pieces. A blinding system alert immediately flashed across everyone's screens. Phase 1 time attack record violently shattered at a godlike 41 seconds. Host Thomas screamed his lungs out in absolute disbelief, officially declaring our hero the winner of the 1 million coin grand prize. Our overpowered protagonist simply flashed a lethal smile right at the camera. He politely thanked the stunned host before dropping a massive bombshell. "Actually," he corrected smoothly, "the total payout I will be walking away with today is 2 million coins. Host Thomas desperately begged him to elaborate on that math, staring dead into the lens with piercing confidence. Hyunsu publicly called out Rogon, reminding him of their high-stakes gamble. He proudly declared that the very gauntlet on his hand was an undisputed unique-grade artifact. On the other side of the monitor, Rogon sat frozen in his gaming chair, his jaw practically hitting the floor. A highlighted comment violently popped up in the chat. It was Rogon, frantically demanding to see the item's verified system stats. Hyunsu gladly obliged, raising his armored hand toward the heavens. The gauntlet erupted with a blinding, majestic golden aura. He smoothly toggled the item status window, so the entire world could see. The terrifying unique grade tag was right there in undeniable plain text. Utterly defeated, Rogon instantly fired off a massive donation of 1 million coins. Hyunsu graciously thanked his rival for the incredibly generous financial contribution. But our hero was not done breaking the internet just yet. He announced that the mysterious blacksmith had an insane proposal. A live, real-time auction for this god-tier relic right here, right now. Sweating bullets, Rogon ordered his terrified guild subordinates to monitor the situation like hawks and report every single detail. Meanwhile, our protagonist officially kicked off the bidding war. He casually relayed that the blacksmith wanted to start the bid at a humble 10,000 gold. For a terrifying second, the hyperactive chat completely froze. Dead silence. Our hero's confident smile faltered for a moment. Had he completely misread the room? Did Nen's aggressive marketing strategy just blow up in his face with a price that was way too high? But just as the cold sweat started to form, boom! A massive 15,000 gold bid struck the screen. The floodgates violently burst open. The auction skyrocketed like a fired missile, instantly blowing past the 40,000 gold mark. Hyunsu offered a deep, dramatic bow toward the camera lens. Playing his part perfectly, he thanked the raging mob of buyers on behalf of his mysterious master, though his inner capitalist was throwing a massive celebration over this ridiculous fortune. He maintained his cool facade, instructing the heavy hitters to submit their final offers directly to the shop. Seamlessly taking over, host Thomas thanked the hyperventilating audience for their patience as they transitioned into Phase 2. The announcer hyped up the still-raging auction in the background. He screamed for the viewers to brace themselves for whatever mind-bending artifact would be revealed next. But back inside the deadly dungeon, our overpowered hero was staring down a colossal level 121 Cyclops. The towering monstrosity roared, viciously swinging a massive, blood-stained stone club. Without a shred of hesitation, Hyunsu launched himself into the sky. His target? The beast's massive, ugly head. The Cyclops violently swung its club to swat him out of the air like a pesky fly. The breathless commentators instantly predicted our hero's brutal demise. But defying gravity itself, he gracefully landed safely back on the ground. Then, in a flash, he vaulted even higher, as his blade fiercely clashed against the colossal stone club. The monster's indestructible weapon violently shattered into useless dust upon impact. Capitalizing on that flawless opening, our protagonist unleashed a devastating vertical slash from the heavens. The colossal Cyclops was cleaved cleanly from head to toe, instantly vaporizing into a storm of glowing pixels. The livestream chat completely short-circuited in pure awe. To effortlessly one-shot such a massively tanky boss was simply unheard of. Hyunsu calmly turned back to his adoring audience. He relayed a solemn message from the blacksmith, warning them that this second item's rank was honestly nothing special. But the rabid viewers were absolutely foaming at the mouth for more. They furiously typed in the chat, demanding he stop the false modesty and reveal the god-tier loot immediately. With a heavy sigh, he unsheathed a massive greatsword. The system window popped up. It was completely normal grade. A collective wave of absolute confusion crashed over the audience. How could there be such a catastrophic drop in quality from a divine gauntlet to this piece of junk? Our hero rubbed the back of his head, forcing a very awkward laugh. Yeah, I know, it is a bit of a letdown, right? He agreed nervously. But hidden beneath that embarrassed smile, he knew the bitter truth. Spamming the absolute god-tier emergency crafting skill twice in a row had triggered a brutal hidden system penalty. The oppressive curse had forcefully downgraded his masterpiece by 2 entire tiers. This trash game is so completely rigged, he complained internally. Not even a single system warning before dropping a penalty like that. Meanwhile, watching the broadcast in his dark room, Rogon sneered, convincing himself that the arrogant blacksmith had simply gotten dumb lucky with that first gauntlet. Just as that comforting thought crossed his mind, his phone aggressively buzzed with a VIP caller ID. It was his terrifying guildmaster. The big boss demanded to know if he was watching this historic broadcast. Despite the underwhelming second reveal, the absolute potential was undeniable. "We need to recruit this phantom blacksmith immediately," the master commanded. Rogon swallowed hard, proposing an astronomical signing bonus of 20 million coins. Without missing a beat, the guildmaster authorized the insane budget. Rogon broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if they were massively overpaying, but ultimately decided that securing this monstrous hidden talent was worth paying any price. However, right as he was about to make the call, Rogon completely froze, his eyes locking onto a tiny, obscure detail on his monitor. Hidden deep within the great sword's item description was a single, terrifying sentence. It clearly stated the weapon had accidentally suffered a severe system penalty. He stared blankly at the glowing blue text, his mind spiraling into absolute chaos. A penalty? What kind of monster triggers a penalty like this? He gasped in horror. Meanwhile, oblivious to the storm brewing off-screen, host Thomas was hyping the roaring arena back up to an absolute fever pitch. The announcer could not stop hyping up our main character. He had absolutely demolished the second round. But the final stage? It was not going to be a simple walk in the park. A massive horde of boss-level monsters was about to spawn. Hyunsu had to weave through them and claim the flag at the peak. The ultimate obstacle? A notorious level 138 direwolf, boasting impenetrable armor-like skin. The host grimly reminded everyone that the clear rate for this stage was under 20%. Even the current record holder had barely survived by the skin of his teeth. Listening to the rules, our protagonist simply muttered to himself. Crying over his previously failed weapon would not change a thing. With eyes burning with sheer determination, he prepared to go all out for the grand finale. The chat was having a field day. Viewers joked they had already ordered their fried chicken for a long, drawn-out bloodbath. They were practically begging him to start the show. Ignoring the barrage of comments telling him to run away, our boy boldly declared he had zero intentions of backing down. The crowd was left utterly baffled. Where was this supreme confidence coming from? Hyunsu proudly announced that his next master-crafted weapon was going to hunt down every single one of them. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura swirled in his palm, condensing into the pure, lethal shape of an arrow. The chat immediately dismissed it as a massive bluff. But right on cue, a vicious pack of snarling wolves burst onto the scene. Without hesitation, Hyunsu drew back his aura arrow and let it fly. A perfect bullseye, striking a beast right between the eyes. The rest of the pack lunged forward with overwhelming bloodlust. But the moment the arrow hit, it detonated into a devastating shockwave. The absolute destruction wiped the entire pack off the map. It was incredibly satisfying to watch. Our protagonist simply nodded. He was secretly thrilled that his forging calculations were flawless. Meanwhile, the chat completely exploded. They were losing their minds, demanding to know what just happened, and begging to see the god-tier stats of this weapon. With a smirk, Hyunsu introduced his third masterpiece. He revealed it to be the heavyweight bow of 1,000 pounds. It was heavily inspired by the mythical weapon that once shot down the sun and moon in the ancient legends of Jeju Island. This Jeju Island legend was not just any random story. It was a beloved folktale his father used to tell him back when he was just a child. According to the ancient myth, centuries ago, the heavens possessed 2 suns and 2 moons. This overwhelming celestial power had thrown the mortal realm into absolute chaos. To save their dying world, the lesser star king of the upper realm sought out his older brother, the great star king, who ruled over the underworld. Honoring his little brother's desperate plea, the great king descended to the mortal realm. Wielding a legendary bow weighing 1,000 pounds, he shot down 1 sun and 1 moon. But honestly, young Hyunsu was always far more fascinated by that divine bow than the legendary kings themselves. Even back then, a fiery ambition had sparked in his heart. He dreamed of forging that mythological weapon with his own 2 hands, a wild aspiration he proudly shared with his father. Years later, as a masterful blacksmith in the world of Ares, he combined his deep knowledge with the system's technology to bring this legend to life. But there was one massive hurdle: the sheer, crushing weight of the bow. He had no idea how much he needed to level up his strength stats just to lift the damn thing. But our genius protagonist was not about to let system limitations stop him. He quickly engineered a brilliant workaround. Instead of piling an impossible weight onto the physical bow itself, he flipped the concept entirely. He manipulated the weapon's properties so that the crushing gravity would instantly transfer onto the enemy the moment the arrow pierced their flesh. To perfect this divine forging process, Hyunsu utilized a rare, mystical wood as the skill catalyst. Thus, a brand new, modern version of the heavyweight bow was born. Snapping back to reality, our main character was deep in the danger zone, obliterating his monstrous foes one by one. Charging aggressively forward, Hyunsu effortlessly slaughtered 10 direwolves. The live commentator was absolutely losing his mind. He could not fathom how a rookie just wiped out an entire elite pack with a single, devastating arrow. The chat box was moving at the speed of light. Viewers were screaming in pure hype, swearing on their lives that they had never witnessed such an utterly broken display of power. But suddenly, the temperature plummeted. Our boy felt a suffocating, ominous aura bleeding from the forest. Before his senses could even process the shifting shadows, a hidden ambush of dire wolves launched themselves straight at his throat. Not a single ounce of fear crossed our protagonist's face as he smoothly shifted into a counterstance. But out of nowhere, his physical avatar began to tremble uncontrollably. Hyunsu was completely bewildered. What was causing this lag? That was until the blue system window flashed before his eyes. It issued a chilling warning. His character was suffering from a forced fear debuff, triggered by the roaring presence of an apex predator. The system then delivered a world-shaking announcement. A hidden scenario had just been unlocked. The phantom fragment of the direwolf king, the level 178 Fenrir, was descending upon the battlefield. Whoever managed to slay this legendary beast would be showered with unimaginable system rewards. Staring at the massive broadcast screen, the commentator turned deathly pale. The live chat erupted into chaotic debates about Fenrir, an absolute nightmare of a legend within the world of Ares. Trapped by the heavy fear status effect, our main character's movements were agonizingly sluggish. Seizing the opening, the monstrous Fenrir lunged with its blood claws, ripping right through his defenses and drawing first blood. Red warning alerts flooded his vision. The system confirmed a severe bleeding debuff from that devastating strike. Caught between the paralyzing terror and the rapid drain of his health points, our hero's stamina was practically melting away. Watching his hit points drop into the danger zone, Hyunsu quickly popped a buffing item, instantly spiking his strength stat to a solid 111. But the beast was merciless. Fenrir immediately unleashed its ultimate attack, the Claw of Destruction, aiming straight for our protagonist's throat. It was an execution move that spelled absolute death. The entire stadium held its breath. The commentator and the millions of viewers were practically praying at their screens. Was this the end of his glorious run? Could he even survive a hit of that magnitude? Dust settled from the apocalyptic strike, but the direwolf king froze. Its target had completely vanished into thin air. Emerging from his blind spot like a shadow of death, Hyunsu launched his brutal counterattack. He declared this would be his absolute finishing move. With ruthless precision, he smashed his weapon directly into the apex predator's eye. The titanic beast crashed hard into the dirt. Yet in a desperate final struggle, it violently swung its remaining claw to drag him down to hell. Smoothly evading the lethal swipe, our protagonist readied his ultimate execution. He fired a majestic aura arrow straight deep into Fenrir's injured eye, mockingly calling it his true masterpiece. Upon impact, the legendary 1,000-pound gravity effect instantly activated. The overwhelming crushing force slammed into the direwolf king, burying the massive beast deep into the earth's crust. The absolute reversal of fate left the live host completely speechless. His jaw was practically on the floor as he stared at the broadcast screen in sheer, unadulterated shock. To add insult to injury, our overpowered main character casually leaped into the massive crater and treated the mythical direwolf king's head like a personal throne. The commentator was screaming his lungs out. He simply could not comprehend how a mere bow could inflict such broken gravity physics on a boss monster. Witnessing this god-tier disrespect, the viewers completely lost their collective minds. The chat turned into an auction house, begging to buy the heavyweight bow at literally any price. Offering a cheeky, half-hearted apology, Hyunsu declared that after seeing this weapon's absolute supremacy, the master blacksmith who forged it had changed his mind. It was no longer for sale. The chat desperately hit their keyboards, practically begging on their knees. They pleaded with him to convince this mysterious grandmaster, promising their eternal loyalty as hardcore fans. Leaping out of the battle crater, our protagonist gave the camera one last apologetic shrug. He genuinely could not put this legendary artifact on the open market. However, casually twirling the divine bow in his grip, Hyunsu threw a massive bone to all the archer mains watching. He announced a once-in-a-lifetime deal. The legendary blacksmith would accept exactly one custom crafting request from a lucky viewer. He instructed the desperate crowd to spam their commissions to Hyunsu's personal forge for a golden chance to be selected. With a final, charming sign-off thanking everyone for tuning in, the legendary broadcast instantly faded to black. A little while later, back in the quiet comfort of his rented forge, our protagonist let out a victorious sigh. The promotional stream was an absolute, flawless victory. Not only had he built insane hype, but his dungeon clearing had netted him a mountain of legendary-grade materials and an ocean of experience points. Opening his blue system interface, his eyes gleamed at the numbers. He had officially shattered the level 100 milestone, sitting comfortably at 82% health. Suddenly, a golden notification chimed in. He had finally met the ultimate requirement. He was now eligible to establish his very own guild. The faces of his loyal comrades, Kim Jan and Nen, immediately crossed his mind. A confident smile spread across his face. He finally possessed the authority to officially recruit them into his own powerhouse faction. He was also scheming to bring Banya directly under his wing as a trusted vassal. But now came the most difficult quest of them all. What in the world should he name this legendary guild? Our boy heavily leaned back in his chair, racking his brain to forge the perfect title. Envisioning a glorious future, he officially christened their guild Wang Mong. The system chimed instantly. He was now the guild master, bestowed with the legendary title Lord's Grace. Right on cue, notifications popped up. Nen and Bach had officially joined the ranks. Bach immediately praised the epic guild name, while Nen enthusiastically agreed. Wasting no time, Nen began the hunt for their new headquarters. The main character fully supported her drive. During their call, she curiously asked about his next move. Hyunsu casually replied that he was off to keep a promise to the Sword King, Bharat. This massive revelation sparked Nen's curiosity, and she pressed for more details. He explained that the Sword King requested an audience once the guild was formed. So, his next destination was set, the Grand Kingdom of 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉. Meanwhile, within the royal court, a loyal retainer pleaded with His Majesty to bar Hyunsu from entering their lands. But the king simply smirked. He never made rash decisions, so there was nothing to fear. He spoke while casually stroking the terrifying direwolf at his side. Back to our hero. His phone suddenly buzzed with an unexpected call from the broadcasting station. The man on the line couldn't contain his excitement. Their recent stream was an explosive success. He desperately pleaded for our hero to return for another broadcast. The man confirmed they had raked in a massive 37 million in revenue. After deducting the participation fees, our boy was pocketing a staggering 25 million, plus an extra 10 million world currency bonus for shattering all previous records. When the topic shifted to the mysterious blacksmith, Hun, the executive, carefully asked how to handle his share of the payment. Our main character smoothly lied, claiming he would deliver the funds personally. With the loose ends tied, he ended the call. Half-eaten sandwich in hand, Hyunsu stared blankly at his screen. He was completely paralyzed by shock. 25 million was officially his. But the notifications did not stop there. His crafted gauntlets had just sold to a wealthy couple, combining the broadcast revenue and the item sales. Our guy had just secured a mind-boggling 100 million in total. Riding this ultimate high, he immediately texted his manager, Nen, to log into the game. Moments later, a flash of light illuminated the area. Our overpowered hero materialized right in the middle of the mid-tier town square. Amidst the bustling crowd, a familiar voice called out. Nen was sprinting toward him, practically glowing. She delivered insane news. The Blacksmith Association had offered a blank check just to recruit him. His legendary blacksmith channel had just exploded past 400,000 subscribers. Even crazier, he was already ranked 49th among all blacksmiths in the nation. She shook our boy vigorously, completely lost in the hype. Seeing his dazed look, she asked if he was even listening. With a humble smile, he credited all this success to her brilliant management. Blushing at her own outburst, she quickly cleared her throat and apologized. Getting back to business, she asked about his final preparations. After all, the kingdom of 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉. Hyunsu's eyes gleamed with confidence. He was more than ready. He revealed how he used the broken gear they gathered to forge completely new, overpowered artifacts. These masterpieces would absolutely guarantee the Sword King's unwavering trust. Nen nodded in agreement, sensing the massive scale of this hidden quest. Looking at her, our hero offered a heartfelt thanks for always having his back. The sincere words caught her off guard. Her cheeks flushed deep red, and she simply stared at him, speechless. Hyunsu blinked in confusion, wondering if he had dirt on his face. Snapping back to reality, the flustered manager vehemently denied it. Desperately changing the subject, she reported that the guild headquarters was still pending, but she promised to scour every inch of the map until she found the perfect base. Flashing a warm, mountain-like smile, our boy thanked her for her relentless dedication. Meanwhile, deep within the 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕𝒉 Bharat sat majestically, petting a fierce wolf. Marquis Valo, the shadow ruler of the realm, sneered and questioned this newfound hobby. Without breaking his gaze, Bharat explained the white wolf was a spoils of war from a recently conquered dungeon. The Marquis offered hollow congratulations, before pivoting to the real issue, granting Hyunsu entry into their sacred domain. The noble spat with disdain. To him, our main character was nothing but a lowly blacksmith. A filthy outsider, unworthy of the royal court. But Bharat's voice boomed with absolute authority. Hyunsu was his sworn savior, and no objection would be tolerated. Just as the Marquis dared to invoke kingdom traditions, the fierce wolf suddenly whimpered in sheer terror. Right at that moment, a trembling servant announced the arrival of our legendary hero. The instant our boy crossed the threshold, the arrogant Marquis froze. He was utterly suffocated by Hyunsu's monstrous aura. How could a mere blacksmith radiate the dominating presence of a supreme conqueror? Completely ignoring the noble, our hero strode toward the king and offered a respectful bow. As they settled at the tea table, the once fierce white wolf cowered pathetically behind its master's chair. Hyunsu casually placed his menacing helmet on the table. Noting the terrifying shift in our boy's presence, Bharat pointed at the armor. Was this artifact the source of his overwhelming pressure? Praising the king's razor-sharp intuition, Hyunsu revealed the truth. He was wielding the legendary helmet and cloak of the great Fenrir. It did not just boost his stats to godly levels. It granted him the absolute authority of the apex predator. Thoroughly amused, the king asked if Hyunsu had forged it, but our boy kept his humble persona intact. He calmly explained that he merely repaired the ancient relic, leaving its core essence untouched. Glancing sideways, he locked eyes with the trembling beast cowering in the shadows. A smirk crossed his face. The predator aura was definitely working flawlessly. As Bharat tried to soothe the terrified creature, Hyunsu finally cut to the chase. Why had the king summoned him? Gazing out the royal window, the Sword King's expression grew heavy. He began to speak of Balas, the legendary sanctuary of blacksmiths. Once a paradise echoing with the song of hammers, it had now fallen into absolute ruin. This catastrophic chaos was spilling over, igniting bitter turf wars among the greedy nobles. Bharat sighed in frustration. He had dispatched countless elite talents to restore the village, but every single one of them had fled in terror, vanishing into thin air. But then, his eyes burned with absolute certainty. After witnessing the divine sword crafted by our hero's hands, the king knew instantly. Hyunsu was the only one capable of saving Balas. Ding! The system screen materialized, detailing an epic tier quest. Hyunsu fell into deep thought. Weighing the massive burden, he honestly confessed that he had zero experience in territory restoration. The king's face dropped in sheer disappointment. But before all hope faded, our hero's eyes flared with unyielding resolve. He vowed to step into the abyss and save his fellow craftsmen from their despair. Fast forward to nightfall. Under the bleeding moonlight, our trio, Hyunsu, Nen, and Kim Jon, finally set foot in the cursed lands of Balas. Nen shivered at the eerie silence. Every single forge was bolted shut, dead quiet despite the supposed population. Sweeping the area, Jon could not detect a single living soul. The atmosphere was suffocatingly sinister. Even Hyunsu realized this nightmare was far worse than the king had described. Suddenly, Nen pointed toward a solitary flickering light in the distance. The party drew their weapons, ready to uncover the chilling truth, stepping into the cobweb-infested ruins. Our heroes called out into the suffocating darkness, searching for any signs of life. Just as they assumed the place was completely abandoned, a faint rustle echoed from behind a worn-out door. All eyes locked onto the entrance, as a frail, coughing old man emerged from the shadows, holding a flickering lantern. The sickly elder eyed them with heavy suspicion, demanding to know their identities and purpose. Our overpowered main character stepped forward, politely apologizing for the intrusion, before revealing that the legendary Sword King, Bharat, had personally sent them to this village. The old man's gaze instantly hardened. He furiously demanded to know if they were lapdogs from the Merchant Guild. Though Hyunsu had no idea what guild he meant, he simply summoned Bharat's official royal decree. The moment the parchment caught the light, a heavy, suffocating silence completely filled the dusty room. Our determined protagonist gently slid the decree forward. He calmly stated that they would patiently wait for his answer. The trio respectfully stepped back, giving the cautious elder enough space to process the overwhelming truth. Moments later, when the heavy walls of suspicion finally crumbled, the old man fully stepped out into the open. He muttered that it had been an absolute eternity since such an honor had graced this forsaken place. Bowing his head, he introduced himself as Para, the former personal blacksmith of the region's lord. Looking around the gloomy village, Hyunsu asked the burning question. Why were there no forge fires lit in the dead of night? Para's eyes darkened with profound sorrow. He revealed that this terrifying nightmare all began the day the Merchant Guild set foot in their home. Our hero instantly connected the dots, realizing this was the exact same faction mentioned earlier. Letting out a heavy sigh, Para warned that it was a long, tragic tale, and asked if they were truly prepared to hear it. The narrative heavily shifted back to the origin of the tragedy. When the greedy Andrew Guild first discovered the master blacksmiths living here, they showered the village with mountains of extravagant treasures, hoping to share his people's legendary weapons with the world. The local lord welcomed the head merchant's offer of open trade. It was a deal made with a joyful, yet devastatingly naive heart. From that fateful moment, the merchants sunk their venomous fangs into the village. Then, during a seemingly innocent banquet, the cunning guildmaster cornered the lord with a high-stakes gamble. Blinded by his own innocence and honor, the naive lord accepted the wager. He had absolutely no idea this single decision would drag his entire territory straight into the abyss. The second the wager was lost, the lord was instantly stripped of his absolute authority. And just like that, the Andrew Guild's era of tyrannical rule officially began. Desperate to escape this living hell, many merchants tried to flee into the night, but those who were dragged back were brutally branded as slaves. Hearing this horrific reality, Nen felt completely sickened by their absolute cruelty. A terrifying aura flickered in Hyunsu's eyes. Gazing at the ruins around him, our hero silently vowed that he would never forgive those monsters for bringing such devastating despair to the innocent. Suppressing his rising rage, Hyunsu asked if Para had ever been shackled to that corrupt guild. Choking back painful tears, the old blacksmith confessed he was a fugitive. When the lord lost his entire domain, his liege had practically forced him to run away. The lord made Para swear that he would survive at all costs, promising to one day reclaim their honor and rescue every last enslaved blacksmith. Listening intently, Kim Ji-han chimed in with unwavering belief. He confidently stated that Para had the absolute skill to win back the wagered territory, which was exactly why the lord trusted him. But the frail elder simply lowered his head in utter despair. He began speaking of a man named Boksu, an elite evaluator for the Andrew Guild. Though his personality was pure trash, his forging skills were monstrously terrifying, meaning it was only a matter of time before the hound caught his prey. Suddenly, Para jolted up from his wooden chair. Absolute paralyzing terror violently warped his wrinkled face. Trembling uncontrollably, the old man confessed he was completely exhausted from running. Turning his back to the group, he thanked them for listening, and desperately begged them to flee before the guild's enforcers arrived. But our heroic main character refused to walk away. Standing tall, he placed a firm hand over his heart. It was a gesture of absolute respect, signaling his burning desire to shatter the old man's tragic fate. He fiercely declared that as a fellow blacksmith, he absolutely could not stand by and watch his brethren suffer. Para was deeply moved by the young man's fiery spirit, but still stubbornly refused the suicidal offer. Just as the elder tried to warn him about the other fallen blacksmiths, an explosive crash shattered the heavy wooden door. The nightmare had arrived. Boksu stormed straight into the room, his eyes locking onto Para with predatory glee. He was vibrating with dark excitement after hunting the old man for so long. As the villain casually strolled forward, Para collapsed to the floor in pure, unadulterated fear. Drawing a gleaming blade, Boksu pressed the icy steel right against the elder's neck. He menacingly demanded that he accept their twisted wager, or forfeit his life on the spot. Only then did the arrogant enforcer notice our protagonist's party. Smirking, he asked if this trash was Para's new backup. With a flick of his wrist, a glowing system interface materialized in thin air. Holographic blueprints for a massive forge flickered into view. Boksu openly flexed his overwhelming stats, utterly confident that his immense knowledge and experience made him an unstoppable god of the anvil. Nen and Kim Ji-han erupted in furious rage, screaming that he could not force a match like this. Meanwhile, Ji-han quickly scanned their system profiles, and his blood ran completely cold. Para's level was catastrophically lower than Boksu's. Ignoring the peanut gallery, Boksu challenged Para to beat him if he wanted to survive. The system duel officially began. Boksu instantly locked in his absolute condition. The loser must submit completely to the winner's demands. He then arrogantly ordered Para to set his own terms. Cornered by absolute despair, the old blacksmith staked his very soul. His one and only condition? Return the stolen territory to the lord, and free every single enslaved blacksmith. Hearing this, Boksu exploded into a maniacal fit of rage. He aggressively screamed about how much precious time he had wasted hunting down this pathetic old geezer. Roaring like a madman, he ordered Para to pick up his hammer, with the winner taking absolutely everything. As the trembling elder shuffled toward the blazing forge area, our protagonist tightly gripped his arm to stop him. But Para just offered our hero a grateful, weary smile, before stepping directly into the blistering heat of the forge. He was going to craft a sword, even with the shadow of death looming over him. The old man's eyes ignited with the desperate resolve to forge an absolute masterpiece. Time passed in a blur of striking steel, but when Para casually glanced over at Boksu's anvil, his heart violently dropped. The villain was crafting a flawless, terrifying masterpiece. The bitter taste of inevitable defeat practically choked the old man. All hope began to crumble into ash. The freezing grip of the Grim Reaper felt closer than ever. But just as he was about to surrender, visions of his beloved village and his loyal lord flashed violently across his mind. Suddenly, a powerful voice pierced right through his despair. Our overpowered main character was shouting from beyond the forge. He commanded the old man to push the furnace to its absolute limits and read the subtle shifts in the flame's aura. The hotter the blazing fire, the greater his chance of snatching victory. Right at that critical second, a golden system window flashed before Para's eyes. Alert! You are receiving direct guidance from a master blacksmith, and that god-tier mentor was none other than Hyunsu. Reading the blinding system notification, Para's jaw absolutely dropped in mind-shattering shock. Meanwhile, far beyond the confines of the game world, behind a glowing monitor, a developer was absolutely losing his mind. He furiously complained about Hyunsu, completely derailing the questline. He whined that he had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into perfectly designing the arrogant character, Boksu. And now, this random old geezer was being hard-carried by their overpowered anomaly. Sitting nearby, a female developer raised a skeptical eyebrow. She questioned why her colleague was so utterly obsessed with Boksu, since she didn't think the character was all that special. The stressed-out developer grabbed his hair in pure panic. He desperately revealed the monstrous truth to her. Boksu wasn't just some random mid-boss. He was perfectly programmed to become the future 11th legend of the entire continent. Even crazier, he was intentionally designed to evolve into a catastrophic villain. After all, if the entire continent was only filled with righteous legends, where was the epic, blood-pumping entertainment in that? Back in the observation room, the female researcher turned to team leader Kim. Was this anomaly going to break the system? Kim's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. He ordered the entire squad to hold their breath and keep watching the monitors. Meanwhile, our main character kept pushing Old Man Para beyond his limits. By guiding the old blacksmith's hands, he helped him maintain the perfect hammering rhythm. As the smoke finally cleared from the forge, the two challengers stood face to face, their completed weapons gleaming in the heat. Ding! The signature blue holographic window popped up. The system announced the impossible. Para had successfully forged an artifact bordering on the legendary tier. Nen and Jihan's jaws practically hit the floor. Jihan swallowed hard, realizing a terrifying truth. This miracle was entirely thanks to Hyunsu's divine guidance. Without our overpowered hero, the corrupt examiner's skills would have easily crushed them. As the system declared Para the undisputed champion, a heavy silence fell over the workshop. The arrogant examiner, Boksu, froze like a statue, his smug grin completely shattered. Trembling, Old Man Para cradled the shining blade. Tears welled up in his exhausted eyes. To think he could forge such a divine masterpiece before his time in this world ran out, it was the ultimate craftsman's dream. This victory meant everything. The True Lord's territory was officially reclaimed, and the chains binding every enslaved blacksmith were finally broken. Throwing his useless blade to the dirty floor, the tyrant had no choice but to swallow his bitter defeat. But a cornered rat will always bite. His eyes burning with insane malice, he stomped toward our hero. Drawing his personal, high-grade weapon, he dared to challenge Hyunsu to a completely new duel. Our main character just tilted his head, utterly baffled by this fool's death wish. Back in the real world, the observation room descended into pure chaos. Why would a low-level boss trigger an event like this? Sprinting over to team leader Kim, the male researcher desperately demanded answers. What kind of unpredictable butterfly effect were they about to witness? After all, the data was clear. A small fry like Boksu was barely an insect compared to our hero's monstrous stats. Team leader Kim coldly scoffed at the screen. There was absolutely 0% chance of victory. A mere mortal could never defeat the god of blacksmithing. Hearing this, the junior researcher gulped. Would Hyunsu show mercy to this pathetic villain? But Kim and the female analyst shook their heads. Knowing our protagonist's ruthless nature, mercy was completely off the table. Glued to the glowing monitors, a drop of cold sweat rolled down the researcher's face. He actually felt sorry for the doom awaiting Bok-soo. Meanwhile, team leader Kim smirked. Our hero was an anomaly, a player whose true depths they couldn't even begin to calculate. That arrogant tyrant had just dug his own grave. As Bok-soo aggressively pointed his blade at our hero, Hyun-soo's gamer instincts kicked in. Using his appraisal skill, he silently admired the high-tier weapon. It was actually a pretty sweet piece of loot. Then, the villain barked out his twisted stakes. If he won this blacksmithing duel, he would mercilessly chop off our hero's right arm. Unfazed, Hyun-soo laid down his own terms. The prize for his victory would be that very sword. Deep down, a terrifying aura flared within him. It was time to teach this arrogant frog in a well a lesson he would never forget. The rules of this deathmatch were brutal. Speed crafting. They had only seconds to forge a weapon, relying entirely on raw instinct, explosive speed, and absolute mastery. The corrupt examiner sneered inwardly. He was dead certain this young upstart lacked the veteran experience for such a high-level technique. The invisible timer started ticking. Both men lunged into a frenzy of flying sparks and ringing steel. Bok-soo's hammer swung with arrogant confidence. He was already tasting his victory, blissfully unaware of the absolute monster he was facing. But suddenly, boom! A blinding, holy radiance erupted from Hyun-soo's anvil. The sheer intensity of the light forced the villain to shield his eyes in absolute terror. As the heavenly glow finally faded, the system chat went wild. A legendary tier guardian sword had been born into the world. Meanwhile, the pathetic examiner had only managed to produce a measly, unique tier blade, and he was completely outpaced. Humiliated for the second time today, the brutal reality crashed down on him. The wager was absolute. With a flash of blue pixels, the system forcibly stripped the ownership of his precious sword, transferring it directly into Hyun-soo's inventory. Bloodshot eyes glared at our overpowered hero, burning with venomous rage. But Hyun-soo simply looked down at him like a god judging a sinner. With an icy tone, he declared that this tyrant's reign of terror was officially over. Taking a slow, menacing step forward, our hero's killing intent leaked out into the air. It was time to pay the blood debt. Overwhelmed by the sheer pressure, the once mighty examiner collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf. Schwing! The cold steel of his newly won blade pressed directly against the villain's throat. With eyes devoid of any warmth, our hero commanded him to spit out every single dirty secret. Choking on his own panic and humiliation, the rat started singing. He confessed to squeezing a devastating 70% tax from the starving blacksmiths. Anyone who couldn't pay was instantly thrown into chains as a slave. Hearing this sickening truth, Hyun-soo's grip tightened. He fiercely demanded to know if this scum had also locked away the rightful lord. Trying to save his own skin, the pathetic villain whined that it was all just for business profit. That was the final straw. Old Man Para's suppressed fury erupted like a volcano. He screamed at the tyrant, condemning his years of ruthless cruelty and absolute injustice. But our hero wasn't done playing interrogator. Where was the massive mountain of extorted gold? Sweating bullets, the cornered rat finally cracked. He confessed the entire treasure hoard was secretly stashed in the guild's underground vault. With the loot secured, our main character pressed the blade closer. Was there anything else he was hiding? But suddenly, a flash of madness crossed the villain's eyes. Snatching a discarded blade from the dirt, he roared that a noble like him couldn't lose to trash. Using his last ounce of strength, he lunged straight at our hero's heart. Foolish move! You dare sneak attack a max-level player? In a blur of motion, Hyun-soo parried the pathetic strike, sending the enemy's weapon spinning uselessly into the air. But the punishment was just beginning. Bam! A devastating right hook shattered the tyrant's jaw. As the villain stumbled back, our hero calmly gripped his legendary blade. In one clean, silver flash. Slash! The examiner's right arm was severed completely. The very arm he had wagered. Crimson blood sprayed across the forge. Gazing at the agonizing mess before him, Hyun-soo's voice was colder than absolute zero. This physical pain was merely a scratch compared to the suffering he had caused. However, our hero wasn't the final judge of this sinner's fate. Turning his back on the screaming trash, he walked over to the trembling old blacksmith. With a warm, respectful tone, he apologized for the bloody mess, swearing on his honor that this corrupt monster would never lay a finger on them again. He offered the right of execution to Old Man Para, But the humble craftsman shook his head. True justice could only be delivered by their imprisoned rightful lord. In the background, Jihan and Nen were already on cleanup duty, brutally hog-tying the bleeding villain who was pathetically trying to crawl away. The quest objective immediately updated. Hyunsu quickly asked about the missing noble's location. The old man confirmed she was rotting in the castle's deepest dungeon. Bowing slightly, our hero entrusted a crucial mission to the veteran. Rescue the lord and bring her to the forge so the ultimate judgment could begin. Overcome with immense emotion, Para bowed repeatedly. Tears of endless gratitude streamed down his weathered face, thanking this mysterious savior for pulling their entire world out of absolute hell. Cut to the dark, damp castle dungeon. The imprisoned lord sat, curled up in the suffocating shadows, completely stripped of her former glory. Even as heavy footsteps echoed down the stone corridor, she buried her face in despair. Hope was a luxury she had lost long ago. No one would ever come for her. But the sound of jingling iron broke the silence. Standing right outside her cold iron bars was none other than old man Para. With shaking but determined hands, he smashed the heavy lock. Her eyes widened in sheer terror. She frantically begged the old man to run for his life, knowing too well the sadistic torture that tyrant examiner would unleash on him. But as the heavy cell door finally creaked open, Para reached out his calloused hand, urging his master to follow him to freedom. Stepping out into the dim light, her mind was spinning with confusion. How was this even possible? Para's voice trembled with absolute awe as he spoke of a mysterious stranger who had descended like a god, while the noblewoman stood frozen in shock. The old man painted a legendary tale of an epic blacksmithing clash, where the tyrant was utterly destroyed. Her breath caught in her throat. This had to be a cruel joke. Defeating that corrupt monster in an official system appraisal? It sounded like absolute fantasy spun by a desperate, dying man. But the fire burning in Para's eyes was real. He swore on his honor as a craftsman that every miraculous word was the absolute truth. And now, the stage was set for her. It was time to reclaim her throne and bring down the hammer of justice on that demonic scum. He spoke of their savior with utmost reverence, describing an overpowered player who possessed the soul of a true grandmaster. Doubt still clawed at the Lord's shattered heart, but the old man wouldn't take no for an answer. She simply had to witness this miracle with her own eyes. Biting her lip, she gathered her remaining royal pride. She would take this leap of faith. Traversing the secret castle passages, the duo finally arrived at the blazing forge, stepping into the very arena where our protagonist's squad was patiently waiting. Creak. As the heavy wooden doors swung open, the sight before her completely shattered her reality. There, groveling in the dirt like a pathetic worm, was the once terrifying tyrant, hog-tied, bleeding, and utterly broken. Shrouded in a ragged, oversized cloak, her mysterious presence immediately caught our hero's attention. With a calm, commanding voice, he asked if she was the true master of this land. Slowly, trembling hands reached up and pulled back the heavy fabric. Exposing her stunning, resolute face to the glow of the forge, she finally declared her true name. She was Berlin, the rightful, sovereign lord of the Bala's territory. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. She couldn't believe Hyunsu had actually dragged this tyrant down to such a pathetic and miserable state. Our hero casually explained that he originally asked Para to punish Baksu, but the old man insisted the lord should execute judgment herself. After a heavy pause, Bellin ordered the gag removed from the traitor's mouth. The moment the dirty cloth was yanked away, Baksu erupted like a rabid dog. He thrashed wildly, screaming and cursing them all as absolute lunatics. A bitter smile crossed the lord's face. She whispered with crushing disappointment that she had once placed her complete trust in him, only to be repaid with imprisonment and bitter betrayal. Her voice then turned to absolute ice. She could forgive his transgressions against her, but she would never show mercy for his unspeakable cruelty toward her innocent people. With unyielding authority, she commanded Para to seize every single coin of Bakshu's corrupted wealth, and ordered the immediate release of all enslaved blacksmiths. Meanwhile, the pathetic villain continued to howl in defiance, his delusions of grandeur completely taking over as he desperately declared himself their true and rightful master. Unfazed, Bellin dropped the ultimate hammer of justice. She sentenced him to rot in the abyss of the eternal dungeon. Hearing his doom, Baksu shrieked even louder, hopelessly crying that she had absolutely no right to judge him. Hyunsu's loyal companions forcefully dragged the traitor away toward the castle's darkest cells, completely ignoring his pathetic wails for freedom. Once the garbage was finally taken out, Hyunsu turned back to the lord. It was time to reveal the entire truth. After our overpowered hero laid out the complete story, the Lord slowly rose from her seat, trembling with an overwhelming mix of emotions. Just as Hyunsu was about to ask what was wrong, Lord Bellin did the unthinkable. She bowed deeply at the waist, showing the utmost reverence and profound gratitude to her savior. Tears streamed down her beautiful face like broken crystal, her voice choked with heavy guilt, confessing that she should have been strong enough to protect her own people and wise enough to prevent this devastating tragedy. Seeing her soul-crushing sorrow, Para immediately stepped forward. He gently reassured her that the blame solely rested on Baksu's venomous ambition. He swore she had done everything humanly possible for the people of Balas, bringing a flicker of comfort to the Lord's wounded heart. Breaking the heavy atmosphere, our main character officially introduced himself as Blacksmith Hyun, standing alongside his trusted manager, Nen. The emotional scene continued to peak. The proud lord bowed her head yet again, deeply indebted to the legendary figures who had miraculously pulled her territory back from the brink of destruction. Flustered by such royal treatment, our hero and Nen hurriedly tried to help her up. They humbly insisted they were just doing what was right. But Bellin softly interrupted, wishing to apologize for a deep-rooted prejudice they weren't even aware of. She revealed a heavy secret. When Para first reported a mysterious savior, she had completely dismissed his words. From childhood, she was drilled with the harsh belief that outsiders were nothing but greedy leeches seeking to exploit them. But meeting Hyunsu and his steadfast companions shattered those walls. She finally realized that true nobility still existed in this harsh world, and not all outsiders were blinded by greed. Pouring her heart out, she thanked them for a third time. Watching her sincerity, Hyunsu felt a warm sense of fulfillment. Sure, he originally came here purely for the quest, but saving the Balas Valley and its mistreated blacksmiths turned out to be incredibly rewarding. After a quick exchange with Para, the Lord made a jaw-dropping announcement. She offered our hero exactly half of Baksu's massive confiscated fortune as an epic reward. But our overpowered blacksmith didn't even blink. He rejected the mountain of gold entirely. Instead, he boldly demanded that every single coin be poured straight back into rebuilding the lives of the Balas people. He confidently declared that witnessing this fallen territory reclaim its former legendary glory was the only reward he needed. The Lord was absolutely speechless. Touched beyond words, Para bowed his head, sending his deepest gratitude to their flawless savior. And then the system intervened. Because Hyunsu had single-handedly delivered the Lord and her people from Baksu's tyranny, a glowing blue notification suddenly appeared. Ding! The hidden condition for the Lord's grace has been triggered. This insanely rare title was a myth among players. It was only granted when a powerful non-player character felt an overwhelming sense of devotion, wishing to pledge eternal respect, or even offer themselves as a loyal vassal to the recipient. Staring back and forth between Para and the Lord, our hero scratched his head in utter confusion. Which one of these high-level characters just tried to surrender their absolute loyalty to him? Meanwhile, in the real world, a female researcher gasped as she checked the monitors alongside the legendary team leader Kim. She immediately assumed Para triggered the event, but team leader Kim's sharp eyes caught the real truth. He pointed out a crucial detail in the game's logic. The mechanics for Para becoming a vassal were completely different from the minor Banya, who had previously sworn fealty to our main character. He challenged the junior researcher to dig deeper into the system's rules. After a moment of intense deduction, it hit her like a lightning bolt. The conditions were entirely different because Para was already bound as a sworn vassal to the Lord. Team leader Kim nodded with a knowing smirk. A vassal pledging loyalty to a second master was strictly forbidden by the system's highest laws and would be flagged as absolute treason. The female researcher then argued that the exact same logic should apply to Lord Bellin, but the veteran team leader dropped a massive lore bomb. He explained that the Empire's bitter civil war between the noble factions and the royal bloodline had completely fractured the ancient hierarchy of power. The terrifying reality became crystal clear. It was actually Bellin herself who just sacrificed her sovereign pride to swear loyalty to our hero. Back inside the game, the atmosphere grew insanely tense as Lord Bellin stood firmly before our main character. With unshakable resolve, she formally declared her eternal allegiance to him. Hyunsu's brain practically short-circuited. He was completely convinced Para had triggered the grace. Seeing a ruling lord submit like this was entirely off the script. Sweating bullets, he shot a frantic glance at Nen for an explanation. But his manager was just as paralyzed by shock, her jaw practically hitting the floor at this insane twist of fate. The powerful lord remained bowing, her head lowered in absolute submission to our young blacksmith. Taking a deep breath, he stepped closer to unravel the heavy weight behind this unprecedented oath. Looking up, she confessed that his pure, burning desire to protect her people had deeply moved her soul. But Hyunsu couldn't handle the intense formality. He immediately reached out his hand, begging her to stand tall so they could speak as equals. Grasping his rugged blacksmith's hand, Lord Bellin rose with a newfound fire in her eyes. She firmly stated that despite him being an outsider, she could clearly see the boundless, legendary potential within him. This absolute certainty was the sole reason she chose to tie her destiny to his. She didn't just want to be saved. She craved to grow stronger alongside his rising legend. Meanwhile, Nen was violently poking Hyunsu's back from the shadows, frantically signaling him to accept this godly jackpot before she changed her mind. Giving in to destiny, our hero returned her solemn nod. The system chimed once more as he officially accepted a lord as his most powerful vassal. Overjoyed, Bellin expressed her endless gratitude before shifting to a more pressing matter. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked about his master plan, since fate had already brought him to their lands. Placing a confident hand over his heart, our main character made a heroic declaration. He vowed to pass down his divine smithing techniques to her people. Of course, deep down in his calculating gamer mind, he knew this was the exact requirement to clear the quest. Hearing this noble sacrifice, Bellin unleashed another wave of profound thanks, leaving our internally scheming hero feeling awkwardly guilty beneath his saint-like exterior. As the Lord and Para began discussing the future, Hyunsu's gears were violently turning. Since the Lord was now officially his vassal, that meant he now had the ultimate right to collect massive territorial taxes. His absolute top priority was clear. If he power-leveled these blacksmiths, they could mass-produce high-tier weapons to milk the player market. He was so intoxicated by the smell of incoming gold that he accidentally blurted out his greedy master plan out loud. The entire room froze. Everyone stared at him with wide, questioning eyes, completely shattering his cool guy image and leaving him blushing like an idiot. But business was business. The very next morning, by the Lord's absolute decree, every single blacksmith was summoned to the grand courtyard. A sea of confused murmurs echoed through the crowd, wondering what kind of trial awaited them now. But as the dust settled and everyone took their seats, the legendary blacksmith Hyun stepped out of the shadows. With a respectful bow, he greeted the veterans. Then, he dropped the bombshell announcement. He was here to become their supreme master. It was an insane twist, especially considering almost every man in the crowd was twice the age of our ridiculously overpowered young hero. The veteran blacksmith scoffed. To them, he was just some arrogant kid who hadn't even lost his baby teeth. Their pride simply could not accept being schooled by a total outsider. But ignoring their bitter whispers, our main character let his hammer do the talking. While the arrogant ones rolled their eyes, a wise elder stepped forward. He convinced the stubborn crowd to give this mysterious youth one single chance to prove himself. The sun set, and the moon rose high, yet Hyunsu hammered away like a tireless machine. The sheer stamina of this monster left the entire workshop completely speechless. Just as they were about to beg him to rest, the rhythmic pounding finally stopped. In his hands gleamed an epic-ranked sword, radiating an absolutely breathtaking aura. The room fell dead silent. Suddenly, one of the veterans dropped his pride, rushing forward to beg for instruction. Our overpowered blacksmith revealed his secrets. Every strike required mathematical precision, balancing sheer force with the perfect angle. He explained that mastering the chaotic flames was the only way to forge an unbreakable blade. The tables had completely turned. The once arrogant veterans now crowded around him, showering him with endless questions and begging for forgiveness for their past disrespect. Desperation filled their eyes as they asked if he possessed the knowledge to forge other weapon types. With a confident smirk, Hyunsu nodded in agreement. 2 brutal weeks of hellish training flew by. The local artisans looked like living zombies, drained by his god-tier standards. Finally, our main character declared their hellish boot camp was officially over. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the forge. Their extreme joy left our hero scratching his head, wondering if his divine teaching methods were just a bit too torturous. The exhausted men quickly explained that his stamina was simply inhuman. One by one, they bowed their heads in deep respect, thanking him for the legendary knowledge. In return, Hyunsu humbly accepted their gratitude. Acknowledging their blood, sweat, and tears, he offered them one final piece of advice. They needed to keep pushing their limits, and never let their anvils grow cold. Shaking the guildmaster's hand, He commanded them to shock the world with their newly forged arsenal. Meanwhile, a traveling player arrived in Balas Valley, his jaw dropping at the sight of a perfectly crafted blade. Gripping the hilt, the system notification flashed before his eyes. He was holding a genuine rare rank weapon, right out in the open, sweating bullets over its insane quality. He nervously asked for the price. But when the shopkeeper named a dirt-cheap price in gold, the player looked like he had seen a ghost. He frantically demanded to know why such a divine artifact was being sold for mere pennies. The blacksmith simply chuckled, casually stating that, around here, this was just average trash. The outsider's brain practically short-circuited. How could a weapon with such overpowered stats be considered absolute basic tier? With a proud grin, the artisan revealed that a legendary benefactor had blessed them with this divine forging technique. Smelling an epic hidden quest, the greedy player instantly demanded a name. But the loyal non-player characters kept their mouths shut tight. They refused to leak their master's location, prioritizing honor over an outsider's loose coins. This veil of secrecy only fueled the traveler's burning curiosity. He completely mistook our overpowered main character for a high-level hidden non-player character. Dashing from stall to stall, his mind was completely blown. Masterpiece weapons flooded the streets like cheap toys. He even stumbled upon a god-defying epic rank item sitting in a dusty corner. The sheer magnitude of this discovery sent shivers down his spine. Realizing this was his golden ticket to stardom, he instantly fired up a live broadcast to break the internet. Flashing a greedy smile at the camera, the streamer welcomed his audience, proudly announcing his current coordinates in the forgotten Balas Valley. The chat box exploded with confusion over this unscheduled stream, but the hyped-up broadcaster hyped the mystery, swearing on his channel's life that they were about to witness absolute gaming history. The scene cuts back to our legendary blacksmith. He slowly opened his eyes, finally waking from a coma-like slumber after surviving 2 full weeks of sleep deprivation. Panicking about an upcoming meeting with Ji-hoon, he quickly checked his system clock. But before he could even stretch, his interface flashed with a frantic incoming call from Nen. The moment the connection opened, her voice blasted through his eardrums. She screamed at him to check the server forums immediately, leaving our hero completely clueless. Rubbing his ringing ears, he demanded a proper explanation. She dropped the bomb about a famous streamer exposing the Balas Valley artifacts. The clip had already gone incredibly viral across the web. A massive tsunami of greedy players was currently stampeding toward the valley. Meanwhile, top guilds were violently hunting for the identity of the hidden grandmaster behind the weapons. To make matters crazier, the runaway artisans who had abandoned the town were now crawling back on their hands and knees. A devilish grin spread across his face. The system's quest completion rating was about to shoot through the absolute roof. Shortly after this revelation, we find our main character grabbing food with his loyal friend Ji-hoon. While Ji-hoon inhaled his meal like a starving beast, Hyun-soo bombarded him with worried questions about his current grinding status. Choking on a mouthful of meat, his buddy begged him to slow down the interrogation. Swallowing his food, Ji-hoon admitted that while leveling up was steady, a storm was definitely brewing. A massive new system update was dropping soon, and survival was going to get brutally hard. Sensing the perfect opening, our overpowered hero leaned in close. He sharply asked if his friend had sold his soul to any major guild yet. The moment Ji-hoon shook his head, the invitation was officially on the table. "Join my guild," he demanded. Gripping his water glass nervously, Ji-hoon admitted it was a tempting offer. But the solo player life was all he knew, begging for a little more time to decide. Hearing this unexpected hesitation, a brief flash of disappointment crossed our hero's eyes, but he respected his brother's choice without pushing. Catching the slightly gloomy vibe, Ji-hoon quickly waved his hands, desperately clarifying that it wasn't a hard rejection. But Hyun-soo just smirked, shoving a massive chunk of premium meat into his friend's loud mouth to shut him up. The laughter faded as the scene transitioned, shifting to the sterile white walls of a quiet hospital room. There lay the man who meant everything to him, trapped in an endless sleep. Hyun-soo sat quietly by his father's bedside, pouring out the incredible tales of his recent adventures. He spoke fondly of his loyal comrades, the fierce battles they had won, and a wise old mentor who had guided him like a second father in that virtual world. Gently gripping his father's frail hand, a tear of absolute determination formed in his eye. He promised that their days of tragic suffering were finally over. Walking toward the door, he swore to the heavens that he would return as a legend. The very next morning, our hero stood within the grand throne room, reporting his triumphant return to King Bharat. As he respectfully took a knee, the majestic ruler commanded him to rise. eager to hear the results of his impossible quest. With total confidence, our main character confirmed the mission was a massive success. He then exposed the dark truth about the corrupt tyrant Boksu, who had been mercilessly bleeding the Bala's citizens dry. A booming laugh echoed from the throne. The king had already heard how our overpowered blacksmith had kicked that rat to the curb. But when asked about the valley's actual restoration progress, our hero smirked, casually dropping the bombshell that he had boosted their development by a staggering 150%. Hearing this, King Barris was shaken to his core. Hyunsu casually explained how he had enlightened the local blacksmiths. His teachings had triggered a massive influx of travelers to Balas, elevating the entire region's power. Leaping from his throne, the monarch showered our overpowered main character with praise. And the reward for his legendary deeds? A staggering 1 million gold pieces. Naturally, our hero accepted with a humble bow. But King Barris wasn't finished. The boy's achievements had shattered all expectations, and the crown wanted to bestow an even greater honor. While our guy stood there completely baffled, the king dropped a massive bombshell. He declared his intention to build an exclusive, state-of-the-art forge for Hyunsu right in the heart of the Gozat Kingdom. A blue hologram flashed. The system notified our hero of a rare opportunity to establish a sovereign base. The king believed that after saving the people of Balas, this legendary craftsman deserved a permanent seat of power. Against all odds, Hyunsu firmly rejected the royal offer. This bold move left Barris utterly stunned, wondering if his prestigious kingdom was somehow too small for the blacksmith's boundless ambition. Thankfully, Hyunsu quickly cleared the air. He explained that his true desire wasn't personal glory, but the absolute prosperity and continuous growth of the Balas Valley. The king was deeply puzzled by this extreme selflessness. How could anyone refuse such power? So, our protagonist decided to lay his cards on the table. If his identity as a master blacksmith was exposed to the world, every player would swarm his personal forge, leaving Balas to rot. Hearing this strategic foresight, Barris secretly realized that this boy possessed the true, unyielding aura of a sovereign ruler. Conceding to this wise decision, the monarch made one final vow. He commanded our protagonist to send word the very second he found a territory worthy of his absolute rule. Our boy expressed his gratitude, prompting the king to ask about his next move in this grand game. The hero coolly reported that he was scheduled for a private audience with the Lord of Balas. As Hyunsu turned to leave the grand hall, King Barras promised that whenever a legendary quest arose, he would personally deliver it to our master crafter. Watching the heroes retreating back, the king smiled a knowing smile. He was secretly testing this young prodigy, waiting to see if he truly had the supreme qualifications to conquer a throne. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Nen summoned our boy to the Freya territory, sending him the exact coordinates for a top-secret rendezvous. Upon arriving, our protagonist demanded to know the meaning of this urgent meeting. Lounging confidently in a chair, Nen enthusiastically screamed that this very spot would become their ultimate guild headquarters. Why? Because Freya bordered Gozat, acting as a massive choke point for high-level players. Sweeping his gaze over the impressive base, our hero nodded in fierce approval. Then, he casually dropped a bomb of his own, mentioning how King Barris had practically begged him to accept a noble title. Nen's jaw hit the floor in absolute disbelief. For a high-ranking non-player character to hand out noble peerage like candy? That was completely unheard of in this game. Hyunsu simply tilted his head, wondering if this ridiculous cheat-like luck was really that rare. But the crazy revelations didn't stop there. He revealed that right after his royal audience, when he met with Lady Berlin, she had also offered to crown him as a noble. Berlin felt utterly unworthy of bearing the title of a true lord. After witnessing his overwhelming aura, she realized he was the destined sovereign who should rule her lands. So, she practically fell to her knees, begging him to take up the mantle of nobility. Furthermore, as the master of an independent territory bowing to no empire, she was ready to surrender her entire domain to him. If our guy simply nodded and accepted her shares, he would instantly obtain the absolute authority to rule the entire territory. Hyunsu stared at his hands, wondering if the very will of this world was forcing him to ascend the throne. Even Nen had to admit this was a mind-blowing, one-in-a-million system anomaly. It was crystal clear that the female lord had recognized his boundless, overpowered potential. After a brief moment of heavy silence, Hyunsu pointed a sharp finger at a mountain of documents, demanding to know their purpose. Flipping open the top file, Nen's eyes gleamed as she announced their very first official commission. The client? A legendary powerhouse named Rizan, currently dominating the server at rank 21. She explained that 𝑩𝒍💂💄💏 was a monstrous solo player, bound to no guild. Although this titan had requested an insanely difficult artifact, forging it successfully would instantly skyrocket our hero's fame into the stratosphere. When our boy pressed for the exact specs, Nen took a deep breath. The client was demanding the impossible, a divine weapon thoroughly infused with the apocalyptic power of a dragon. Hearing this god-tier requirement, even Hyunsu was taken aback. Meanwhile, a flashback revealed 𝑩𝒍💂💏 sitting across from Do-eun, the arrogant guildmaster of the top-ranked Break Anvil. As 𝑩𝒍💂💏 laid out his desperate terms, Do-eun mercilessly crushed his hopes. The guildmaster scoffed, stating that dragons had been extinct from the server for ages, making this crafting quest an absolute impossibility. 𝑩𝒍💂💏 furiously bit back, reminding him that Break Anvil claimed to be the undisputed #1, but the arrogant master simply sneered, declaring that such a request defied the very laws of reality. Shoving the heavy bag of gold back across the table, Do-eun shut him down completely. Wandering the dark streets in despair, 𝑩𝒍💂💏 wondered if the mysterious Hyun's forge would even read his message, since they were infamous for ghosting everyone. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to make one final gamble. But right before he could type out a new message, a golden system alert pinged. It was Hyun's forge, coldly asking if he was prepared to accept their extreme conditions. Against all logic, his insane crafting request had been approved. As the moon hit its peak, 𝑩𝒍💂💏 arrived at the shadowy rendezvous point, dictated by our main character. The instant his knuckles grazed the wood, Hyunsu's commanding voice granted him entry. 𝑩𝒍💂💏 shivered, noticing how shockingly young the tone sounded. Pushing the door open, he spotted a lone figure shrouded in the dark. With his face completely concealed by the shadows, our hero ordered the high ranker to freeze. Squinting into the darkness, 𝑩𝒍💂💏 arrogantly demanded to know if this kid was merely a lowly receptionist. Chuckling at the insult, our boy stepped out into the biting moonlight. His aura flared as he officially introduced himself as blacksmith Hyun. Staring at the protagonist, 𝑩𝒍💂💏 was absolutely floored by his youthful appearance. Getting straight to business, 𝑩𝒍💂💏 explained why he needed this face-to-face meeting. He stared dead into Hyunsu's eyes, questioning if he truly possessed the godlike ability to fuse a dragon's soul into steel. Without missing a beat, our hero confidently smirked. The young master declared he would forge the mythical blade, but demanded a massive upfront deposit before raising his hammer. It was hilariously obvious our hero was perfectly reciting Nen's greedy script just to look like an intimidating professional. Furthermore, he warned 𝑩𝒍💂💏 that this divine artifact would bleed his wallet dry. Channeling the catastrophic power of a dragon was no cheap parlor trick. Hearing this absolute confidence, 𝑩𝒍💂💏's mind raced. How could this kid achieve the impossible when the server's top guild had utterly failed? Yet, in this dark hour, he only cared about securing the item for his dying father. The tragic truth was that 𝑩𝒍💂💏's father was teetering on the edge of death, and his final, desperate wish was to gaze upon a magnificent dragon. He looked at our protagonist not just as a blacksmith, but as his sole beacon of hope. With tears threatening to fall, 𝑩𝒍💂💏 fiercely insisted on witnessing the forging process with his own eyes. It was in this emotional beat that our boy finally pieced together the heartbreaking motive behind this impossible quest. Unleashing his aura, Hyunsu activated his ultimate system skill. He initiated the divine emergency crafting. The second his hammer struck the final blow, a breathtaking, ethereal dragon erupted into the room, leaving 𝑩𝒍💂💏 completely paralyzed by shock and awe. As the majestic beast dissolved into the glowing blade, our hero smoothly turned around. He asked the weeping ranker if he should apply the finishing touches, to which 𝑩𝒍💂💏 frantically nodded, yes. Rewind to exactly 1 hour ago. Hyunsu had been deeply analyzing this bizarre commission with Nen. Our guy had been scratching his head, utterly baffled by the logic behind such a contradictory request. Noticing his intense confusion, Nen had slid the original quest log across the table. The client had explicitly stated he didn't care if the weapon's stats were absolute trash. His only condition? A legendary dragon simply had to manifest before his eyes. Moreover, 𝑩𝒍💂💏 had spammed hundreds of these impossible system requests. He even tracked down top-ranking guildmasters and legendary summoners, desperately begging for a way to see a dragon. Connecting the scattered clues, our overpowered blacksmith realized the hidden truth. This mysterious VIP client did not care about combat stats. He just wanted to witness a mythical beast. But why was 𝑩𝒍💂💏 this utterly desperate? Even his system companion, Nen, was completely baffled by the absurdity of it. After all, a dragon had never once spawned in the entire history of Ares. This was an unprecedented quest. While our hero was deep in thought, Nen materialized another glowing scroll. She slammed it down on the table, offering him a much easier path to wealth. She reminded him of his recent streaming broadcast. Our main character had promised his millions of viewers a limited edition, custom masterpiece for one lucky archer. Right on cue, a high-level archer named Jan had submitted a crafting request. Scanning the player profile, our hero smirked. He remembered this guy as a loyal customer who previously bought his legendary gauntlets. Jan was begging for the ultimate, absolute strongest bow in the server. For a blacksmith of his god-tier caliber, forging that would be as easy as breathing! But instead, he aggressively grabbed 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎💊🕋 dragon request. The easy route was boring, and he craved a true master's challenge. Knowing his insane grinding mindset, Nen simply sighed and notified 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎🕂 that his quest was officially accepted. Meanwhile, our master crafter immediately began his hardcore preparations. His mind raced with brilliant blueprints, figuring out how to forge an artifact infused with raw dragon aura, using a mysterious sword as his base template. Snapping back to the present, our protagonist and 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 sat face to face. The heavy, metallic tension in the room centered entirely on the single blade, resting on the table between them. Our main character explained the harsh reality of the item's durability. Because the artifact was forged in an absolute rush, it could only summon the mighty beast exactly one time. It desperately needed an awakening refinement. Hearing this, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 eyes darkened as he dropped a brutal one-week deadline. He desperately asked if the refinement could be rushed to meet his schedule. Sliding a massive mountain of gold as a deposit, he declared that money was utterly meaningless to him. Our hero glanced at the absurd fortune for a second, then smoothly slid it right back. With an unwavering aura of absolute confidence, he stated he would only collect his payment once the legendary artifact was perfect. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 was completely stunned by this overwhelming display of pride, as our hero promised to surpass all human expectations. They sealed the fateful deal with a firm handshake. As night fell, the scene shifted to a bleak hospital room, where 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 sat helplessly beside a frail old man. The dying patriarch wheezed, placing his final hopes on his son. Holding back his crushing sorrow, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 gently reassured his father to hold on just a little longer. The mythical dragon he desperately wanted to see would soon descend. The old man was incredibly weak, his face a haunting shadow of his former glory. In his delirious state, he called out the name, Tai Song. Clenching his fists, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒎𝒊𝒕 softly corrected him. His real name was 𝑡aiha. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒕 was merely his gaming alias, a mask to hide his reality. But even after hearing 𝒑aiha's real name, his father's broken mind kept crying out for Tai Song, relentlessly begging for the dragon to appear. As he carefully lulled his sick father to sleep, those muttered whispers of Tai Song cut deep into 𝒑aiha's soul. An overwhelming wave of bitterness and shadow crashed over him. Stepping out into the cold hospital corridor, 𝒑aiha's thoughts drifted to his estranged rival. Just then, his phone vibrated, flashing a caller ID that made his blood run absolutely cold. It was a call from his older brother. The caller was none other than Tai Song himself, the golden child of the family. He was the ruthless corporate heir currently controlling the massive Han Song Group, their father's mega corporation. The memory shifted 𝒑aiha, standing in his brother's luxurious executive office. Tai Song was viciously interrogating him about his pathetic gaming obsession. 𝒑aiha stood his ground, swearing he had everything under perfect control. Tai Song sneered, demanding results about the dragon. Months had dragged on since 𝒑aiha promised to summon the beast in game. 𝒑aiha desperately claimed victory was inches away, but his brother's eyes held nothing but absolute disgust. Pushed to the absolute breaking point, 𝒑aiha roared that he was dead serious about this quest. Looking down on him like a pitiful insect, Tai Song coldly agreed to grant him one single, final chance. The ultimatum was soul-crushing. If 𝒑aiha failed to summon the dragon for their dying father, he would be permanently banished from the game, stripping away his only remaining freedom. But remembering our overpowered main character, the legendary blacksmith who defied the system's limits, 𝒑aiha's confidence now blazed like a roaring inferno. He knew victory was destined. The very next day, our hero stood quietly inside the Grand National Museum. His piercing gaze was locked onto an ancient, majestic sword. It was the very same legendary blade that he and his own father had meticulously restored many years ago.